I'm claiming early. Susan's the first one showing up. All right, so you might bring something that might have never been put across the eyes, maybe never been said, maybe nobody knows. It's in the description. So it's the heading. They will throw their gold and silver in streets. So see if we can figure out what that means. What's recently been revealed to me. So out here in the desert, woke up to another some more bad news, but hey, it's another day, right? So thought I'd come in here and try to do some work in here, something done in here, since I can't seem to get some of these other things going. I can always come in here and put in some work for the Lord, put my treasure up in heaven. So try to bring people to the word that I see. He'll bring you to him. But how we doing there, Lebet? Thanks for having me in here. Another day of torment. Got another denied on those charges. So they did the appeal, and I sent them more copies of the police report and still got denied. So I guess I'm just not getting my money back. So kind of would have been a long day already again. But been studying, talking with my son a little bit. Well, a lot of it. We're hard to get off the phone when I talk to him because we get to talk about the word and what's going on. So anyways, good discussion with him. Spent some hours on the phone talking to him, which was a good thing. A little frustrating was hoping that wouldn't, it doesn't even make sense. How could you file a police report and not the guy got charged with fraud? So credit card, obviously, but I don't know. I didn't even look at why they declined it this time, but yeah, I don't know. I'll figure something else out. I had a couple people give me a PayPal donation last night, so I'm inching my way. I think I'm trying. I mean, I'm not. I pushed more things on the internet, but again, nothing's moving, so I got to do something. So I figure I'd come in here and somebody found something of value. If they wanted to give again, they might. So don't want to just sit around though. So I don't follow any religion, Susan. I don't. The gospel, I teach the gospel of Christ Jesus, the narrow way, predestination. The New Testament, I teach the lost and forgotten doctrine. The testament that he paid in blood, the contract that he put his bride. He once divorced his bride, and he said he will have a new bride, and he will call their name out in the wedding feast of the Lambs. Good to see you there, Diana. I use an interlinear Textus Receptus. I use the KJV and teach out of the canonized versions of the interlinear, teach out of the Greek and the Hebrew, and use the Strong's Concordance and the lexicon to define all the words that we teach. So don't put a denomination on myself. Wouldn't want to be a Christian pagan, because all Christians that I know are a bunch of pagans that will worship tree and grove and owl and Moloch and eat your kids, all that orgy, sex, King Jesus, the other. There's two Jesuses in the Bible, but most people don't know that because they follow the other one. So I try to provide people to where that's at in Scripture, and it's up to them for God to rebuke their hearts and pull them to Him. So no religion up in here. Don't do religion, or don't do any denominations. Can actually expose that He doesn't dwell in houses made by hands. These churches are exactly like they were at the time of Christ. They are the synagogues of Satan. They bring the same traditions that he divorced his bride Israel for right back into the church. So here we are again. So that is what I do. Sound the message, declare the coming of the King, the good news, teach the gospel, and show people where it's at, the narrow way. Hados, to be in the narrow way, same narrow way. He said, I am the Hados. That means to be in that same narrow way as Christ. So we must narrow ourselves. So the book of Matthew, correct? Narrow is the path. Narrow is the path that leads. Difficult is the path that leads to eternal life. Very few. Olegas. Like in the book of Luke. Fear not. Olegas. Fear not, little teeny tiny little flock. Puny number. That's what olegas means. A puny number. So his flock is small. He tells us that narrow path in the book of Matthew is the narrow path that enters through the straight gate. That he tells us earlier in that scripture, enter through the straight gate. For wide is the path, wide is the path, and broad is the way that leads to hell, the abyss, the lake of fire. That's the easy peasy path, the broad, big city lights, all the convenience, and not the difficult path, but the wide and Broadway. Big New York City Broadway. Broad is the path that leads to hell, and there are many who enter by that gate, by that path. They go down that wide path and enter through that wide gate. But he told us to remember, enter through the straight gate. We must be narrowed down to fit through a straight gate. That the word is theolobo, a noun. So they don't teach this in any kind of church, or they don't study the original text in its original form that it was written in. So that's kind of where people are missing out, going to houses made by hands, because he said he doesn't dwell in houses made by hands, right? So the Most High does not dwell in houses made by what? Hands. So Christ in you. Our body's a temple, and we have an outer man and an inner man. The apostle told us that, correct? The apostle Paul. Cut it off. That flesh, the outer man, the one he said that just can't stop sinning, right? Wants to sin. Christ in us, he's blameless. He can't sin. So cut it off. Circumcise the flesh, not literal. Church don't want to talk about this. They get all weird about, they think I'm talking about the male genitalia and circumcision. Like, we had to get into the nation of Israel. You had to be circumcised of the flesh, but I'm not talking, it's a spiritual circumcision of the flesh. The crucifixion we must go through, to be crucified by the world and condemned and hated for not celebrating these traditions of men, these vanity and things that do not please God. It means, in the original text, it means worthless. You're worthless to him. Learn not the ways of the heathens. Learn not their traditions and all their. That was all nailed to the stake, to the tree. And when he made that covenant, so that's what I teach, that new covenant, that New Testament that he put his bride under, because he divorced his bride, and he will have a new wedding, right? That wedding feast of the lambs that he calls out his bride in that book. So it's not found in any churches today. I don't know any churches that teach this. They'll teach easy peasy other Jeezy. It's a difficult path that leads to eternal life. He tells us that straight is the gate and narrow is the path that leads to eternal life. And there are very few. Olegas, theolobo, to be pushed down on both sides, hated by the world. Friends and family hate you. Work, everybody hates you because you won't do the things of this world. So most people are afraid to talk about Christ. Even, remember he says, you deny me in front of your friends and your family, and you deny me in public, I'll deny you in front of my Father. So you can't be afraid to talk about Christ, and we're supposed to go out and edify each other with this word. So, the spiritual living water. Remember with the woman at the well, he says, if you drink of this water, you will never thirst again. Hallelujah, right? If you drink of this water, the living water, that water, deep water down, that cold living, that's Christ. We're in that age now, brothers and sisters. They can't hold it back. No more. The age of deception is over. We are in Revelation. We are in the apocalypse. We are in the age of Aquarius, the water bearer pouring that living water out on Pisces, that age that was Fomahawk, the fish. So we're here. We are here. There is no disputing it. I've been declaring that now since 2020, the passing of age. We're 4 years into this, brothers and sisters. The age is already passed. Welcome to the new age. The stuff they always talked about. So thanks for coming in, guys. Trying to crush through one more day here. difficult is the path. So not getting it done outside here. Didn't all my work yesterday, my 6 hours on the phone didn't amount to nothing. All my charges got disputed again and got denied. No matter if I filed the police report, no matter if the guy got charges and arrested, they still say that I made the charges. Difficult is the path that leads to eternal life, brothers and sisters. So, man, what a day already. So thanks for coming in, and we need to let off a little bit of this. Spent some time talking to my son about it and trying to figure out what I'm doing to try to correct these things. But it is what it is. We both agree. Just need to keep doing the Lord's work. Just keep putting in the time here. I've been doing this as a full-time job, putting in 4 hours overtime. Spend 12 hours the last couple of days doing his work in here. So, yeah, there's plenty of signs. And the trumpets are already sounding. We've already seen, Diana, we've already seen the rider on the white horse, right? So rider on the red horse coming next. Yeah, isn't that proof? I mean, look at that, Levette. I drop my wallet. Somebody comes and takes all my money from me. I do the legal thing. He gets caught. There's a police report. I file the police report to get my money back, and I still get denied. Is this really happening? That's why I talked to my son. Is this even real, son? Did I die out in the cabin and the cats ate me or something and I'm not even here anymore? Because all this stuff that's been happening in my life doesn't even seem like it's a reality. How do you file the police report? The guy gets arrested and you don't get your money back. That's what that's there for. So I just don't understand it. I'm just tired of the money thing. I don't want to be here anymore because it's just so perverted. I don't care about money. That's the last thing I wanted to worry about, or even I'm not worried. It just all the hours I dumped into it for nothing. I could have been on here talking to you guys, man. What a waste of my time. But whatever, it wasn't for lack of effort. So I don't know. That's what I was talking to my son. What am I, what do I do different here? You can't. He said, I was just thinking about that the other day, Dad. I don't know what's going on with you. I don't know. I couldn't come up with anything. This is what he knows because he's been around me. He's heard, the guy at the manager and the whole thing. He's like, oh no, this would be good as long as you resend me that paperwork from the cops. This is all. I've never seen anybody not get their charges. If you got a police report with it and somebody stole your money and, if they've been charged with the charge, then there's no way we can say that you made the charges. So nope. So how confusing this life can be sometimes, guys. I don't know what to do. I wasted 10 years of my life trying to build a homestead, and I'm still sitting here alone. Wow. Oh, my goodness. 10 years, guys. 10 years trying to build a homestead, and here I am alone. Well, I built the homestead. I did it, but I don't know. Whatever. It's God doing it. I don't know. It's the devil doing it. Or my dad or my son talked about that. We talked about that too. Whatever. I can't worry about what I can't change. Got to worry about what I could. I thought I could change it. I thought I could get my money back. I know that everybody in this room could file their charges and file a police report. Your money be back in your account like that. So, wow. Just when you think you were getting somewhere inching forward. So here we go. I already told you guys he'll do this to me. He'll kick me back every time. He just smashes me and crushes me down every day. People can take everything from me. I can't even get it back. I get $20,000 worth of stuff I've been trying to recover was stolen from me just 10 miles down the road from me. Been sitting there for years and I can't do a thing about it. There'd be my truck, the gravel I need, all the stuff I've been talking about, just the basic stuff, not anything. I don't really need anything. Or I needed just some help, but wow. What a day. Another day in the life of Tracy, the man of the land and soil. Came from the dirt, going back to the dirt. Came from the corrupt dust, going back to the corrupt dust. So thanks for again, guys. I'm trying to just push through this day. I just don't, trying to figure out where to make a correction or find a path here to go, because it just keeps leading to, I don't know. I'm not getting anywhere. I'm actually been moving backwards for quite some time now. So I'm trying to push forward. But whatever. Apparently God wanted that guy to have my money and not me, right? So confusing, very confusing. I can't wait for this to be over, guys. I'd be so excited to get done with this life and die knowing that I tried. You know, there'll be no rolling over in my I ain't going to no grave, but okay, so I'm trying to work through the fog, guys. It just, what a waste of my time. All that time on the phone, all this effort, just, that's actually made, so I told you, I went backwards. I went backwards, you know, how many hours did I have on the phone to not get my money back? That everybody in the world would get their money back if you have a police report? I don't know. So I'll be on here for a minute. I'll pick myself up here in a minute. Just give me a few here. I'm just trying to get my bearing here. I just keep thinking about, I don't know. If I mention it, maybe you might have something, maybe you might have a solution for my, I don't know how I can, guy said he's never seen that happen. You know, anybody who's ever filed a police report, he assured me pretty much this will be taken care of. We'll get it. This probably just didn't come through the paperwork. The links didn't, you know, maybe they didn't get the link, but we made sure he received all the copies of the police reports and everything yesterday. I stayed on the phone for a long time again. I remember actually it was 6.5 hours plus all the phone with the manager or man, I had a lot of time involved in that. All right, so pushing off here. I'll figure it out somewhere. If there's a will, there's a way. Again, I do appreciate. I've had a couple people help out and give me a PayPal, and I know Levette's helped in the past and stuff. Appreciate everybody who's helped me out, and spring will be here soon, hopefully. So. It's been pretty chilly out here a little bit still, down in the single digits. Got pretty cold. It's been windy out here all day, all night, you know, past few days. I asked my son, he said it was windy over there on the other side of the mountain, over there on the other side of the Cascades, over there off the I-5 corridor. So, yeah, the weather's getting a little wacky. Just like I said. Kind of like, tornadoes in California again. You know, all this weather is just rather anomalous. So, hopefully soon all this grid will go down. I won't need no more stuff, and it'll suck to lose you guys. But like I lost a huge amount of people contact with people that on the live stream were on TikTok. You know, it was a big, huge disconnect from a lot of people. You know, this one will happen again, and I'll fend through it. It was kind of a bummer, but it will be kind of a bummer to lose contact with some of you guys. You know, but that day's coming. You know, to see that solar flare off the backside of the Earth, that big, massive, you know, solar flare shooting at Mercury there. Beautiful, beautiful solar eruption. Big plasma solar event. We had a M class, I think it's 7.4, but I didn't see a coronal mass ejection or any kind of plasma leave the surface of the sun. So I think that was just an M class flare event with is that because of the solar maximum? Well, it's just part of our cycle right now. We are in solar maximum right now. We will be headed back into solar minimum in a couple years. We're in solar cycle 25, and this Earth should step down the next 3 cycles again. We won't see another solar maximum until into the 2030s at this point because of the peak, of the solar maximum, and then go back in. And yeah, I have a graph that I wanted to show you guys that I've been meaning to capture to try to explain to you guys that this is not a warm planet. We just have brief moments of warming in our bigger picture. We're a cold, frozen, icy ball 98% of the time. We're only warm just a short period of times in history. So we're headed back into that solar minimum. We could have a gyre event, like a Heimlich event, where the overturning of the Atlantic, that multicadal oscillation, the overturning of the currents of the Atlantic, they slump down in the northern portion of the Atlantic Ocean and then recirculate through back in, and this keeps part of our normal flow of the way all our currents flow through our oceans. There's a connect through all these currents. And if we have one of these Heimlich events where that water doesn't slump down and it goes up into the Arctic, it changes the currents flows. And you remember the basic hydrocycle in probably junior high school, a little bit about in elementary, and again in high school, the basic hydrocycle of the moisture in the oceans and how that changes rapidly, and we go into almost like not an overnight cooling, but it happens at a breakneck speed. We're in these cycles now too, so these are things that people could get access to and pay attention. All these things happen on a regular cycle. There's half cycles. Most people know about the 12-year cycle. That's what we're taught in high school and junior high school. They don't really teach us more of a solar maximum, solar minimum. The sun's solar maximum, solar minimum changes every 11 years or 22 on the magnetics, the polarity, not the actual. It has a shift in the magnetics where the compass would be pointed in the other direction. That happens on the sun on a regular basis, and there's cycles other than the 11.9 or 12 year. There's a 400 year, there's a 1200 year, there's a 12,000 year. We're in the 12,000 year cycle right now. 6,000 years into a 90,000 year cycle. There's half cycles. There's so many different cycles of the sun, but most people don't pay attention to the half the time. It is what it is. But we are in the 12,000 year extinction cycle. They've already announced that 4 years ago that we've entered into the extinction cycle right now. And we are going into this solar minimum, whether people like it or not. You should look around. I encourage you to go watch David Devine on Adapt 2030. I keep throwing that name out to you. And go watch his last interview he did with Andy Scheckman from Miles Franklin. He's the owner of milesfranklin.com. He's a broker for the U.S. Mint, and he owns a precious metals company. And him and David we're talking about the BRICS. I'd like to step off into that conversation. We get a couple people in here might have a little bit of background. It's a pretty exciting time to sit there and exactly. There you go. Nobody. Good questions, man. Good questions. It's on my video. I think that's gonna do it. Remember, I think. How are you talking about that? What do you know? Where are you getting your information? You've been doing some studying. You're talking about information. I'm one of the few people that have even mentioned that this could and potentially will happen. It's on my channel. I don't know anybody else that's put this overlay out other than myself and David Devine as far as talking about this. You see it in the description. You see the water overlay map in the four large gas giants forming that square 10-24-24 that's going to form that same square that it did back in 79 AD, where it, in the 1800s, remember, it pushed on this earth and we had a liquefaction event. So something's going to push on our magnetosphere and affect our tides. So I don't know where you're getting your information there, nobody, but I appreciate you coming in. Doesn't seem like anybody else is. This could happen. It very well might not, but the chances of it happening now, I think I've presented enough evidence on this channel now to show that they're very aware of it. They're very aware of the cycle. That is the overlay map that I'm showing you with this federal land that they've taken over on the West Coast and don't want anything to do with the East Coast because they know that this water does this sloshing around. It's in Scripture. Nations in perplexity, the seas and the waves will be roaring. So this could be it, Mr. Divine, that I'm trying to get you to. Cool. Well, I ain't gonna try to change a goat into a sheep there, nobody. But the only way to the path to the Father is through the Son. No matter who you think your God is, there is a Creator, and you can't get to Him without going through the Hamashiach, the Christ, the Anointed. If you're Muslim, then you don't recognize Christ as the Messiah, and that's pagan worship. Muslim is lunar worship. Look at your flag. Look at your symbolism. Look at your irregardless. The only way to the Father is through the Son. So I've read the Quran. I've understand that, and there's a lot. I try to encourage people to read that. Read all these things because Christ is actually mentioned in the Quran, and but a lot of people call themselves Muslim and they don't even know what Muslim is. A lot of people call themselves Christians and they don't know what Christianity is. A lot of people, they call themselves a lot of things, but they're not what they say they are. So I'm not saying that's you, but I can tell you right now that you are, by according to the Word of God and the Testament, through this covenant that His bride is under, is that the only way to what you might call Allah or whatever you're through Muhammad, or you still have to go through the Son. So you'll burn in hell for you, and it's the abyss, so it's the place of no knowledge. So I'm not condemning you. I'm not condemning you. I'm loving you the way He told me to love you, like love my neighbor, and I'm not calling you my enemy. You're supposed to love your neighbor like you love your enemy. The beautiful thing about this new covenant is you got to go through Him. That's all it is. It ain't no stupid religion. So it's about He came back to save everybody this time. You don't just care if you're from His king and the kingdom and the high priest, and that He's coming back for everybody this time. So it's a beautiful thing. No 13 virgins, none of that. There's there's Creator in heaven, and He sent His only begotten Son, and we have to go through that. So most people don't, though, and they call themselves Christians. They think they're going to go to heaven and someplace in the sky and all that silliness. And so people mock them with their sky daddy God, all that silly stuff, atheists and all that. So a lot of people put a label on themselves, but I wouldn't label myself. I believe in a Creator and one race, and the human race. And so, but it's kind of funny that I probably talk to most Christians and they don't know what you know. So it is what it is. I'm not here to bring anybody to the Father. He does that Himself through the Son, and that's who He calls. The only way through Him is through the Son. And He says, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, there are such like to make up their own religion, their own spin, their own idolaters, that not one of them would. So He calls whoever He chooses. So I spent a lot of my life thinking I could bring people to the Father. What a mistake that was. That's right. I'm all OCD, on Christ daily. Don't set that cross down. You got to go through the cross to get to the Father. So no other way. It's not a religion. It's Holy Ghost, just a puny number of people who He will reveal these truths to. So you can sit there and talk to your blue in the face to somebody. If God doesn't want to give them a hearing ear or remove the scales from their eyes, that's why He tells you 2 times, brothers, sisters. You only got it 2 times, and then you can rebuke them, move on, and let God deal with them. Be peaceful, be meek, be wise, be gentle, be patient. So, but that's okay. Most people will deny Christ and fall for the other Jesus, even if they are thinking have found Christ, right? Because Holy Ghost, He said in His book of Matthew, there are very few who find that eternal path to the Father, right? That narrow path, and find that straight gate. So it's not many. I ain't trying to be any part of that. He chooses who He wants. So I got my own nonsense to worry about. I'm here taking up my cross like He tells me to do. Can't set it down. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up their cross, and follow after me. Daily cross. So it's a daily suffering. Here I am again with another day of suffering. So, oh, Father, please come take me out of this meat suit. I am tired. And the world is just been turned on its head. Evil is good and good is evil in what I see. So their agape is idolatry. In the end of days, there be lovers of self. So let's spin this discussion a little bit here, guys. We're going to go a little bit of a little monetary here for just a minute. I believe I'm going to show you something, and we're going to have a discussion about monetary metals. That's right. Got to have a relationship with the Father. The only way to do that is talking to him and talk to him. He already knows what you want. He already wrote what he knows what you want, but he still wants you to talk to him. So you have to put, if to believe it's an action, it's a verb, not a noun. Yeah, you got to actually put legs on that faith. Oh, that's a noun. Belief is a verb, not a thought in your head. It's an action word. See how that works? Not what you think, huh? So yeah, it's a relationship that you have to have, not just some label and some housemate. You have to go through the Son to get to the Father, and you got to talk to him. But don't pray like the heathen in repetitive prayers. He already knows what you want, and not long prayers. He already knows what you want. So just talk to him. Have a relationship. Exactly, Diana. He don't dwell in houses made by hands. He dwells within inside us, and if we just talk to him, he'll hear you. And he don't mean he's gonna. Sometimes I won't go there, but yeah, sometimes he hears you, but he doesn't answer you because he knows exactly what is best for you, and maybe he just wants to beat the self out of you. That's what he does. The idolatry out of you. So remember, not one of them would if I didn't call out to their hearts. So he is our treasure. He is our prize that we should be seeking in this lifetime. Absolutely. It's called evolution, nobody. Evolution, and not like man evolved from apes. When species see, again, I said we're in the 6th extinction event right now that we entered in, and the heavens declared that we are in a new age. We've left the age of Pisces when Jupiter conjuncted Saturn on 12/21 of 2020, and we left the age of deception of Pisces and came in the age of revelation, the apocalypse. And there's been a major shift, obviously, with the energy. It's the reset that they talk about. The year 0 being 2019, 20, 0, 21, 1, 22, 2, 23, 3, 24, 4. Here we are. The parable of the fig tree. He'll cut off those that don't have good fruit, but we are 4 years into this extinction event, 6th extinction event. And so all through the extinctions throughout the last 5 extinctions, species died down, but not off, because obviously they're still here. They still have everything that, look around, everything that's still here made it through the last 5, including us, human beings. So evolution is caused from a change of obviously the magnetosphere. That's going to change things. There's no doubt what you're talking about. You know what you're talking about, that the sun affects your genitals as a man, your performance in the bedroom, ED, erectile dysfunction. So if it can affect your member, it can also affect your heart rate, your cardiac arrhythmia. There's tons of peer-reviewed journals on this, that space weather affects Earth weather and affects human beings. Yes, absolutely. That's what he does. Do you think radiation will affect the human DNA? I read that the Bible, that human beings will jump off mountains and will not die. No, that's a parable, nobody. That's not, you're reading, and that's, rocks hide on us and hide us from the face of the Lord. In that same, this is a mountain is a power. You know, so I could explain this for you because most people don't. A mountain is a trump or a horn. In scripture, nobody will define anything anymore. In the Hebrew, you know, in the Latin and in the Greek, they read it in their modern translation language, but it's in the old language. Everything is written in through like Greek. You can find out if something male, feminine, or neuter gender, and you don't find that like you do in English. You'll find that in Latin, right? Like formal, informal, Spanish. That I don't know how much you know about Babel and phonics and the toroidal field, the formation of the Hebrew, or anyway. So you seem to know a little bit. So I don't think I'm going to talk over your head too much, and I'm not trying to. So obviously, you're talking about. I seen back there. You're talking about changes too. You said something about changes will affect the DNA, and but we're seeing that now. They've already done that through the RNA sequence, like what they've done to people by giving them this protein spike mimicker, and then going in and what are you doing, Panner? Psst. Panner, get out from there. Yes, your boy. Sorry, got a kitty getting up on something you shouldn't be up on. Get down from there. You don't need to be up there. Certainly, you can't get up on the wood pile, and you don't need to go up there. Come on. But again, there's already proof that the sun's energy, this cosmic solar radiation, the plasma, the ionized, the deionized plasma does affect the human. Will it affect our DNA? I believe it can, absolutely. They're shown throughout history that there is some changes to the DNA that happened during these times when our magnetosphere, you obviously done some studying, when our magnetosphere drops. Remember, we had 5 low latitude auroral events in 2023, and that has never happened. And we only get that when we have high level cosmic solar radiation plasma penetrate through that protection, that magnetic canopy that we have, that magnetosphere that protects us from the sun's energy. And we've only ever had 2 in a 12-year cycle, like we were talking about earlier, of the solar maximum and minimum, and only 2 within the 12. We had 5 in 1 year. So the mechanics of our Earth, you should already be feeling changes, to be honest with you. I'm not kidding. You know, I know people don't understand this, but I talked to my son about this 15 years ago. And when I discovered these things that obviously you've been reading and things you can decipher, if you'll decipher, use discernment and decipher these things. If you don't fall for the politics and the religion and all the nonsense, and you can read between the lines, some of it's a little bit elementary. I mean, Moses had from that might be have to do with the ability to process more oxygen, which is cool. Okay, right. Okay, cool. But yeah, that's yes. You know, people lived a lot longer back then. Nobody, I believe, because yes, the oxygen in the atmosphere, there was way more CO2 in this atmosphere. That's why people were bigger. And you know, obviously, you got some studying here on this. But I believe that was diet. You are what you eat. So and hygiene has a lot to do with longevity, and I believe that's why they lived a lot longer in the past. On that time had a lot to do with the diet that they ate. There were dietary laws that obviously, if you're Muslim, you don't eat pork, so you know about dietary laws. So most people don't understand. We're not under that covenant anymore. That's old, you know, Levitical law, and that was part of the Old Testament. He didn't come to abolish the law, but for his bride, he gave a new covenant, and it's not what goes in a man that defiles a man. Yep. 90 cubits tall. And, yep. I understand. I said I said the oxygen levels of the CO2, and there was other contributing factors. But I believe that diet was a massive amount a part of what it always is. You are what you eat. It doesn't matter. That's what makes. Look at how these elite. Look at the people who have the most money. Look how they eat. There's certain things they've never touched with 100-foot pole. You know, a 1,000,000-foot pole. So you know what I'm talking about. So. But you're right. You nail it. Higher CO2 levels. I've got all the graphs and stuff to show this. People can find all this out. So CO2 levels. CO2 is plant food. And it's not, what most people, they made it into something it's not now. It's this big kick into the old global warming and the green agenda and all the shooting themselves in the foot. America shot themselves in the foot by going green. The whole thing was we go around and steal everybody's resources and extort all their, inflate with central banks. We do that, and when you kick people off your system and go green, you shoot yourself in the foot. So that's what's happening in America right now. The whole world knows it and is a buzz about it. So lots of changes happening. That's what I'm talking about. Some of this evolutionary things. I do believe we will see. My son said something to me. If you look during the old spam-demic, there were children that were rolling around in the nursery, sitting up in the nursery, doing things that's never been seen. And he said, Dad, these are the giants being born right now. So I believe that'll come back. There's obviously, he knows something. My son is very smart when it comes to paying attention to the word. And because he's the one who brought it to me about, Daddy, you seen these children that are born with all black eyes? They don't have like a pupil. Their whole eye is black. Like, what are you talking about, son? That, and then he came and brought me over into this whole thing that was going on during the old scamdemic, right? That there were these children being born with these different kinds of abilities that we haven't seen before. So I believe we're already seeing some of this, what you're talking about, kind of an interesting time, a little woo-woo sounding in here, but doesn't mean that these things aren't happening. 540, go green and pay $15 for gas when you can get it. Yeah, exactly. The whole green agenda is shooting ourselves in the foot. It's a great way to, hey, DSW, did you watch Andy Sheckman and David Debine's last video that he put out? I think it was yesterday, about the bricks. I love watching this. This is so fun to watch this. This is what we're 17 years into this, since the, oh yeah. Oh, it's a good one. It's a good one. Hey, look, it's, you know who Andy Sheckman is. I'm sure you know who he is. The owner of Miles Franklin, and David Devine. He's always got his finger over the pulse. Cool. You know what you're doing. I don't even need to tell you how to, know what you're doing. You do, exactly. Like I said, it's just pretty neat to see where he's taking this. You'll love it. You will absolutely. And some of these things are just elementary, right? When you got your finger over the pulse, you're going to see some of these things. But it's funny because I was talking about, before I came on here with my son, about, remember Dad talking about this, 10 years ago, son? And he's like, yeah, Dad, you were, so kind of some of the stuff that David's bringing up, and talking about this solar minimum, talking about these cycles and these grow zones going off and all these things. Remember, he's left the country looking for this cycle that I'm telling you about, this water, raising and lowering. And he's a lot of other things he's out there doing. I believe he's over in Taiwan right now. It just hold on for dear life. Dispersing weight, that. Just go with your gut right now. This is he will pour out a just measure, I'm sure. I got to try to keep my head on here straight. I appreciate your help here. I'm going to get through this. I want to push through this month, and I got investments too. I don't have investments like I got one mining company, some shares in a. No, I don't do religions. All religions are inherently evil, and 98% of them are pagan. So, and they worship the other Jesus and the other gospel. So, but. Check it out. Check this out, DSW. Did you see what because this is what you need to, this is what everybody's kind of been bringing up with. And after I watched this interview with Andy Schechtman and Miles Franklin, he's talking about the lifeblood of the military industrial complex is oil, right? The petrodollar. No, they all worship pagan worship, and they bring tree and Moloch and eat the orgy, sex, King Jesus into their churches. So no, they're vain, and he calls them worthless. I don't think that's harsh. No, I think that's calling the tea kettle black. He says, be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness, yet rebuke them, expose them, reprove them, shine a light on their they are the synagogues of Satan, the same way they were. They bring all these traditions of men. The same reason God divorced his bride. Harsh, he divorced his bride for the same traditions of men. What do you mean, Jen? No, we don't. Yeah, well, they will come preaching another gospel that I not preach and speaking another Jesus. That's 98% of these churches, irregardless if they're Mormon, Church of Jesus Christ, Latter-day Saints, Baptist, Southern Baptist, Church of Christ. I don't care what they are. They're pagans. They bring all this vain traditions. And if my people will perish for lack of knowledge. I don't care if they don't know what they're doing or not. They're still pagans. They might label themselves just like Muslims are pagans, whether they even run or understand what they're worshiping. They're worshiping the lunar, look at their flag with the star and the moon worship. That's the dark months of the lunar calendar. So, they're pagans, but they don't know that. They think they're Muslims, and most people think there's something. They put a brand on themselves, but they're just mostly pagans because they follow this owl and grove and tree and fire and yeah, it's all same traditions, just rebranded under another name. So they're the synagogues of Satan. They're the same way because they bring all this stuff into their churches. So. Anyways, I had this because he's been talking about, I believe so, Kyle. Get out of the city. Get out of the city if you can, guys. Come out to this country where I'm at. Land's very recently priced out here. There's people offer land sale contracts out in this area where I'm at. They're totally legal, totally legit. I've been in one here for 10 years on this, and if I would have paid it off at any time, no interest, early payout penalties, fixed interest rates, all kinds of stuff, low taxes. You can live in a tent, you can live in a sleeping bag out here if you can survive the elements. So come out here to the West Coast, go check out my overlay map, guys. Look what I'm doing. I'm going to take a pause. You guys, I lost my credit card. It fell down and I dropped both of them. The cops got the guy later, about an hour and a half, 2 hours later with my credit cards, spent all my money. I filed the police reports and I didn't even get my money back, guys. And this is something you always do. So if anytime I say anything of a value at this point in time, a brother's got to do what a brother's got to do. I've been spending 12 hours a day in here, talking about things. And that's more than a full-time job. So I talk about a lot about the word. And if you find any of this of any value or anything else we're talking about, there is a link in the description to hit me up on my PayPal or my CashApp. So moving on. Thanks for all those who've helped me out in the past. I appreciate it. I'm trucking along here. I've almost got that second land payment, about $50 short on that one. And then the other ones, and I'll be good. I think I'm gonna make it through this month. We'll see. I got a few days. So, guns aren't inherently evil either. What are you talking about? No, religions are evil because they worship paganism. So what are you comparing guns to pagans for? What are you talking about there, Jen? So You think the UV radiation can affect the air pressure? Yes, it can. Yeah, I think all those things that you're talking about. Remember, he's going to roll that sky back like a scroll slowly here now, in waves, sorrows, birthing pains. So it will come in waves, increasing the intensity. Let's talk about this, guys. Let me give you a little lesson here. If you find this of some value, check this out. What I'm about to tell you. This if you have the attention span, you can hang in here with this for a minute. Listen to what I'm telling you. DSW, we're talking about this petrol being the lifeblood of the military industrial complex, but really it's silver, because they need silver to fund all that equipment, right? All the switches, all the satellites, all that. There is a literal there's a literal monster box in the tip of every Patriot missile. That's 500 ounces of silver that gets annihilated. Every time they drop one of those. And we are the military industrial complex. This is why prices of silver is still $25 an ounce. Gold sitting at 21, its all-time highs, and silver sitting at half of its all-time highs. Listen, guys, listen to what I'm saying. I don't know if you follow precious metals or not, but listen to what I'm telling you. We drop silver on other countries and kill people with this silver. It takes this smart technology with all this, a Patriot missile used to be launched out of a carrier, but now they're launching it. It takes a lot of different tech. I don't want to go in, there's 500 ounces in the tip of every Patriot missile. Smart, ordnance, we'll call it. And when they drop that on somebody, guys, that silver is gone. So look it, silver is money. This is wealth. Because if you have, I know it's only $25 an ounce plus the premium right now, but if you have enough of this, you are wealthy, correct? Because this is wealth. So is gold. It's always been wealth. That's why it's doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing right now. So listen to me. This is valuable. This should be worth somebody dropping me at least a $50, $100, $500 cash app. I'm not kidding. I don't care. This is value. Listen, every time you buy one of these, you possibly save a life. We can get this out of evil's hands, guys. The military industrial complex. This is the lifeblood of the military industrial complex. This is the reason why this is sitting at half of its all-time high. David didn't touch on this today as far as what I'm telling you, but listen to what I'm saying. Every time you buy one of these, I don't care if it's a bullion or if it's a silver dollar, okay? You guys, and I have some of this, and if I have to sell this to pay my land payments, I will, which I'm hoping I don't, okay? But listen to me, guys. Every time they get 500 of these, this gives them the ability to kill. No, I understand oil is the lifeblood, but they have those ordinances to get all this stuff everywhere, and this fuels it. This fuels all the technology, and they're going back. No, Bitcoin's going to it's going to blow up, and then it's going to probably fall out from underneath itself to try to pull all the rest of this money out of the precious metals market. It's a CIA front, but you can make a lot of money on it in the meantime because there's already a massive amount of money moving into it. So can't stop it this time. I mean, look at what it's at prior to what it did last time at the halving. It's going to go through the roof. Possibly $1 million Bitcoin, but don't want even to make a dime off that CIA front coin. So, but you can if you choose. Just remember to pay taxes. And I'm not into paying taxes at all. But a lot of people are finding out that they made this money and they ran. And yeah, they're going to come after all these people for their taxes, guys, that don't pay for these. So if you make a bunch of money in Bitcoin, I recommend you make sure to allot enough to. This isn't economic advice. This is economic theory. So don't take me as an economic advisor. Consult your own economic advisor. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Every time you take one of these, you take it from evil that they drop on women and children. I'm a veteran, and we use this technology now. Think about how much of this is in a drone. Think about how many of these are in a drone that we fly over and see unalive women and children. No, gold and silver will never become useless. That's insane. Nobody, don't ever say that. This is there's been 4,000 currencies, paper, you can wipe your butt with, right? 4,000 paper currencies. Chinese were the first to try to do this in the 12th century. Every one of them has gone to its inherent value. You can wipe your tail with it. This has never gone to zero in the last 6,000 years. Gold and silver has never gone to zero. So that is totally incorrect. And then talk about using it for money. That's, what do you mean? That wasn't, you made some pretty, man, you make some pretty powerful statements, but then you fell off a cliff on me there. What happened there, nobody? This is money. This has always been money. If this was a piece of gold, I don't care where you went back in history, and I don't have gold, but if this was gold, a piece of gold, anytime in history, this will buy you the finest, like back at the time of Christ, this was valued 1 to 1. 1 to 1. Yeah, it's used. This is the most, this should be more than gold. This should be worth more than gold. And if a Bitcoin could be worth $69,000, which is just a 0 and 1 on a computer, and probably go to $1 million, probably going to hit possibly $250,000 before the end of this year. And I look at the cycles, guys. These are cycles anyway. So that's why people don't want this, because why would somebody want this when people, it's been sitting at 20? Yeah, whatever. If a Bitcoin could be worth $69,000, you can't tell me this can't be worth $69,000. That's a 0 and a 1 on a computer. That's a tangible asset that I can hold in my hand. Oh yeah, that's really silver. I can hear it. So you can't tell me that cannot be worth $69,000. And I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying, how could a 0 and a 1 on a computer? So don't get me started on Bitcoin. And people make a lot of money on Bitcoin. I'm not throwing shade on Bitcoin, other than it's a CIA front coin, and it's, Tashi Nakamoto. Oh, let's get out of here. It's all lies. It's all. But people have made a good living on it, guys. And right now could be a good time. I'm not an economic advisor. There's so much money with these ETFs flooding into the Bitcoin space that it is going to, all ships rise with a rising tide. So it's it will work. It's just to take money out of this market. It already took more money out of the market when it lost it last time, guys. So Bitcoin has already showed its face what it's here to do, but it doesn't mean people won't make money on this next run up. They make money on the upside and the downside, guys. But anyways, I'm not talking about Bitcoin. It's worth mentioning. It is worth mentioning. They're splitting this into ETFs. And see, well, that's why I don't like it, is that this all leads to that digital backed currency. So that's why I've never supported it, AI money. You know what I'm saying? Gold and silver will always be money. Look at the BRICS nations. They're showing that they're leaving all of this gold and digital crap behind. Let's talk about the BRICS. BRICS is proving that there's not going, yes, China has a gold backed digital yuan, but they're going to physical assets. You guys, if you're outside of this country, how many people are outside the US right now? This is used more than any. This is used in more. This is the most reflective, conductive metal on the planet. It's used in more applications than gold. It's more useful than more gold. It is more valuable in many ways. A lot more valuable. It's used in way more many things. It is a microbial, an antimicrobial, an antibacterial. I have these sitting in my water filters. I don't have to clean my water filters. They don't get the algae in them and nothing. The people used to put this in water to store. Has a massive amount of different properties. It's used in photovoltaics, solar. Look at the Chinese, how they keep doubling their solar output, or that they're producing every single year, all this new technology. So this is a silver dollar and a bullion coin. Just that's like a mercury dime. That used to be mercury, and then but it's made into a round. So these are money. These are considered money. Now listen, guys, if this was a silver coin at the time of Christ, or gold, it doesn't matter. Gold would buy you the finest toga. Remember, that was Greece at the time of Rome. 1 gold ounce would buy you the finest toga wrap that money could buy. You could get a nice big steak dinner and buy a bottle of wine with an ounce of gold. And you could take there any time in history. Any time in history. Okay? Any time in history. And it will always buy you that same. I go any time in history. What was this worth in the 1800s? Let's go up to the 1800s. No, it's not. Don't say that, nobody. That's not true. Don't say that. That's not true. People are going to make money on this run-up, and people already are. So that's a fallacy. That's 100% incorrect. People could change their life overnight, nobody. And yes, it's worthless. If the grid goes down, you ain't got nothing. I agree with you, but people are going to make money on this run-up, just like they did on every time it did last time. So don't tell people that's false. I understand intrinsically it's just a zero to a computer once the day, I understand. But people will change their lives and take some money and put it into that beast. I don't like it at all, but they can change their lives very quickly. Trust me, when Bitcoin gets at $250,000, people will be picking up their pennies out of their, couches and going through everything, trying to put get into a bit. You understand? Just because it's a bit of a part of a whole. So I understand the functions of what they're doing, but somebody nailed it earlier. It's leading this back to a central back digital currency to put everything to a blockchain so everything can be digitally tracked and traced. They don't want people having the ability to spend money and go pay somebody to mow your lawn or go to a garage sale. No, they want to track everything. Digitally track and trace every single transaction. So if we came, what was it in the 1800s? How much was an ounce of gold, guys? How much was an ounce of gold? How much was an ounce of gold in the 1800s? Does anybody know? How much was an ounce of gold? We are, Bill, but we can make it through this. Some of us, we're going to do fine. Come on, you guys can make it through this. Positive. I know it's a dark world out here. I want to give you guys something here I think is some real value. Serious, some real value. This is more value than this in my eyes, just so you know. We're just talking monetary talk, monetary theory. Don't take this as economic advice. I believe this will buy you more than this later. This $10 water filter, this is $25 right now, $30 almost with the premium. You could buy probably 3 of these. So you choose. This is just, we're having a little monetary theory. So check it out. This is, I believe, again, at the time in the 1800s, silver was valued right about $20 an ounce. $20 an ounce, guys. Okay. And that would buy you the finest suit. You could have a tailor come hand tailor to custom fit. You could take your lady out to a nice steak dinner and buy her a bottle of wine. Okay, so let's go up into the future today. I don't want to stop everywhere in the future. I'm going to show you that. I'm going to teach you something here, that gold doesn't go up. Gold always has the same price. Even if the price goes up to $5,000, $10,000, the price of gold has not risen. That is it catching up with the rate of inflation, because that bought you a toga, a steak dinner, and a bottle of wine to take your lady out at the time of Christ. We come up into the current time of the 1800s. Back it was about $20. It would buy you a suit. You can get that nice thick steak and take your bottle out, bottle of wine. How much is an ounce of gold right now? It's sitting at all-time highs. Everything is raising right now too, right? 2185 or something. It's leading, guys. Gold is sitting at its all-time high, as high as it's ever been, and prices are high if they've ever been. So if I'm not mistaken, $2,185 will buy you a nice Armani suit. Armani. And you could get a nice fat steak dinner and take your lady out to a bottle of wine, guys. Gold never loses its value. It's what it purchased. It's not a matter of, you guys, gold is a barometer of, Canadian Prepper said this the other day when I was watching him. Gold is a barometer of chaos. Listen to this, guys. This is amazing. Gold is a barometer of chaos, because as that chaos rises, so will the price of that metal. Because it's the safe haven asset. When people freak out about paper currencies and all, they go to a hard asset, land. Yeah, you can't print gold and you can't print land. They start going to assets. So this has always been the safe haven asset. Again, in the last 6,000 years, in the 12th century, the Chinese were the first one to do this paper currency. Remember, there was the greenback? This right here, the greenback, and every other 4,000 currency, this is money. This is currency. This is a debt note. This is an IOU. It's done nothing but lost 98% of its value since 1913. Yes, it has. It's lost of its purchasing power. Remember I said, silver does the same thing. Silver actually, gold leads out and silver has higher highs and lower lows. And at this sitting at half of its all-time price right now, silver's been $50 an ounce before, guys. During the pandemic, that silver eagle was $50. That was $50 for a gold eagle. This got up to, for a bullion, got up to like $32 or something. But again, this and every other paper currency, there's been 4,000 of them. They've all gone to zero. This and gold have never gone to zero in the last 6,000 years. Never. Never has gold and silver. You guys, the ratio right now is about 80 something. At the time of Christ, gold and silver were valued at 1 to 1. 1 to 1. So this is money. This is money. This is currency. This can't be money. In order to be money, it has to be a store of value. It has to be tangible, dividable, so you can make change. But this loses its value. You understand? So every time they print more of these, and they're printing $1 trillion every 100 days, guys, right now in this country. If I paid you $1 million a day, it would take me 360,000 years to pay you back $1 trillion. So every time they print more, it makes these worth less. And as soon as this manipulation comes off, you guys, don't take this. You just do what you want. I'm trying to explain to you, though, that this is money. And no matter what system, I don't care. This is the most widely recognized 1 ounce coin on the earth. It's called a silver eagle or a walking liberty. Okay? And you can take this anywhere on the planet and they recognize this coin. They call this money in China. They call this money. Okay? But I don't care if it's this US dollar, because this is a dollar, this is a dollar. What would you rather have? So I can take this anywhere on the earth, and this is just a piece of silver. It's bullion. It's bullion. It's not a piece of currency. This is worth $1. It don't cost you $1. These are like $35 right now. But this is just a piece of metal, silver, 999 pure. It looks like a mercury dime, but I can take this anywhere on the earth, and I could probably go to about 2 or 3 people and ask them if they'll give me some of their paper. And guys, I might have to talk to somebody on the street. I might have to go into a business. I might have to go back out, but I probably 2 or 3 people, and somebody will find they'll give me their paper for this. Anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this is money. You can't tell me they'll give you their paper anywhere in the world for this. And some places they call this money. Now, I want to explain to you, there are some people that are outside, like I believe nobody, I don't know where nobody's from. If anybody's outside the country right now, guys, David Devine has left the country, okay? And he has been traveling. He left and went over to Croatia, Europe. He's over in Taiwan now, right? Listen, guys, the people outside of America are buzzing right now. They are buzzing. You know what I'm saying? Buzzing about, they buy these little silver. You guys know what silver shot is? They're buying it by the gram, guys. Hear me out. They're buying it by the gram. Little tiny, like a little BB. And everybody, David Devine at Adapt 2030. Don't worry about his name. Adapt 2030. He's guys, he says all around the world, because he's been traveling right now, people are pouring into gold. And we see that. The central banks made it a tier 1 asset. Before the Basel agreements, guys, it only tier 1 asset on the planet was the US dollar or the treasury. And after they made the Basel III agreement, they made gold a tier 1 asset next to the US dollar. There had never been anything else. That's when the central bank started gobbling it up. They've been buying more gold than they ever have. In 2023, the central banks bought up more gold than they have in the history of the central banks. So the big money always moves out first, guys. And that's what we're seeing into Bitcoin, into some of these spaces. They have printed up so much money right now, so much money, it's got to figure out somewhere to go. And it will find a space. It's not going to go away. It needs to find a sector to try to make money in, guys. That's why we see all this big money moving in with these ETFs into Bitcoin. But the big smart money is moving into gold right now. Silver will follow. Silver will follow. You understand? So right now, the ratio is between like 80. This ratio is what you should be paying attention to, not the price. That is a tool of manipulation. These ratios will close back up. When it was a monetary metal, like if this was a silver quarter in 1964, the ratio between the two metals was 15-1. That means for every 15 ounces of silver, you get 1 ounce of gold. It used to come out of the ground at like the time of Christ, before modern technology and mining, at about 15 to 16-1. That means every ounce of gold they pull out 15 to 16 ounces of silver with it. Okay, that's right. That's the ratio. That was called the monetary ratio. Right now, with the mining that we have, because there's a deficit, there's now less silver coming out of the ground every year than there is for demand. It's about 7 to 8-1 right now. Now, silver is not something, it's a temporal metal, meaning it's like you have the epitemporal, I can't remember, it's like it's on the surface, like you have an epidural of your skin, it's on the surface, right? Service as a surface metal, finding metal deep veins of silver is a rarity. And we've already gone and got a lot of our, we have not been on this earth for just a minute. We have mined this earth for some time, and they've really mined a lot of the most of the easy picking, the low hanging fruit. Okay. So finding a silver is a byproduct of other copper, zinc, or other, iron. And this comes up with it, guys. And so, hey, we found some silver. Let's sell it on to the market. And that's how silver comes up 70% of the time. Finding an exclusive mine like silver mines in Mexico, Peru, that's a rarity, guys. Finding just a silver mine on its own is not something that, so gold separately, its own deal. Okay. I don't want to go into how much gold that I think there is. I'm just going to tell you, it used to be valued at 1-1 at the time of Christ. You could get an ounce of it, was priced the same. Value of any material is the only amount of good as you can get in exchange for it. That's true, nobody, but stop casting shade on minerals. I'll remove you from this chat. Don't cast shade on what I'm talking about, please. I mean, it's okay to play the devil's advocate. There's nothing wrong with that, but don't just cast shade. This has always been and has always been money, and everything else, all this stuff is just digits and credit. You can't say anything about that, can you? Yep. Just credit, an IOU, a debt note, whether it's digital or not. So this is money and always has been money. It's never gone to zero. Every other else thing that's ever been tried, they used to think that salt was a currency, brothers and sisters. They fought wars over salt. So again, the ratio right now is about 80 or something right now. Yeah, it's going to. Dennis, it's going to, because all the money from the big money is moving into these ETFs. I've been explaining this to people before this run up, and it's not done. It's going to pull back down. Remember, this is a cycle before the halving, and then it'll blow back up again. Okay, but there is plenty. Nobody, what the hell are you talking about? There's not enough in circulation. They just revalue it. You're way off. You're way off. You're pushing aside that there's not enough in circulation, and that is propaganda. That's horse pucky, camel dung. It doesn't. Bitcoin seems to be working just fine, and there's only a certain amount of that. Right. So the less it would be, that would bring the free market value of it back to where it needs to be. So don't say there's not enough of this. That's propaganda. They took off this back in the 1800s. Yeah, back in the 1870s, this was taken out. And then, remember, the gold standard, 1913, all the way up until Richard Nixon pulled us completely and closed the gold window. So there's a history to this. So it's always been money. It always will be money. They sold Christ for 30 pieces of this silver, okay? It was the first money in Scripture. The silver dinar cannot ever cast any doubt that this can all by itself stand alone. It has no third-party risk. None. No third-party risk whatsoever. You hold it in your hand and nobody can, there's no risk. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. So cool. No, just don't cast shade on it being, and there's not enough in circulation, because that's not true. That's them saying that. That's those talking heads. Why are they gobbling it up then? There wasn't enough of it. Obviously, you're watching, you're paying attention, nobody. You probably know who the BRICS nations have been paying attention to all they just put another 35 entries, guys, into this BRICS nation. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South. That's been going for 17 years. They have been draining all this metal from the west over to the east. The LBMA, the Shanghai Gold Exchange was paying more for metal, like almost $150 more for metal over there. If you had a lot of gold, you would load it up, get in an airplane, get it in your briefcase, and fly it over to the Shanghai Gold Exchange. Well, I believe that day's coming, nobody. I believe that day's coming, and everybody else will go on the digital system, and the rest of us will trade silver for lettuce, silver dimes, and sure, it will go back to that. Remember, it's always been money. This whole digital system and then all this paper crap and all this has only just been a fraction of time. This has always been money. It will revert back to this. Gold and silver have always been money. So it will go back. It will go back. It has to. You can remember how long as we've been doing this paper stuff? Only since the 12th century. You understand? This has always been gold, has always been money. So yes, it's a little bit, and stops, puts, stays, derivatives. I'm not saying don't participate in these markets, and you have a point. Where can you buy lettuce? You better go. Listen, you are 100% wrong on that, and staying here on this, not like that. Listen, there are places that you could probably right now, nobody, go form a relationship with your farmer, and he would take this. A farmer's going to take this for lettuce. Yeah, maybe not your store, but I bet you if you go develop a relationship with your local farmer, Mennonites and stuff, I know they'll take this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? If you went and developed a relationship with somebody, you get better food than the grocery store too. So you have a point. Can't eat it. They're not taking it to the store. They want zeros and ones at this point. But check it out. When they say, hey, we only take zeros and ones, you could say, I don't want to participate in that system anymore. You're not going to put me onto your beast system. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So you taking off there, Levette, or excuse me, Diana? Let me pull this. The earth has energy. Yep. So anyways, give me 1 second here, guys. I'm going to take off this sweatshirt. We're starting to sit next to the old wood stove here. So we're going to go over this real quick. Because I got something, again, I don't think I've ever heard anybody say, and I always bring it. I'll bring it. What are we going to backwards there? Oh, my hat on backwards there. That they drop 500 of these in each Patriot missile. There's 500. There's a monster box of silver in every smart missile, at the tip of every smart missile, to make it go and land and take off where it's supposed to land. And when it hits, it is decimated. It's not finite. It's gone. So every time, think about how many hundreds and, like I told you, satellites. This is the lifeblood of the military-industrial complex. This is why they've kept the price of silver down so long, because they need this in all their tech, switches, tanks, aircraft carriers, satellites, everything. This is why silver is so cheap right now, guys. At $25 an ounce, it was sitting at $50 an ounce before, twice in history. It even, a silver eagle got up to $50 during the pandemic, okay? But there's 500 of these in every, that's a monster box. You can buy a monster box of silver that's 500 ounces. Every time they drop that on somebody, guys, they kill how many people? How many people are unalive? Women and children. Every time, listen to me, brothers and sisters, every single time, if we can take one of these away from these dirty, filthy war hawks, like we just saw that State of the Union address where he knocked it out of the park, we need to get this out of their hands, brothers and sisters, and get this into our coffers. Every time you take one of these, you take one of these out the tip of a smart bomb, a smart Patriot missile. Get this in our coffers. Get this out of their hands. Now get food, buy a water filter, get your food, and don't buy any of this unless you actually have, a way to protect it. But if you can, every one of these you take away. No, he wasn't dazed and confused. He knocked it out of the park. Don't run cover for him now. Don't run cover. He absolutely knocked it. He only fumbled a couple words, and he didn't even have to go back and correct himself. I've been explaining that. Saz, that he's an actor. And his State of the Union speech was amazing. I think the guy's a pedo, and he's a pedo like Trump's a pedo. They're both pedos. So, no. He knocked it out of the park. Like I've just been telling everybody, I'm having my Noah moment right now, so let me have it. Yeah, I've been telling everybody on this platform he's an actor. And watch, he talks perfectly fine, and then he trips upstairs. It's an act, and he proves. So you can't ever say that he's Sleepy Joe again, or you're running Trump for creepy Trump, creepy the guy who decorates his house with Satan and then, calls himself a Christian. So, that's all I'm saying. I'm not political. He did exactly what I said he was going to do. I was like, you guys, this guy's an actor. How long did you guys hear me saying that? That's what I'm saying. Thank you. That's all I'm asking. Please, I ain't trying to fight with you guys. I don't want any of us to even vote for none of these clowns. They're all clowns. One's wearing this, So, but anyways, become your own central bank, guys. Vote with your dollar, There's more power in what you don't do right now. Okay, so these guys want to go take your silver from you and go kill people with it in other countries. All of them get a license to do that, whether they're this hat, red or blue. You know what I'm saying? So, but thanks for at least acknowledging it. You know what I'm saying? He's an actor, and I told you, how does he trip upstairs one time and fumble, and Jill's got to get him, and the next time so he just gave a 25-minute on-point speech. You should have listened to what he said. I mean, hey, let me quote him. Joe Biden, history's watching. Fake pretended, not really the elected, inaugurated, pretended. Joe Biden, history's watching. Somebody wrote the speech for him. Somebody they wrote his red speech, guys, but he delivered the speech properly without his fumbling and numbness. And you're running cover for Donald Trump if you call him sleepy, because it was Trump who called Mr. Warp Speed, who started and took that creep away from him, Creepy Joe, and started calling him sleepy during his campaign. So it's pretty sick. He's still Creepy Joe, right? And he's Creepy Trump too. Because I wouldn't, if I decorated my whole house with Satan, the sun god, Mithra, Apollyon, the devil, and come in here and preach the gospel as a Christian man, calling myself, would you believe that I was a Christian if my whole house was decorated with Satan? My motif, some people got Aztec, yeah. The sniffer, I'm surprised they haven't banned spelling bees and called them, now they have to be smelling bees, with their 2 + 2 = 5 nonsense. But anyways, guys, I appreciate it because he delivered the State of the Union, and he actually made some pretty big points there about, migrants, fun. America. Right, you get that right. That was one of my memes I made. If Joe Biden is elected, are our children not going to have smelling bees or spelling bees, or you're going to have smelling bees? And I had a picture of him, like he always is. So he is a creep, and Mr. Trump ran cover for him. So they're on the same team, Thank you, So moving on, guys. You can vote with your dollar. You know that? You can vote with your dollar. Again, like I told you, guys, listen how valuable. You could save a life by putting this in your coffer. Get this out of the military industrial complex hands, guys. I'm not telling you to go spend all your money. I said get beans and rice and a way to protect it and a water filter and, but then if you have an extra penny, hit me up on my Cash App, man. That might help a brother out. I just got robbed. I filed a police report. They caught the guy. I filed a police report, and I can't even get my own money back that I got stolen. So I vote for gold and silver, the new silver and gold, water and food. Why would I vote for any of these clowns? They're mass MAGA murderers. They get to actually, hey, I get to murder people through the militaries, and people will vote for that. I'm a veteran. I understand this. You understand? We go unalive women and children, not just men. So why would you vote for a MAGA murderer or bomb the living piss out of you? He got the Nobel Peace of Crap Prize, right? And yet he dropped how many? I'll bomb the living piss out of you. And Mr. Trump, look at his ordinance. Oh, he wasn't involved. Yes, he was. You don't pay attention. You believe the CP lie too, right? Oh, in America, you have to have a job and be unemployed and have to be participating in a job for a certain amount of quarters to be considered unemployed. So you never worked a day in your life, you're not even considered unemployed. They fudge the numbers with you guys, and half you guys that spit these numbers, you sound like zeros and ones. You're just spitting a propaganda, and you haven't done any research. Oh, we're not doing quantitative easing anymore. Well, go to the Fed's balance sheet, you silly gooses. Oh, they're still inflating the debt, huh? There's ways around there. You'll believe whatever you want. They can twist and change we're all gonna die. CO2. It's disgusting. So they do the same thing with currencies. They do the same thing with your propaganda. Don't let them push you like this, guys. This is money. This is toilet paper. And every one of these, and they're about ready to reset the system. And they're going to put you on a 0 and a 1, and this will never completely go away, but nobody's going to want this anymore. Trust you me, you would never want to take this, buy it with this, and have to trade it back for this. No, unfortunately, somebody stole my money, and I might have to take my silver that I have and trade it back for paper. But I never wanted to do that because I was planning on trading this 5-ounce bar, for like 25 loads of gravel so I can get some gravel back to my property. Because I think traditionally things are going to break down, and I'll be able to go barter this. Heck, that might buy a 1-acre piece of land. So I hope I don't have to, but whatever. I can't seem to get it doesn't matter. I did what I was supposed to. I spent 8 hours, 9 hours trying to get my money back after filing the police report. twice, and still they denied me. So what a bummer, man. So help a brother out if you can. I'll move on. I'll try to give you something of value. If you can, I got a Cash App link. But you guys, think about what I'm saying. There's only enough for everybody on the earth to have, if we divided all, how about watch this? This is pretty awesome. There's only enough on the earth for everybody to have 8 of these ounces. This is 5, 6, 7. Now I had another ounce, guys, but when I got robbed that day, well, I dropped my wallet. Somebody spent all my money, and now I filed police reports even after they caught the dude. Charged him with credit card fraud. I filed the police report, and I still can't get my money back. There's no way. It's not going to happen. So, unfortunately, I'm glad I bought into this because I might have to liquidate this, which I don't want to, but I never expected not to file the police report. Now, twice, 6 copies of it, and they still have denied me. So I'm not sure what's going on here, but that's kind of silly. But look, I had an eighth ounce here, but I had to give it to the guy because when I went into town, I went to buy dog food that day, and all my money got taken. So I gave him that so I could buy a bag of dog food. I would have 8 ounces, guys, but one of my ounces had to buy it for my dog food so my dogs couldn't eat. I had money for dog food, a burrito. I went to the Goodwill to buy, I got a water filter for 50 cents. It was that filters 120 gallons of water. That was a good deal. And a lid for my thing. I walked outside the Goodwill and dropped my wallet, I guess, and somebody picked it up and spent all my money. So I gave him that 1/8 ounce to pay for dog food. He gave me $40, and I gave him my buffalo round that Roadhound gave me from TikTok. So, so 8 ounces, if you divided the silver across the world, everybody would get 8 ounces a piece. So if somebody had 9, you're only getting 7. That's right. Did you hear what I just said? There's only enough. There's 500 of these in the tip of a smart bomb, guys, in a Patriot missile. 500 ounces, a whole monster box. So obviously somebody's not getting any. If everybody could only get 8, and there's 500 of these ounces in a Patriot missile. See why I want you to try to get these away from them, guys? If you have any ability to take these away from the military-industrial complex, guys, this is how we can stop this from dropping these on other countries. Please help me with this. I've never heard anybody say this before. This is kind of a revelation that I had here this morning. Because this truly feeds the military-industrial complex, and this is responsible for death. If you think about what I'm saying, with their smart, everything is getting smarter and smarter and smarter in war now. And when all else fails, they take you to war. Gerald Celente. And we're there. We're feeling, even if we don't go to war, we're selling all our weaponry to other countries. So they still need this. So see, even if you can't, you can take this away. Please take this away from them, guys. Please take this away from them. If you can get one away, that's $499. They might not have the one to make the 500. You have just stopped the Patriot missile from flying away. Guys, this sounds crazy, but this just hit me like a rock. Like a rock this morning. I was like, this is how we're going to do this, guys. And then you'll have your money back. Your money will be there. That is money. If you have enough of this, this is wealth. This is wealth. If you have enough of this, you could be wealthy. Yes. I never said you would get rich on this, but this will retain its value, and it always does. So, isn't that awesome, guys? Isn't that amazing? Isn't that sweet? Every one of these you take that from potentially dropping on the head of a child or a woman or a man in another country. I'm going to keep pushing this. I want to beat this into this platform now. I do kind of some, why do you guys insist on talking about drugs? You're filthy. Why do you all you do is talk about drugs? What's your deal with drugs? Why is this generation all they do is talk about drugs, being gay, or something? Do you understand what I'm saying, David? Thank you. I don't want to feed the trolls, but you guys, anytime we can take one of these away from this military industrial complex, you could potentially save a life. Pretty cool. Okay. So this right here, again, to me is something that might have to save my butt right now, guys. I don't have much of this, but it might just save my butt, you know, and I'm glad I have some of it. Well, see, look, Jacob, a lot of people don't even know where to get. I bought mine online. I have a relationship with my local coin shop. And if God forbid, I have to, maybe I can get some of you guys to help me out, you know. Atmex, JM Bullion, SD Bullion, there are reputable Miles Franklin, Andy Scheckman, Elijah K. Johnson, Dunnigan Kaiser. You can call them directly. They have some different shipping rates and stuff, but they have been in the business. Andy Scheckman is a representative for the U.S. Mint. That's kind of an elite thing. There are not too many people can distribute for the U.S. Mint, so I like talking about them. There are many places. Do not buy from eBay unless you've got a lot of experience. Don't buy from Amazon. Do not buy from these reputable coin dealers, and then look and see if you have a local coin shop. That's called an LCS. That way, not a pawn shop, because they'll buy your silver, but they probably won't give you as much money for it as your coin shop will. Don't buy from Tamu, thank you. Careful, buy from reputable coin dealers. Nobody's ever bought a piece of metal from Atmex and it is been not real. You want to buy from SD Bullion, JM Bullion, Money Metals Exchange, Monument Metals, Gold and Silver. Go see Mike Maloney at Gold and Silver. But the best place that you could, not always, David, David. If you know the current spot price, some of these coin shops or pawn shops don't bring their prices up fast enough, and that the spot price goes up and you get them a little under. But you do run kind of a risk. That has more. Yes, all the other countries right now are pricing gold more enormous on the other side of the drink. It's priced more at the LBMA, or excuse me, at the Shanghai Gold Exchange than it is at the London Metals Bullion Exchange. So it's already priced higher in other countries. So I'm not buying. I haven't bought any silver or gold in 2 years. So I don't even have a new Silver Eagle, and I might have to sell what I have because somebody stole my rent money and my land payments, and this will be liquid, so I can actually sell it in the future. So I don't want to. I have 3 days to come up with my land payments, and I've had a couple of people give me a PayPal, so I've gotten a little help. If somebody can help me, I'll take it. I think I can make it through this month. I thought I was going to make it, but again, I didn't plan on dropping my wallet and both of my credit card and my CashApp card being drained. So it happens. I filed the police. They caught the guy, charged him with the credit card fraud. I got the police reports, filed it with CashApp, and now they've denied me 2 times. I've got, a dozen hours on the phone with management and everything. They don't know what, but it's still just, I think I could sit there and spend another 100 hours and I'm just not going to get this back. So I decided to just leave it alone. And because it's pretty disturbing this morning to wake up to, the guy's like, don't worry about it, man. I've never seen anybody not file a police report and not get their money back. That's not, that's not. If he's been charged, just give it a couple days. It could take up to 45. First thing this morning, it came in. I was like, oh, cool. They got it done. I'm going to have something to add to what I denied again. I'm like, I filed a police report. I can't do anything else. So I came on here. Actually called my son for a couple hours and vented to him for a minute because I was a little frustrated. And again, I get a little frustrated. I just spent like 8.5 hours on the phone with them the first time, so. But anyways, I came in here and I tried to give some value. I spent 12 hours. I've been making this a full-time job, guys, a full-time job. So and overtime, 4 hours overtime. These last couple of days I've streamed 8 one day, 12 the next day, 12 the next. So I've been making a full-time job trying to spread the word. So let's not, I'm not going to try to over put myself, but I teach the word of God. I teach the gospel. And it tells us if you do find somebody that's, we're supposed to tithe to the church, but he doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. So if you find maybe somebody who is supporting the gospel, you're supposed to support them. So I'm not telling you have to, but that there is such things called a tithe. Malachi and the meat, I give people the meat. I don't feed you milky, watered down doctrine. I give you the true gospel, and I tell you I bring you to the narrow way. He brings you to the word, but I don't teach watered down. I teach how to study one word at a time. I give out very, very rare information when it comes to studying the word of God. It's not you don't find this in hardly any churches, Bible studies and stuff. So, I humbled myself for a long time, but I've had multiple people say, Tracy, you're my pastor, you're my teacher. And, I have somebody who wants to tithe to this ministry. It is grace and truth. I mirror Brother Jim's teaching. I was in there earlier, on the chat. Brother Jim's sick. And if no, I can't take place for Brother Jim, but I will mirror his teaching. When he passes, God forbid, please don't take Brother Jim away from us. We're not ready for that. There is no replacement. Nobody can replace Brother Jim, but I can mirror his teaching, and I can keep teaching what it is that he teaches. So I'm trying to just be a living testament of the word of God. So if you feel at any time, if you're a person of Christ and you love the word, I teach the difficult path. I teach the narrow way. I teach the true gospel. I mirror exactly predestination. So it's up to you. You guys, you can spiritually tithe too, I believe, by being a part of the body and coming out and just hanging out and edifying. It doesn't always have to be monetarily, guys. So if you have the ability, think about all the millions of dollars, brothers and sisters, that are tied to mega churches and a bunch of pagan churches. And I teach you the complete opposite. I give you historical biblical record that you've never heard before. I know biblical record and historical record that most priests and pastors, biblical, a lot of what I've been taught wrong. And that's why we're supposed to go back and edify each other with the word. So I've refined my teachings. And if it appeals to you, again, I can't, I just think about the thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars that pour into these churches every day. And they don't get taught the gospel. They get taught that other Jesus. So I will not teach you the other Jesus. I'll show you that there are more than one Christ in Scripture. I'm always going over biblical and historical history. Let me show you a little bit on what I'm talking about. This is called, they will throw their gold and silver in the streets. They will throw their gold and silver in the streets. Is that not, that's an event that's to come, right? When this is going to be worthless, correct? Do you understand? Here, let me show you how Christ speaks to me, and I speak to the church, and I speak to my body, I speak in parables. I'm the only one that's putting out this Alice sign and the eclipse and the details. If you haven't followed me already, I do decodes, and I go through all the imagery that the devil always inverts everything that Christ does and takes all the imagery. This is covering this event. I actually have this tattoo on my arm of this event back here. I don't know anybody on this earth that's covered this in the detail that I have, showing the coming and the release of this beast system. So I believe again that I'll make it through this. He's putting through me. I don't know why he would let somebody steal from me, but remember, I got $20,000 worth of stuff that got stolen from me down there. But difficult is the path. Difficult is the path that leads to eternal life. Narrow is the way. So sometimes we just need to fall back on the word. And so again, with this type of imagery, I've titled this description in this video is that they will throw their gold and silver in the streets. They will throw their gold and the silver in the street. That's an event in the future when this is worth nothing, correct? 103 of you in there. Let's get that. Somebody told me to start talking about this. Helps me, guys. Come on, your finger's not broken. Let me get a little salty with you. It doesn't cost anything to hit that button right there. It doesn't cost you anything to do that. You don't have to tie to this ministry. I'll keep teaching. It's not required monetarily, but can you help me out? And that's free. I appreciate it. Just help it get out in the algorithm. Maybe a couple more people will see it. So again, it says in scripture, I appreciate it, guys. It doesn't, I don't want to keep going. So Trinidad, nice. Whoa, on the other side of the drink. It's cool to see people from out there. Hey, are they buzzing over there in Trinidad about gold over there, Anthony? Because I want to have this discussion too. Yep, can't eat metal, can't eat gold. I told everybody to get beans, get rice, get all that before they look into any of this. So, are they buzzing there in Trinidad about gold there, Anthony? A little bit of everything, Taylor's. Lots of, hang in there. We'll cover, right now we're covering a little bit of scripture. It talks about gold and silver, and they'll throw their money in the streets. Ooh. All right, then we'll go on in here. We don't do none of that. We don't swing on that side of the fence. Thank you, Laura, for your subscription. So it talks in the Word of God. It says, we don't do religion in here, so I'm not a religion, guys. It talks about throwing gold and silver into the streets. They'll throw their gold and silver into the streets, right? Is that a future event? Is this a future event? That's the title of what I have on this description. No, gold and silver have never gone to zero, kinetic. So that won't happen. That won't happen. Never has, never will. But come on, guys. Is this a future event that they're talking about? They'll throw their gold and silver into the streets. Look at that, getting that little bit of a teen in there. I always feel guilty, enormous, for having any silver when I think about that. It's proof that this is money. It's proof that this is money. They sold Christ for this. Can I get that any more thick through your thick skulls? This is money. They sold Christ for, there's your parable. There's your parable. That is money. They sold Christ for 30 pieces of it. You can't tell me that's not money. If they sold Christ for 30 pieces of silver. Yeah, isn't it quite entertaining watching this Medford, this dog and pony show? I like those stacker bars. I used to have the one of those plugs, those 5-ounce buttons too, but my brothers ended up getting, oh yeah, it's a fake coin, huh? Nope, that's not a fake coin, Alexander. Up passes the sound check. Yeah, you would know a fake from a real one. So, Kazakhstan. All right, hey, anybody from outside of the country? Anybody from outside of America right now? They're buzzing, guys, outside of America. Nothing sounds like silver. That's called the ping test, guys. From London, England. Nice. Okay, Laura, are they? Well, I don't know, because David Devine, he's over in like He's over in Taiwan right now, and he's been overseas, guys, and they have been buzzing about gold. They buy little BBs over there. They're called like a bean. They have a name for them. And as he's been traveling around, because he left the U.S., he said the whole world right now outside of the U.S. is just buzzing about gold. It's at an all-time high, guys, right now. Gold is sitting at like 2180 something. You know, silver's lagging behind. Don't worry about it. It's doing what it's supposed to do. So it's leading out. It's doing what it expects. But guys, like in India, they wear their wealth, guys. They wear their wealth. You know what I'm saying? So in other countries, they're buying gold, guys, by the gram, like a silver piece of silver shot, like a little BB. Anything they can get their hands on right now. Anything they can get their hands on right now. No, people will never go to zero. Kinetics, stop throwing shade on gold and silver. You're passing fallacies. It will always have some side of value. So don't say that. Don't say it's going to zero. You're obviously have some kind of shade on precious metals, but it's always has value. And yes, you can eat it, and yes, you can, but don't sit there and pitch shade on precious metals. It always has value. So I'll keep my focus over you and show through historical record, you know, yes, you can eat it. Yes, you can, it's not beans, it's not rice, it's not, but it's always had value and it's never gone to zero. So don't say that, please. Don't make me time you out over lies. You've been in here a long time, Kinetic. Don't pass shade on precious metals. They've always had value. They've never gone to zero. So don't say that they will. They never have. So don't sit there and you're making a prediction like you're rubbing on, you want me to come in there, rub on your ball or something, or you're going to rub your ball and tell me lies. That's a lie. So don't say that. Never has and never will. Yes, there will be things that have probably more value, like a water filter, than this piece of silver, and you can't eat it. But I understand what you're saying. But you know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is, but some people just love to throw shade on precious metals. So it's not about that anyway. So listen, again, there's 500 of these ounces. They sold Christ for 30 pieces of silver. 30 pieces of silver. There's nothing wrong with playing devil's advocate, Kinetic, but don't say that it's going to go to zero. It never has. There's 500 of these. You can only have 8 ounces. Here's a total of 7. I had to give one away because when I got my money taken from my bank cards, when I dropped it, I had to give one away to buy dog food that day. I went to buy 5 bags of dog food. Well, anyways, I didn't have any, my money got taken. So anyways, I ended up giving this other one away. So it was only enough for 8 ounces. If you divided all the population right now, there's only enough for everybody to have 8 ounces each, guys. 8 ounces. That's it. There's 500 of these ounces in the tip of a Patriot missile. So if you have beans and you have food, which I would recommend in a way to protect it, and a water filter, then you could look at something like this. What I'm trying to explain to you, I'm going to keep talking about this. I'm going to do probably this show once a week at least, that if you take one of these away, you've now made it 499 ounces. And I don't know if they'd be able to make that Patriot missile take off. I believe it needs for the 500. It might be that 1 ounce could take that from killing women and children, guys. I love this. I love this. Okay, cool. Well, I understand that, but it's never been zero. Okay, so cool. Thank you, Kinetic. I just don't want anybody to think that, this has never gone to zero. It never will. Just like I don't think the dollar will ever go to zero. I don't think this will ever go to zero. It'll get almost worthless. It'll take a lot, but I don't think this will ever go to zero. But this in a different, intrinsic value. So thanks for having tough skin, Kinetic. You've been here a long time, so I know you don't have soft skin. Appreciate your time. Hey, Noah, you're going to sit there and predict it's fake silver, right? And so how do you do that? How do you predict it's fake silver? How do you have do you have like are you some kind of meter? It's pretty funny. So every time you take one of these away, brothers and sisters, you take one of these away, you take that from the military industrial complex. You take this from the military industrial complex, and they can't drop this on a child or a man of the fighting age, even that, and you save a life. You save a life. You save a life. If you can get these away from the military industrial complex, and this is the lifeblood of the military industrial complex. Are you hearing me? Let's get this back in our coffers, brothers and sisters, after we have food, after we have water, after we have community, after we have a way to protect ourselves. I'm not telling you don't have any right to buy any of this if you don't have a 2-year supply of food. Okay? A 2-year supply of food. No, silver is unique, and that person doesn't. That's the ping test. There are lots of other ways. So, anyways, you guys, I hope I don't have to sell this. I bought this hoping to never sell it because I want to bring up another point. You never buy this. You never buy this with this hoping to trade it back for that, guys. That's not how this is going to work. You don't buy this to get rich. This is not a lottery ticket. This is wealth. If you have enough of this in a pile, you could be wealthy. Yes. I didn't say rich. So I'm not telling you to buy this as a lottery ticket. If you buy this thinking you're going to get rich, you haven't bought it. You've not bought it for the right reason. You're buying this to secure your value. Look at how much stuff is inflated. Gold is going with the gold price never goes up. It doesn't, gold doesn't go, the price of gold doesn't go up. I don't care how much it costs you to buy. It's just going up because everything else is going up. Do you understand what I'm saying? The price of gold doesn't go up. Yeah, they have for some time. The price of gold doesn't go up. I don't care if it costs more. It's just keeping up with the rate of inflation, your purchasing power. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Everybody thinks the price of gold is going up. No, the price of gold is not going up at all in dollars, cents, in terms, but that's because you're losing your purchasing power. But gold is keeping up with that. Does that make sense? And it's legal tender. It is supposed to be printed by the Treasury without interest. So people think the price of silver or gold is going up. It's not going up. They're printing more money. Gold, guys, Canadian Prepper, if you're not following him, he's an amazing channel, does amazing preparedness. He said this the other day, and I thought this was pretty cool. He said that gold is an indicator of chaos, and the more chaos, because it's a safe haven asset. People always rush to gold and silver when stuff gets nutty, guys, because this will hold its value, right? No matter what system comes, this is always going to be worth something. They can go to the digital, they can go to whatever. That one can fail. There was a greenback, and they still were printing back at the time. At the greenback, they still had these, and that paper's not worth, but this still is from back then, right? So it doesn't matter which system. This is how you become your own bank. This is how you become your own bank. Yeah, I'm not an economic advisor. We're just going to call this monetary theory to cover my own butt here, guys. But you don't buy this to get rich. You'll buy this and probably trade this when land's expensive and people need to make money to get their payments. You're going to probably say, hey, I'll tell you what, I'll trade you this 5-acre bar. I'll trade you this 5-acre bar, right? 5-acre bar for that half an acre of land, because he needs to liquidate and get, this is worth money. He might trade this for money at that point because the dollars will be worth a lot. But most people I know who buy into this are never planning on trading this back for paper. You buy it for a debt note to buy an asset. You don't want to. God forbid if you have to, it will be there. Yep, community. Got to have unity. So this is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? You don't want to. No, you can't eat silver. Yes, we know that. If you want to cast shade, that's where we already said you have to have food. You have to have a way to protect it. You have to have a water filter. Yes, you can't eat bullets. You can't eat Band-Aids. Yes, we know that. Don't come in here and try to speak. I've been in the silver game for 30 plus years. I'll go on for 15, 20. I'll live stream for 24 hours straight just on silver. So don't cast shade. We're just having a discussion. Yes, you can't eat guns. You can't eat gold. You can't eat silver. But if you have all those other things, if you have a good supply, you could probably trade this. And what I'm saying is that you don't want to buy this for paper and turn around and, God forbid, have to. Yes, I put this in my water filters. It's in my big Berkey. I have one in each. See, I have another one because there's one in my filter. So, can I become a hit and get paid in silver? Maybe. Werewolves. Oh, I love silver. I'm new here. I have lots of cool. So I'm not saying gold is not. If you have a lot of money, the nice thing about gold is you can get like 85 of these ounces for 1 ounce of gold. You talk about putting a lot of value in a small space. Yes, it's an antimicrobial. I got some silver bugs in here. Cool. So the idea is to never buy it for paper and trade it back for paper. Does that make sense, guys? You're not buying this in like a lottery ticket to try to get rich. You know what I'm saying? If you happen to get rich and become a silver millionaire, it's not my fault. But when silver's $1 million an ounce, guys, the world is not going to be a very nice place to live in. See, gold is an indicator of chaos. And the higher the chaos level goes, guys, the more that gold price will rise because it's a safe haven asset. People always run to this when things get a little crazy. They always have, guys. So I'm not trying to give you, any economic advice. I'm giving you a little economic history here and, monetary theory, we'll call it. So, but this will always have value. People bought this and kept this and fought wars over this and put this in their coffers to give to their children, guys, to generations, because they knew this would hold their value and they could give it to their future generations. A lot of times throughout history, guys, people don't ever sell this metal. They give it to the future. Remember that? You know what I'm saying? Remember that? They would hold on to it because it would retain. That was their value. That's how they came. That was their worth. And that would be passed on. So if you want to cash out, get some land for it and do what you want, that's what I would trade that for. Maybe someday, if I can get myself through this month, because I got robbed and I don't have to sell that generator. I'm going to have to take that generator to the pawn shop, guys, here in the next couple of days if I can't get a couple of you guys to help me out here. But not required. I'll try to give you something to value if you can help me out. I mean, remember, hey, you want to save a life? You one of those? Hey, I just told you, if you take one of these away, every one of these you take away from the military industrial complex, guys. You take away from the beast system. I know, I'm a veteran. We unalive women and children with these things in other countries. All our tech requires this. You want to stop this future tech that they're about ready to lease? The average time on the battlefield right now, I think, is about 3 minutes because of tech, guys. It's insane how fast, if they wanted to, get rid of all this. And it took a lot of silver to get to that point with what's already in, you know. So if you want to stop that, I'm about being peaceful and meek. You know what I'm saying? Some coins worth more by the years. That's why it's good to buy into it. No, you don't buy anything that's worth more because of the year. You never buy that way, Hung. That's called numismatic value. And nobody's going to care that this was $50 for this US coin at the time of the COVID, and this was 30, 32. If they were just asking to trade groceries for it, nobody's going to give you that $50. That might be a rare coin that's worth $5,000 because it's got some special little air mint. And when things break down, nobody's going to give you no $5,000. They're just going to give you the same price as this. So that's called numismatic value. Numismatic. Anything over the weight, which is in metal, it's a rare coin. It's got a super mark on it or something. That is called numismatic value, and nobody's going to care about that. Now, sure, but as things break down, all they're going to want to get is the weight out of it. All they're going to want to get is the weight out of it. They're not going to give you what's just called numismatic value. That just shapes itself. What do you mean, how do I shape my hat so good? It just does it all on its own. That's what happens when it gets stepped on and wore in. It's a real cowboy hat. So it just shapes itself. Remember, there's probably some sheep poop on it somewhere still from Henry. He liked to, wow, even thought it was rare and worked. So weight is real money even since ancient times. Silver is money. Do I have any JFK $50 silver coins? No, 50-cent pieces. No, I don't. I have some Benjamins, a couple Benjamin 50-cent pieces, but that would be anything 60. You guys remember anything that's 1964 or older? Anything that's 1964 or older. You don't give me no money for my delusional lectures. I'm not giving anything in any valuable. Don't take money away from the silver. Just keep letting the military industrial complex keep buying this silver and killing women and children. Good for you. Yeah, good for you. Don't listen to this guy's lectures. Don't try to get your coffers full of food first, water, and the way to protect it. And then take some of this away from the military industrial complex so they don't kill women and children. Now, don't listen to me. Don't listen to my lectures. Keep letting the military, keep letting these rich principalities, power, spiritual wickedness go kill your children with this. Yeah, they do. They send our people in America over with this in the tech to kill women and children in other countries. So if you can take this away from this lifeblood of the military complex, you could probably save a life with this, guys. I can't believe I didn't even think about this. I can't believe I didn't. There's 500 of these ounces in the tip of a Patriot missile, guys. That's a whole monster box. That's a whole monster box right there. 500 of these is a monster box. 500 ounces in a monster box. Every time they drop one of those on women and children countries. Okay, so the title is, they will throw their gold and silver into the streets. They will throw their gold and silver into the streets. Does that mean this becomes worthless? Is that what the scripture is telling us? Is that what the scripture is telling us? This will become worthless? They'll throw their gold and silver into the streets. It's already happening, brothers and sisters. It's already happening. Everybody, I can't believe I didn't get this earlier. That's right. 500 at a time, Kinetic. 500 at a time. They're already falling in the streets, in the tech. They use some gold, too, in some of those missiles. Yeah, I understand that, Thirst, but you got to have it to get to buy and be wise until the meantime. Yeah, you don't take nothing with you. You go back to the dirt, go and cast shade. No, don't be wise. Don't put up any extra oil. Just sit around and do nothing. Says that's ignorant. It's ignorant. So every time you take one of these away from the military industrial complex and you put it in your safe, guys, you could potentially hold the money you have, because remember, it's not going to lose its value, and you take that away from the military industrial complex. That could kill a life. That could be responsible for taking a life of a young woman, a child, or the man of fighting age. I'm going to pound this into your head until you go buy beans and rice and a water filter and a way to protect it. So you're like, man, I got to get one of those. I do. I want to take away. That guy's got a good point. That guy's got an amazing hypersonic silver. There's a good way to put it. Hypersonic silver. Kinetic said it first. He gets to take credit for hypersonic silver. Hey, you guys own any of that hypersonic silver? You know, that stuff that flies around in missiles and drops on women and children? Does that make sense, guys? This is epic, guys. What we're covering right here is so awesome. You guys are so awesome to be a part of this first time that this stream is being done. I'm gonna beat this into your head until you say this in your sleep, like Brother Jim says with the word. Yeah, keep pumping your drugs usage, Devo. We know what you do. So get some of this out of the military industrial complex, guys. They fund everything they do with this. They fund everything they do with this, guys. They could not fund the military industrial complex without having silver. It's in every switch. It's in every circuit. It's used in there's 500 of these ounces. This is 5, right? So times what? To make 500 of these ounces in the tip of every smart missile. 3 to 5. I want to know why casting it into the street. What's the context? Well, they're already doing it. They're throwing 500 of these into the streets of every nation that we've gone over. Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait, Syria. Come on, guys. This is how we can beat them, guys. This is it. This is going to work, man. If we get enough people doing this, we take enough silver, they cannot keep funding this lifeblood of the military industrial complex. Yes, through using weapons. You got it, says. They dropped 500 of these on somebody, on a city, and the streets all over the world. It's already happening. I cannot believe I didn't get this sooner. I'm a vet. How did I not figure this out? This is beautiful, guys. You're being a part of something I don't think that's ever been done right now. I don't think anybody's ever. Can you make a video for me? It's happening all over the world. How many? Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan. Look at all these. Every nation has a military, and they all use this. Well, right now, that's about $35, I think. About $30, I think. And this is about 27, 28. I'm not sure if the premiums. I haven't bought a piece of silver in years, guys. I don't even have a new Silver Eagle. This is the last time I bought a Silver Eagle was 2020. So I actually haven't bought any metal in 4 years. Oh, well. It's okay. I'm probably going to have to sell the metal I have, but that's why I have it. I just didn't want to sell it. I wanted to trade this 5-ounce bar for 25 loads of gravel from the guy who sells gravel in town when nobody has this and everybody wants it. The fear of missing out. Then I'm going to go say, hey, do you like silver? You got some silver? Yeah. Well, I'll trade you this 5-ounce bar if you'll bring me 25 loads of gravel, and I can actually put gravel and not walk around out here in the mud and have to have 7 or 8 years to drive 80 acres in on my driveway way back here off the grid. And you can buy gold. You can buy gold. But gold is at an all-time high right now, just the world. It's at an all-time high. It's a good buy still, I believe. But This is sitting at half its all-time high right now. Silver was at $50 before. This coin was $50 during the pandemic. It's back down to $30 right now. Silver was in 2012, silver was $50 an ounce. Back in the 80s, silver's $50 an ounce. What's it doing sitting at $25 right now? This is the most undervalued asset ever in the history of mankind. Gold always leads out. Silver makes higher highs and lower lows. So there's more money to be made because actually the ratios, don't pay attention to the price. The price doesn't matter. Watch the ratio. The monetary metal, like when it was in our like a silver quarter in 1964. That's right. Twitch, you got it. There you go. So you hold it and try to trade it for something. You don't want to sell it back for money. So cool, Taylor. Then you get it. Even if Taylor's the only person that gets what I say about it, maybe you can go spread this message for me, Taylor. Take this and run with this, man. Please take this and run with this. If you can get more of this away from the military industrial complex, then we can save lives, guys. And you'll have something to hold on to. You know what I'm saying? Definitely have the beans. I'm going to keep going over this. Have the beans, have the rice. You can't eat it. But if you can get it away from the military industrial complex, we can stop this from falling on other countries. How many times you ever guys seen one of those people and they're blowing those people up on the ground in black and white? You ever watch one? They're hard to watch. You ever seen one of those videos where they're just sitting there and they're just blowing people up? Does that make sense? You ever seen one of those? They've got some kind of tracking system. Think how much silver it takes to drop all those ordinances on that tracking system. You could take that out of that tracking system, guys. Does that make sense? You could get that out of their hands. And so they don't have it. I've never seen this talked about, guys. I've been doing silver for 30 years. I cannot believe I didn't get this sooner. This is the coolest thing, man. You know, silver is an amazing metal. It's used in photovoltaic, solar. It's used as medicine. It's used in clothing. It's the most reflective, the most conductive metal on the planet. It has way more uses than gold. It will someday potentially be more valuable than gold. There's nothing wrong with gold because you can get 85 of these pieces and smash it into one piece of gold. So you can put a lot of money in one. Gold is never not worth money. You know, it's always, but there's no room where even if gold goes up way high, guys, even if gold goes up way high, silver's going to chase it, guys. If gold, and I'm not saying if this was a gold ounce and it was worth $10,000, well, the ratio is going to catch up if that went back to 15 to 1. If this was 10, somebody do the math. If this was $10,000 and it was a piece of gold, and the ratio monetarily has always been 15 to 1 in the history of America, when it was in our money, like a silver quarter, a silver dime, or a 50-cent piece, like somebody said, a Kennedy half dollar. If silver was 10,000 or if gold was $10,000 and the ratio went up to 15 to 1, what does make that silver coin worth? What would that not? What is the ratio then? What is the price of that? If this was I don't have a, I wish I had a gold buffalo. They're my favorite. I wish I had a gold buffalo, but never had one. But so what would that make that today? No. Gold is not more rare. No. Yeah, we all know you Bitcoin pumpers, but you're going to go to zero someday, and that's fine. So you can pump your Bitcoin in here, but we know people are making money on Bitcoin, but don't compare Bitcoin to silver in this chat. I'll ban you for 24 hours. Just don't compare the two. They're not the same thing. You're comparing a 0 and a 1 to a tangible asset. So if Bitcoin has been, $69,000, then that cannot be eventually $69,000 for something I can actually hold in my hand. And when yours goes to 0 and you got nothing because it's just a 0 and a 1, and I'm not saying that you can't make money on Bitcoin. I'm not a Bitcoin shade on Bitcoin. I've never bought it. I don't want it. My son came to me when I was going and sold a motorhome. I had $3,000 and I was going to go buy $3,000 worth of silver. And he said, Dad, will you buy these 10 coins? You never listen to me. You never listen to me. Please listen to me. I'm younger and, if you don't hold it, you don't own it, son. The internet's going to go down and blah, 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 conspiracy. But, and I lost millions, right? That was 300 a coin. I could have bought 10. So I don't care. It's a CIA front coin. But guess what? People have taken their gains and put them into silver and gold and made money and changed their life. So cool. Bitcoin is an awesome way to change your life much quicker than gold and silver. Yes. But I believe one day when that's worth anything, this will still have value, just like it always has. And if the Bitcoin could be worth $69,000, so can this. So what is the ratio? No, it's not more valuable. They valued, that's a manipulation. Gold and silver used to be priced 1-to-1, guys. In the 12th century, if that was a piece of gold and silver at the time of Christ, it was valued 1-to-1. Don't talk out the side of your neck. Silver is more valuable than gold. You'll see very soon. It has more usages. It has way more uses. There's the same amount of silver and gold sitting on the surface. We can't count what's in the ground. Stop talking out the side of your neck. Propaganda. You've been watching too much, I don't know. There's a lot of talk in the news about gold and silver, isn't it? Boy, it's about when it starts coming out that price goes up. So if the ratio, if this was a silver ounce and this was a gold ounce, come on, somebody get a calculator. And this was $10,000 and the ratio closed back to 15-to-1, because that's what's going to happen. Stop paying attention to the price. It's a tool of manipulation. Pay attention to the ratio between the two metals. That's going to close. It always does. I'm helping you out. It's 80, what is it right now? 83, 84, 85. You can find 85 or something of these ounces to 1 ounce of gold. Gold's a great way to have a bunch of money packed into a small place. Don't swallow it, poop it out later. I don't swallow coin. But anyways, you could. So don't pay attention to the price. That's a tool of manipulation. You're not going to care if you paid, if this is $100 right now. So 89.3-to-1. Wow. So no, we're going to go to that. It's 89 of these. You could get 89 of these because gold is actually leading out at an all-time. Almost 90 of these, guys, right now. 90 of these. 90 of these for 1 ounce of gold. So if the ratio closed up between the two, and this was 10,000, this is 10,000, and it doesn't matter what this is. If you bought it at 10, 20, 30, 100, $200, I'm just trying to, $10,000 gold is not in the works. We're talking about $250,000 Bitcoin, guys. Come on. Let's work with this here. We're just monetary theory here, okay? Come on. Somebody put it in the calculator. I've asked this for a couple minutes. One of you guys can help me out. I don't have a calculator. I'll do it if you guys won't. I've got one right here. Come on. Let's be interactive here. Let's work together. I'm trying to show you. This is 10,000. I'm not saying it will be, but if this was a gold coin, it went to 10,000 and we were paying attention to the ratio, what would make that piece of silver worth? 15. 10,000. 15-to-1. It's been 15-to-1 before. Even if it goes to 3,000, it's going to catch up, the ratio. It will always do that, guys. It always has. You could buy 89 of these right now, and the ratio has always been 15-to-1. That's because of the manipulation they've done with the COMEX market and all the futures contract. They're all shorting that market anyways right now, guys. So I hope you paid attention here. Do I need to do the math myself? I will if I have to. Come on. Somebody help me out here. Doom, 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 doom. $10,000 for a gold ounce. That's not far off. Come on, a Bitcoin to 0 to 1 could be $69,000, $70,000. That could be 10. Okay, you got it. 600. Somebody actually did it earlier, huh? So, man, right there. There's your man. $666 at 15 to 1. So, you can play around, make it 8, make it 9, guys, but the ratio between the two metals is what you need to pay attention to. Because when the price goes up, silver is going to catch up, guys. Silver actually throughout history has higher highs. Higher highs. It will make more money than gold. It always has. Yes, they are. Yep, they are, Kyle. That's a good investment. That's liquid too. I believe that's a good investment. Very solid investment, and liquid as well. You can always. So you can't eat it. Oh, you can't eat guns. I know, but you got a way to protect your silver and your food, right? So, you guys, these are ratios that close up between the two eventually. And again, historically, in our paper currency, there is no metal. And so they can keep printing this until infinity. It costs money to take money out of the ground, silver out of the ground. So there's a process. So we cannot say, well, this is what's in the ground. We need to focus what's on the surface. Right now, there's about the same amount of silver as gold on the surface. There has been a deficit of silver for the last 3 years, meaning there's been more demand because of photovoltaics, solar, and all that, with about 200,000 to 300,000 ounces that they're short. Well, that might have been more than that. It's not true. Okay, so I think there will be an apocalypse in the future. We're in the apocalypse right now, Taylor Cavern. There's no apocalypse is not what you think. You need to redefine the word apocalypse. You're speaking about some kind of Armageddon event. So we already entered the age of Aquarius in 2020, which started the revelation. We lived in the age of Pisces, which is deception. We're not in the age anymore. Revelation means to reveal, to reveal the lies, the truth, to lift the veil. That's apocalypse and revelation mean the same thing. You're just using the worldly term of it. So I'm just trying to help. You know that I'm just trying to help. I'm trying to take this knowledge. Somebody's going to pull one of these pieces of silver away and save a life. This is smart, man. This is the smartest. Take that money away from that. Take that silver away from that smart. And this is, you live next door to me. How come everybody says that? I'm at your front door. I live next door to you. Am I supposed to be scared of that? God 19? Come on down. Come visit me. Come say hi. I don't have any neighbors, so what are you talking about? How foolish do you look there, Cod? I don't have neighbors, Cod. What do you mean? I don't have any neighbors. How ignorant does that look? So tell me what your house looks like, Kyle. What's your house look like? So which direction are you from me there? Because now Kyle lives next to me too. So Cod God lives next to me. Now Kyle lives next to me. Thank you for giving me a perspective. Cool. Let me feed the trolls for just 1 second, guys. They need fed. They haven't been fed at all. You guys hit that like button for me if you could. Helps out the algorithm. It'll get the live out here. We'll be on here for another hour or 2 or 3. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't have a time limit. So we have a lot to cover here this evening. Kyle Rittenhouse. Cool. Thank you. It's a Mintonka hat, leather hat. It's bendable, all that good stuff. It takes whatever shape you want to. It just kind of takes its own shape, though. I have a black one here. I'll probably be wearing a little bit more as the weather breaks. So, but you guys learning anything? You got any questions about silver? Anything I've covered so far? Again, silver's not a lottery ticket, guys. You don't buy this in hopes to get rich. You buy this to make sure that you can retain the value of what you have. It'll help you keep become your own central bank. This is how you become your own central bank. So I do want to tell you guys that across, the nations right now, well, Kyle, right now, silver is sitting at 89. You could buy 89 of these for 1 ounce of gold. Gold is sitting at the highest price it's ever been. The highest price it's ever been. So silver is sitting at half of its all-time price. So silver is way undervalued right now. So there is more gain in silver to be made right now than gold. No matter what, silver will always catch up. So silver it thrashes around. Gold is very steady. Little bit and it's always risen. Silver thrashes around all over the place. It's much more volatile, but it does make higher highs and lower lows. Yep, that's Mr. Pants. Mr. Pants. And but it does make lower lows. So it will come down lower and higher. And so there's more money to be made in silver right now. In the silver market, it is the most undervalued asset on the planet right now. I live in Silver Lake. Yep, Silver Lake. In the high Oregon desert outback, out here at Silver Rock Ranch. Get it? Silver Rock. That's play on words. They don't find silver rocks, guys. That's not a thing. Off topic. How do you stop a 5G cell tower from being put up in a residential neighborhood? Get out of the neighborhood, gold mine. That's how you stop that. Silver $half are usually better to buy. The troy ounces, I noticed, don't go less than $20 an ounce. Huh, interesting, Riley. But make sure you're not buying, Riley, make sure you're not buying, 64 to 71 where they're 40% silver. Anything that's 64 or older, Riley, will be 90% silver. Like this coin right here, this U.S. Mint coin. It's not, this is pure silver. This is 90% silver. So make sure you're not buying halves that are 40% silver. Anything from 64 to 71 is 40% silver. So make sure you're not coins, should I save them or sell them? Okay, what I would do, Regina, listen to me on this. If you have some coins like that are worth more than their weight, that have what is called numismatic value, meaning that they're worth more than their weight. Let's say this is worth $35 right now. It's worth $35, but it's a really special one because it, like, her arm has like a little air, or it's a double die, or it's a special mark on it that's got like a special mint mark. That is called numismatic value. I would try to get all my money out of numismatic value. That's collectible value because it's a rare coin. It's not just the weight. And what I would do, this is just, I'm not telling you what this you asked, this is just a suggestion. I'm not giving economic advice. But I would go chase weight right now. I don't care how rare it is, because if that coin is worth $15,000, and it because it was rare, when things transition and break down, nobody's going to care if that's worth $15,000. They're just going to give you the same one as the regular one that's not special. You understand? So if you can right now, what you need to do is go to a local coin shop. find your local LCS. That is going to give you the best dollar, the most amount. They'll give you the most amount for that collectible price. They won't try to screw you over. You're going to go back and sell metal to them later. They're always going to, you guys need to be, this is very important. Please listen to me. If you're interested in precious metals at all, you need to, it's fine to buy it online. You got to wait to get it in your hands. Sometimes you got to wait for shipping, right? For it to come and get to your door. But if you go buy it directly from your local coin shop, your local LCS, you can buy it right there. And normally the premiums are very close. Sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less. So what I'm trying to say to you is if that coin is worth $15,000 right now, because it's a very, very rare coin, and I don't know what you said, you had a family member gave you a bunch of the silver. Get out of that value, the $15,000, because that's just one coin, and go buy as much weight of the regular ones as you can. That's my advice of what I would do right now, because I don't think that people are going to care about rarity, if that makes sense, okay? So if you got something that grandma or grandpa or whatever, and they might be kind of rare, you might have one in there that's worth a lot. The rest of them might just be regular, just worth their weight. But you might have one that's worth a bunch, and I would rather have a bunch of metal than just a rare coin. If that, does that make sense? I don't know who said that again. There you go. Warehouse. Oh yeah, sure, Yeshaw, you do. Yeah, you got a warehouse full of them. Yeah, you're a liar, and the devil is an accuser, and you do the works of your father, the devil. Yeehaw. I know that nobody would come on a YouTube that has a warehouse full of silver and say something so stupid. Okay, cool. Did you say that, Regina? You see what I'm saying? But find your local coin shop. And the reason why you guys want to find your local coin shop, because look, I'm going to say this right now. Did I give anybody some value? Did you find any value in anything I said? Please help me out right now. I ended up getting lost my wallet, and they drained my credit cards. So I have 3 days to pay my land payments. At any time, if I give you anything of value, I have a donation to CashApp button. So I might have to sell this silver. You guys may never see this silver again. It's a lesson learned, guys. And I bought this silver to pay off my land. That's why I bought silver, is to pay off my land. I bought silver to, like Louisiana Purchase. I just want to pay off my land. I don't want to become rich. I don't want to make money on it. I want it to pay for my land. God forbid I have to take this in right now because it is liquid and I can go get my money from my coin shop and I'll pay for the land. It just sucks because I was hoping to save this when the ratios come back together, like I told you, and maybe just call up my guy, the landowner, and say, hey, do you have any silver? No. Are you interested in silver? You got some silver? Yeah, I see. Remember that parcel I got? I actually got 2 parcels from you. You know, the one I've been paying on 10 years, I want to pay that one off. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if I send you money, will you buy silver with it? Oh, what do you mean there, Kyle the cat? What do you want me to buy with it? No, at this time, I just need to probably get through my land payments, and then I'll probably buy some stuff for more people out here to fix the cabins up, to keep trying to invite people to come out here and live off the homestead. Maybe I'll buy another wind turbine for somebody or something, you know, another charge controller so I can help a brother out. So I try to help people whenever I can, guys. So I try to give, guys. I spent 12 hours, you know, a day in here for the last couple of days, 10 on the one day. That's more than most people go to work all day. And I'm just giving advice all day long, not financial advice, but, you know, what's going on in my life. So if you have the ability, and you can help me out with, there's a link in the Cash App description. Like I said, I bought off the internet, Carmen. It's let me show you. I've got another one here. Because everybody needs a good hat. They're about $60. Between some countries, they're a little more. thanks for coming in. This isn't a new one. This one's been broken in, but obviously it's not as well broken in as this one. They make them in black. This hat gets pretty hot in the summer. This hat doesn't get nearly as hot. There is a major difference between this hat and this hat in the summer. It is made by Mintonka, the leather company. I probably can't. You ain't gonna see that, are you? Probably not. I don't know where that went. Uh-oh. I don't know. I lost it. But anyways, it's a Mintonka hat. It is shapeable. Again, it's got a wire brim. So I've had this one for a lot of years. I really enjoy it. And they make it in a lighter color too, which I might consider. So if you ship me some money and I can get my bills paid, I might go buy myself a light colored hat for the summer. I like this one in the summer, but I bought this one and it's too hot to wear in the summer. I can wear it during the winter. I wear it, sometimes when it's not as cold out. But this one's hot. This one gets hot. You can see obviously it's black. Does that make sense? So anyways, but they're nice hats. They're nice. They got a nice band on them. They hold up real well. Like I said, I have beat the crap out of this hat. I mean, I have stomped on it and it's been run over. It's blown, 20, 30 acres over that way, caught a wind, had to go chase it down in the sagebrush. It's got pooped on and you name it. They're good hats though, because every man, and lady, I think that would look good on a lady too. Can you guys imagine a lady wearing that hat? That'd be oh man. Woo woo. I don't mean to go there, guys, but that'd be pretty sexy. I'd like to see my wife wearing that hat right there. Should look good on a lady. I think that's both a man and a lady's hat. What you think, guys? And I'm not into none of that cross nonsense. It's an abomination for a man to put on woman's clothing. It's an abomination for a woman to put on man's clothing. So that's what it is. It's a dark. You got it. So, but I think that make a nice lady's hat, and it's a good durable hat because I know some of these ladies in this day and age are some pretty rough and rugged women too. They work their tails off. Cowgirls. Woo! Don't get me started. Never mind. But anyways, I want to be a cowboy. I am a cowboy. But anyways, can't just be a cowboy. You got to live the lifestyle. So, but I'm 50. Yummy, see me. I had this picture the other day. I showed this to Lavette. She's like, no way. And then I misinterpreted what Lavette said. I've never shown this before, but let's do this just for giggles. You want to see me shave off? I think it's in this picture here. You want to see me shave off 30 years, 20 years? Look like I'm almost 30 or something like that. Let's see me show you. I've only shaved my face ever just a couple times in my life. Not too many people have ever seen me with with my face shaved. I always have a mustache or a goatee or something, some kind of facial hair. She got out of the military. I'm like, oh, I don't want to shave no more. I don't want to shave no more. Where did it go? Oh, there we go. Okay. Hey, cowboy. Hey, Liquid, you want to come out here and see the farm? I'm at Silver Rock Ranch there. What is with you guys with your gay talk? Why do you guys always talk about gay? Why is everything gay, gay, gay? Why do all you guys talk about is you've been watching too much Brokeback Mountain or something, I think, huh? That's your problem. So, all right, here's me without any facial hair. And this is a very rare picture. I didn't even know I had this picture in here. But this is me, what I look like if I didn't have any hair on my face. So if you're trying to be my wife, no, honey, I ain't shaving my beard for you. Yeah, I look a little younger without the facial hair, obviously. So anyways, Yeah, that's last year that picture was taken. So that picture's not that old. So I can shave off he can shave off a few years. So, but okay. I want to show you something else too, guys. Let me see here. It's Santa Claus. I go from Santa Claus to that. Isn't that crazy? Go from Santa Claus to that. Look, how do you do that? I'm a man of many hats. So, thanks for coming in, guys. Appreciate everybody who's hit that. See, that's the same thing. What is up with you guys? Everything is gay. What's this generation? Why do you guys talk about being gay? What is the thing? Have you been programmed, Christina? Why did you say that? Let me ask you. We'll feed the trolls here because you all say the same thing. Oh, hold on. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I want to wonder, maybe we can get one of the responders. We'll talk about it for a second. No, somebody else will come in. Don't worry about it. They'll say the same thing. They'll all say the same thing. They say the same three things. They talk about drug usage, being homosexual, or what is the other thing? They've been programmed. They all say the same thing. Oh, you again. Oh, well, you didn't have to click on your fire dragons. You can leave. Well, that too, but it's like all I'm bringing up, point guys, I'll show you if you just stay in here for a while. They all say the same thing, or defiance, like Arky's like, okay, well, now I'm going to take what he says and be defiant. So that's the other thing. They have to be defiant. They have to be defiant. They have to do or what it is. I know what it is. They love to see you in pain. So they're going to come in here, and I understand people are just trying to have fun or whatever, but their whole intent is to cause a disruption. You know what I'm saying? They want to disrupt the chat. They want to say something so stupid and so off the wall, drugs, gay, or, you know what I'm saying? But then they want to laugh at your pain. See, I got him riled up. He's upset. And then they laugh. So I remember my son's in this chat, and his mom used to, when he was struggling with something, she would laugh at him, and it hurt him a lot, guys. He didn't like that at all. I wouldn't do that to him. I wouldn't, if he was struggling with something, I'd try to help him. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's immature. You know what I'm saying? I just saying, but these people have been programmed. And actually, before my son came on here, I talked about it being the younger generation. He says, Dad, you got a point there, but a lot of these people were probably not as young as you think. They're not as young as you think. They're not just kids. So this is obviously something that I don't know how they're getting people to be so defiant. Because I understand, like, come in, ruffle some feathers or whatever, but it's the one that really bothers me is the one that, where did it become so cool to see somebody struggling? Or like, oh, I got him upset. Ha, 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 LOL, laughy face. You know what I'm saying? Where did that become, yeah, it's okay. That's a good way. Emotional vampires. Cool. They're trying to drain. Good answer there, Eric. They're trying to drain your emotion. And so I think it's kind of funny because, if you just address them at all, they're like, oh, see, I got them going. Ha, 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 ha. So that's the generation right now, guys. I call it defiance is the new cool. They got to be defiant. They got to show they're the opposition. They got to act like devils. They got to act like Satan. They got to act like the adversary. They're not being righteous. They're being unrighteous. So it is immature. They're not sevened. Obviously, they're still very immature in spirit, and it doesn't matter how old they are. I'm glad I had that discussion with my son because he's like, Dad, come on, they're not that old. A lot of them are probably not that old or not that young. He's probably were, older. So, power hour, huh? So, but anyways, I won't address them anymore like that. My moderators keep them this chat pretty moderated if you guys come in here. So, anyways, I hope you guys are finding some of this some value. I really think what I'm telling you, I just think this is absolutely brilliant what we're talking about. Taking these away from the military industrial complex takes these from being dropped on another country. So will somebody answer that too? Don't this enthusiastic, hey, NGF, don't. I want to ask somebody this question. Hold on. What is this enthusiastic redwood? Because I want to ask them, and I know maybe you guys can ask this too, but enthusiastic redwood, what is your deal with, would you rather see a Negro or a tree grow? Can you just tell me where this comes from? You guys put that in by the thousands. I've seen that now like thousands of times. I have a 20,000 follower stream that I used to do before I got, shadow banned over there on TikTok. And you guys say that a lot. So what's the deal with the tree and the knee? And can somebody explain this to me? Because maybe I'm just old and I don't understand this, but why do you guys say that? Why do you say, hey, would you rather see the Negro or the tree go? It's a racist joke. Okay, see, I'm not racist, so a knee. Okay, see, I just got it. Wow, you're going to play on someone's race. That's interesting. That you want to you. I cannot wait till these people get to judgment, guys. I'm not, to the Father to judge them. So. Just to let you guys know, I don't believe in racism. Not that I don't believe in racism, because racism is taught. 4 children under the age of 4 years old. One's from Saudi Arabia, one's from South Africa, one's from America, and one's from the Philippines. They're all playing in a playground, and they're playing together. And they don't see color. We teach racism, but race is one race, and that is the human race, and that's what I believe in. So I'm finally glad that I asked. I cannot believe how many times that I've seen that I didn't even get it. You know what I'm saying? So, but now it makes sense why people do that, because it just goes right into that same thing, guys. That's defiance. So they're going to play on words to try to down a nation for melanin in their skin. So I don't believe in races. I believe in one race, and that's the human race. Okay, guys. I believe in man and woman, and that's it. And I don't believe in all these colors and division. I think it's not a God, and that's not, God didn't put more melanin in our skin to call one of us this or that. It's because where he placed us on this earth. So if he comes back and you have any of that, that's not righteous. That's not righteous. What do you mean show you around? You can tour the, we study the Bible in here. Sure. We study the Word of God. Absolutely. I'll teach you how to study the Texas Receptus, but we're just having a discussion, biblical discussion right now. It says they'll throw their silver and their gold in the streets. They'll throw their silver and gold in the streets. So is that a future tense? Is that a future tense event? Is that something that's going to happen in the future? It says they'll throw their silver and gold in the streets. Is that talking about this is going to be worth nothing? Is that what that means? They'll throw their silver and gold in the streets. For a couple of you guys come in here. This is a biblical reference to precious metals. That seems to work for some silver mine or something. No, I don't work for a silver mine. Kyla, you're wrong. I don't work for a silver mine. I'm big on looking into these rays. Yeah, you should look on why it dried up the first time, Ant. Everybody always talks about the Euphrates drying up, but I never hear them talk about why it dried up the first time. And how, and what the biblical meaning of that. So you should take some meaning out of that, and maybe you are. So let's go over this one more time. There is 500 of these in the tip of a Patriot missile. 500 ounces. That is a monster box of silver. Do you guys know what a monster box is? What's a monster box? That's 500 ounces. That's an ounce of silver. That's an ounce of silver. There's 300 to 500 of these ounces in the tip to make it direct to where it needs to go to each Patriot missile. And then that gets dropped on the streets around the world, and it disappears. It's gone forever. So if you want to help stop killing women and children, buy these now. If you want to stop unaliving, 700 million people lost their lives in Ukraine? A whole generation because of this. Metal made it possible, guys. This metal made it possible. They couldn't have delivered to their targets without this. This is in all the technology. So they put 500 of these in the tip of a Patriot, and it's in a ton of different technology. It's used in the military industrial complex. There's probably the military uses this more than the photovoltaics. It's used in solar. It's used in medical. They line Band-Aids with this. It's an antimicrobial. It's a bacterial. They kept this in water to keep it from going bad. You can use this as a colloidal silver and break it down into a nanoform and take it as a medicine. It's been used for thousands of years as a medicine. Okay. Again, photovoltaics, solar panels have a lot of silver, 2-3 ounces in each. I forget how many wattages. This is the most reflective, conductive metal on the planet. Okay. It's in almost every switch. If you got an on-off switch, it's in every smartphone. Okay. This is used way more widely than gold. They spray this into the air to create weather. That's right. Micro silver is used in cloud seeding. It helps excite the cloud nucleation in our skies. So yes, silver is used in cloud seeding. They're starting to use this inside some of these hydrogen fuel cells. I can go on and on and on and on about all the different usages for silver. Okay. But more importantly, it hasn't been used as a monetary metal since 1971, where Richard Nixon closed the gold standard. And the last time you'll find a piece of silver is in a half piece. That's between 1964 to 1971. So there is still silver in our money up until 1971, until Richard Nixon closed the gold standard and suspended the convertibility of the dollar to gold. Because remember, before 1971, you used to be able to take a silver certificate, if this was a $2 silver certificate, and you would be able to take this in to the bank, and they would give you $2 US, right? 2 silver eagles for that $2 silver certificate. Anybody that old? Or yeah, that old, where you remember you used to be able to take that $2 silver certificate because it was a promise, hey, why you got to carry all that heavy stuff around? You can just get this thing and we'll keep this for you here at the bank, and you could just carry this around. Well, you don't think that it influences weather because you don't have any idea what you're talking about. You ain't looked in it. It's been used in cloud seeding for decades. So you don't have to agree with it, but it doesn't mean it's not a matter of fact. So I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. You know, it's been used as a silver iodide. It's been used in a nanoparticulate to excite the cloud nucleation. Apparently you haven't done any studying so on it, but that's okay. Do I ask? Silver, barium, and aluminum. Cool. Trump or Biden? Oh, they're both pedophiles, so why would I vote for anybody that's a pedophile? And they like to do the hokey pokey and turn themselves around. They're both EpiPen Island boys. Yes, they've been to the EpiPen Island. So why would you vote for anybody that can't keep their hands off of yep. No. Cool. Yeah, no, silver's been used in cloud seeding since forever, but I appreciate it. You don't have to agree with everything I say. Run it all through your own. Just chew the bones and chew the meat and spit out the bones, okay? You don't have to believe anything I say here, so appreciate you coming in. Because unfortunately we don't have a choice between fascism and a country barely living. I agree with you there. Vote. We can't vote under 60. Yeah. Stop voting for this system. Vote with your dollar. Vote with your dollar. Oh, me personally, I hate Biden and I hate Trump because they both have probably taken and had their body parts in each other's pieces. I told you they're EpiPen Island boys. And Donald Trump decorates his house with Satan. Why would you like a man who decorates his house with the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease? Apollyon, the sun god. His house is decorated with Satan. Why would you sit there and vote and give your authority to a man who says he's a Christian and he decorates his house with Satan? That's pretty sickening. Please don't give your authority to a man who gives his power and authority to the beast. Oh, now so district, are you in the medical field? You want to put me on some trazodone, some Adderall there, distinct, Riz? Is that what you do? Do you have a field in the light of study of psychiatrics? Are you in that line of study? Can you identify mental illness, disabilities? You know, I'm a prior police officer, distinct, and I've been certified in identifying mental illnesses and disabilities. So is that what you're in? Is that what you're in the line of all you people come in? Oh, you're schizophrenic. Are you this? Are you in the line of what are you, psychiatrist? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. What do you you are you in the line of psychiatrics? Is that your line of study? Where did you come up with this? What's your oh, it's because I didn't tickle your candidate's ear, huh? I went against your candidate, and you're a thumpster. I don't know how many times I've heard thumpsters bash and condemn COVID, but praise the jab. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Beautiful. Thanks for coming in, old Pecan Homestead. It's good to see you back in here. Thanks for joining me again. Always nice having your comments in here. I like your so isn't it crazy how everybody's got a degree in psychiatrics now? They want to put you on medicine, guys. They want to put you on the Pfizer. They're just like the thumpsters. They want to give you a medical procedure. You know what I'm saying? You hear and see stuff that isn't there, having unusual ideas. So, Zero, what am I hearing and seeing? Are you in my eyes? What am I hearing and seeing? They want to put everybody on meds. Exactly. They want to just make money on you. So I think it's funny. Everybody's like, oh, yeah, or what are you, skids? Yeah, let's put them on some lithium. Let's give them a frontal lobotomy. You need to be medicated as soon as possible for your safety and well-being. Oh, now, so district is telling me so distinct. See what I'm saying? Then they want to medicate you right on time. So see, the community will be safer if I'm on medication. Which community are you talking about? The one where I stood out here to the sheriffs, the elected sheriff? Are you talking about this community that I live in? Where I stood up against the sheriff and held a protest in front of the police station? Am I that crazy? The man's nuts, grab him. Don't do that. There we go. Oh, Kyle. So you stayed in this long to finally called me gay. Good for you, Kyle. You'll be banned. Somebody will ban you. Say, I'll go do it myself. Kyle the cat. You stayed in there a long time to show your true your fruit. You do the works of your father, the devil. These guys love it. I love it. Okay, so you guys, let's answer a couple questions, and I'm going to take me a 5-minute break or something. I'm going to go see if there's a piece of sagebrush. I love it. Hey, what are you yapping about? What are you yapping? Yap, 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 yap. That's a term too. I think that must be a it's like they're programmed. They're programmed to say that too. That's another one, guys. It's pretty neat. Yapping. What's this guy yapping about? What's this guy yapping about? I don't know. What's he yapping about? Yapping. Where did you get that term? That's like a 1970s term or something, you pencil neck geek. We're just feeding the trolls for a minute, guys. Just taking a break. So the amount of programming. Yeah, like the programming that you're doing, Zero. Get the pound sand. Never come back in here again. I'll remember you. You're bipolar. You're up one comment, you're down the other. Put them on some Ritalin now. Get them on some Ritalin. That's what they wanted to put people like me on when I was younger, guys. Let's put them on some Ritalin. My favorite book are the Texas Receptus. Do the Thug Shaker. Thug? It's the Duggish Druggish Bone. See, they're a bunch of drug pushers. You guys all work for the government, huh? Because you guys are pushing drugs on people just like these governments did over the last 4 years. Yeah, take the roll up your sleever, remember? Get the medical procedure. So just remember, every time that you see somebody in here, if you want to, you can feed the trolls. When you see somebody imply meth or drugs in the chat, ask them if they work for the government. Just outright, hey, do you work for the government? Because they're the biggest drug pushers on the planet. Like Joe, he has to talk about it. So Joe, do you work for the government? Because they try to get all the people in the world to take their drugs. So Joe Cooper, do you work for the government? I think you must work for the government. Because the governments are the biggest drug pushers on the planet. They just made everybody take their medical procedure, right? You work for the NSA? Oh, you're a failure. You work for the corporation. Hey, come out here to my house. I think Donald Trump is a threat to national security, and we need to flog him and stone him. He is a threat to national security because I figured out that his wife has a banana and an apple. Well, that should be in the event of national security. I just think I might have been considered and put on the terrorist watch list. So come get me, NSA. Oh, wait, you're a corporation. You don't have any authority over me, do you? Because you're just, I'm a man of the land and soil, and you're just a corporation. Alphabet soup. So NSA. That's so funny. No. No man has no authority over me, guys, in this land other than the elected sheriff. I don't recognize the federal government. They're not doing their job anymore. And remember, in the Constitution, if they become tyrannical, we have the right to form militias. That's what our Second Amendment right is for. Let's get this up here a little bit. Let her see if we can get another check mark here. They enforce this capital letter law, and we have the right with our Second Amendment to peacefully assemble and form militias. We have this right. That's what the Second Amendment is for. It is there so that if the government becomes tyrannical, we'll use that Second Amendment right if they do not redress grievances. See, we have the right to redress grievances, guys. We should be forming militias against this government, and we should have done that against the last 45th administration. He spent $8.8 trillion and gave most of it to Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson. Yeah, all his buddies, all those corporations who made record earning. I'm a prior police officer, and I have enough evidence to convict Donald McTrumpet just on his locker up scam. He is a threat to national security. His wife has an apple in a banana, and he is responsible for knocking down 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Because after he did that, he came out and said, I now have the tallest building in the world. He is responsible for 90% of what you see. He is a criminal and a thug gangster and a threat to national security. He is currently the president of the United States of America, and he's standing down, and he knows that. Joe Biden was never inaugurated. Joe Biden is not the president at this time. So sorry, you thumpsters, he can't run in 2024 because you can't run for more than 2 terms in America. Know your history. I'm a prior police officer, a prior military police officer, I'm a prior veteran. I know my Constitution. I know the law. See, they have become so tyrannical. Brothers and sisters, when the government fears the people, that's freedom. When the people fear the government, that's tyranny. This is a tyrannical government, and the last administration was, and the last administration was, and the last administration was. They never did find any weapons of mass destruction, did they? And yet we went over there for some guy hanging out who was a CIA operative, trained operative. Yes, Mr. Osama was trained by the Central Intelligence Agency. So I'm tired of these lies. I'm tired of it. Every president that I've seen in the last 4 or 5, 6, 8 presidents, first ladies have an apple in a banana. You don't own anything, Joe. You're out of here. You're just a troll. Bye. My mom's married to a man named Cooper, so every time I see you, you're out of here. So, he's a criminal, and we have the right to redress grievances and overthrow this government. I am telling you, we need to overthrow this government. So you want to get put on the NSA list? Tell somebody we need to overthrow the government. Yes, we do. We need to instill a right and just government because this one is tyrannical. And that's why we have the Second Amendment. And we do not need to follow laws that are unconstitutional. So they are now outright enforcing capital letter law on every American that drives down the road. And they're enforcing that. They're enforcing that through their tyrant police officers. And they're backing that, and they're feeding this military industrial complex, the government. And so we need to abolish big government. And we need to tell this government, if you do not stop sending these people inside these walls and funding, you guys, they're paying for people to come in this country right now that don't even have citizenship. They're giving people in Maine a check for $1,800 to $2,300 a month. A month. For 2 years. 2 years. And after that, they'll get a 30%. They only pay 30%. 30%. And there are Americans, citizens going, yeah, a month they're getting paid. You can make up to $20,000 a month as a family of 4 in New York right now. It's sickening. And there are women and children dying, veterans dying on the streets of America of starvation, of disease, and all. And there's so we're not even taking care of the people that we have in our own country. They took your taxes and you paid to kill 700 million Ukrainians. Are you an American? Did you fill out a W-2? You have blood on your hands right now. You have blood on your hands. If you filled out a W-2, and you got taxes taken out, you paid to have women and children unalived. And your hands are dirty. But you should probably stop funding that war and stop funding this government. So please, guys, we're all people. We all come from one race. That's the human race. God didn't create races. God created the human race. And stop acting like you're an animal and a savage. God didn't put melanin in our skin or give us a different shape of our eyes because for walls and borders and culture. We were put here with a certain amount of melanin in our skin, or more or less, because of where we were placed on this earth. God never created races. I rebuke that. And again, think about this for 1 second. I'm a military veteran. I'm a tyrant. I'm a prior honorably discharged military veteran. We kill women and children in other countries. We're trained killers and we get to get away with it. Come home and supposed to be loved and thanked, just like the president gets to be a MAGA murderer for a living and people praise him. Oh, he gets the ticket to be a murderer. And everybody's like, oh, well, I'm going to vote for this murder. I'm going to vote for this murder. I'm going to vote for this murder. It doesn't matter if it's a red or blue. They're still the commander in chief of the military and they're still a murderer. They get away with it. People say it's okay. Do you understand what I'm telling you? So if you're in a foxhole and somebody's shooting, whizzing bullets over the top of your head, do you understand? If they're trying to whiz, trying to take your head off, and you have a man or a woman, I don't care if it's a man or a woman, behind you, having your back, protecting your back, do you care what color the shape of their eyes are or how much melanin, less or more, is in their skin when that person's protecting your back? You think you care about what race they are? If you believe in race, will you please unsubscribe to my channel? To this channel, our channel, not my channel, it's our channel. Because I don't believe in races at all. I think that God created one race, and that's the human race, and anybody who acts it is not acting with any humanity, and that's unrighteous. And I cannot wait until the Father, I won't condemn you, I'll pass righteous judgment on you. You are going to be thrown into the lake of fire. God did not want us to put all these labels on people, brothers and sisters. We're all human beings. All of us. We all die. We have that in common. You cut us, we all bleed red blood. Trust me, I've seen enough of it. So please stop looking at anybody that does. We all come from one creator, one race. I'm gonna leave it at that. Okay. So, yeah, God created man and woman, not all these other LXG, all the, that's not a God, guys. So, hallelujah. If we'd act with humanity, we'd look at our brothers and we're supposed to help each other out, guys, not be funding these wars. That's why I'm in such opposition of it. We need to stop, and this is a good way we can stop this. The point that I'm bringing up is pretty smart. If we take this away from them, guys, they're not going to have their techie war. They could probably use this against us like Terminator. You want the Terminators out on the streets? You want the Terminators out on the streets? We can take away the Terminators probably with this. Yeah, AI, which I don't believe in advanced or artificial, but in advanced intelligence. You know those stupid little police robots they got going around and policing the streets now? Right? They got those little robots policing this. They got this in there, guys. Well, Anna, I mean, what do you want me to say about it? They forced people. No, they didn't force anybody to take it, but they almost pretty much did. They made people feel like they're such a I know, that's what I'm saying, Kinetic. That's what I'm saying. Let's get a hold of this before they released on this. Yeah, nobody knows what I'm talking about. And AI is not artificial, guys. It's advanced. You put in crap, it puts out crap. You put in good, it puts out good. It doesn't learn. They don't learn. An AI is not artificial. So it's advanced. They've done change and moved the goalpost on you again, like 2030. So you guys love that, huh? Like, oh, well, we're going to move it over here. Oh, yeah. So you don't want robots? This is a good way to make sure we never have Terminators, guys. That's right. Thank you. You're right. AZN. Yep. Search there is going to give you. Can't say because people will watch you sort of like hawks. I know you can't say much. Anna, I don't care. I'll say whatever. I'm not afraid of anything, Anna. Nothing. I'll say whatever and never. I'm not afraid of the government. The government has no authority over me. They're just a corporation, and I'm not part of the corporation. I'm a man of the land and soil. I'm a man of the land. I came from the land, born of this corrupt dust, and I will go back to this soil. I'm not trying to extend my life, live here even another day. So I'm a man of the land and soil, and they don't have any authority over me. So that's why I can call them out to their faces, because they're just a corporation. So I don't go on dates with men. That's a mandate. So I don't follow mandates. That's not a law. I don't follow codes. That's meant for the corporation. I'm not a corporation. And I don't follow ordinances because that's for a corporation, and I'm not a corporation. So I don't even respectful to me. And if they ever come to my house, I'll tell them the same. You don't have any authority over me. Come on down, NSA. Come on, Department of Defense. I'll call the DOD out. That's the highest government. It's one office below the president. Well, we think they might be, Regina, with these new coins. So people need to stop fearing the government, guys, because when the government fears the people, that is freedom. When the people fear the government, that's tyranny. You like this tyranny? Then don't stand up. Just keep keeping your mouth shut and keep being afraid of these people. And you'll see. They'll keep running roughshod on the people, and they'll keep hiring and making more jobs and more tyrannical laws. They don't take these laws off the book, these ordinances and codes, do they? They just keep adding more and more and more and more and more to the books. You ever seen, oh, we're going to have a legislation where we're going to take a bunch of stuff off the books? No, they just keep adding more and more laws to the books, guys. I know, it's crazy. And then, Anna, it's like Nazi Germany. You guys, you'd never have the right to censor anybody's speech. You don't have the right to censor anybody's speech, guys. That's Stasi Nazi Germany. Unless you're yelling fire in a theater, that is your First Amendment right. That's your First Amendment right. Freedom of speech. That's why they can't shut me down, and I'm a citizen journalist. Well, I'm a citizen. I don't claim citizen, but I'm a man of the land and soil. I can audit my public officials in their line of duty. If they're operating in a capacity line, I had to audit them anytime in a public place, no expectation of privacy. I can enter any building, any public place, audit that place, assert your rights. Make this government fear the people peacefully, brothers and sisters. Make them, if 20% of the people would just stop filling out a W-2, there would be not enough funds to fund the federal government, guys. It doesn't even take 21. Not even a quarter of the population would have to, 3% they threw tea in the harbor, guys. 3% they threw tea in the harbor. Look how much you get taxed today. Gross, federal, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, FICA, this, get out of here. You get out of that from that gross to your net, and then you go right and get taxed on the fuel that you already got taxed on. Then you go pay your cell phone, you get taxed upon, and you buy tax. That's disgusting how much of our wages we lose to this government, guys. Stop feeding the system, please, brothers and sisters. I know it's scary. Oh, well, they'll put you on a list. Remember, he said, if you're not willing to die for my name's sake, spiritually, brothers and sisters, spiritually. Taxes ain't so bad. What? Taxes are meant for the war. Taxes is robbery. Taxes are robbery. That's right. They're robbing you of all if you worked 8 hours, busted your can, I don't care what you did. Your time is valuable. If you did your job and you showed up, they don't have the right to take your money. That's robbery. So I worked all day and somebody could come in and put their hands and take my money? And how is that not robbery? You know what I'm saying? They've reaching their hand into your bank, basically, and taking it out ahead of time. Think about that. That's crazy, guys. In America, at least in America, you have the right. You have the right to make up to, I think it just raised, like $13,000 for your first wages where you don't have to be taxed. You don't have to claim any taxes on your first $12,000 or $13,000. I think it's $13,500 this year. Now, a lot of people make more than that. But let me ask you this. Did you get a federal refund this year? Good job. You overpaid on your taxes. You overpaid. You gave the government your money and they took it and earned interest on it. And they do that to everybody, guys. Imagine all the interest they earn on your taxes. Does that make sense? So, yeah, stop purchasing. Nope, I don't believe in pucular, none of that. I'm not into that. I don't think that will be a thing. If it'll be tactical. It'll have this mushroom, but it won't go, right? It'll go down. Yeah, and Sonia, you got to stop supporting Trump. I seen that on your thing. Why do you support a man who decorates his house with Satan? I seen your thing that you wrote, and why are you supporting Donald Trump, Sonia? He's a MAGA murderer, and he's not a Christian. His whole house is decorated with Satan. So maybe I'd read that wrong, but it said something. I read your thing. It said you support him. So he's not a Christian, and he decorates his house with the Apollyon or Mithra, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. You keep asking about Islam, and I don't support no politicians, but So I don't want to, you do whatever you want, but please do not give your authority to a man who has done nothing but lie and extort the American public since the moment he's taken office. He never built the wall. He never had that special investigation. He said he was going to audit the Fed and turned around and he blew Powell. I mean, he blew the bubble up that Powell was, right? And they created the greatest economy ever using emergency monetary policy. That's why that greatest economy ever deflated 3.5 years. Imagine your 401k going up, right? Oh my God, honey, look at this. We're almost millionaires. You started with like 400. Now you got like almost $900,000 in your 401k. And in 2.5 weeks, all those 3.5 years worth of gains was deflated in 2.5 weeks. That's not the greatest economy ever. That's the greatest scam ever. So he never said, he said he was going to have a special investigation and put Hillary in jail and put her in prison. And she sat 3 bodies away from him at his inaugural dinner. And then the very next day praised all the Clintons. So Donald Trump is Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump is Joe Biden. Donald Trump is Obama. Donald Trump is John F. Kennedy. Donald Trump is Nancy Pelosi. Donald Trump is Ronald Reagan. They're all the same. All the same. They all have supported the same. Donald Trump is George Bush. They're all the same. They keep pushing the same red team, blue team agenda, and the same underlying agenda keeps pushed on. Like he brought you the hollow needle. Remember, you knew I was a snake before you let me in, like the fang, right? You got to put in the tip, right? And then, well, it just continued on, huh? Because he put the bite in. Did you get the bite in? Did you get the bite in? The same thing keeps happening. So they're all on the same team, guys. So I don't know why anybody would support this government. They just spent hundreds of billions of dollars of your tax money to kill 700 million people in Ukraine. That's a whole generation, guys, are gone. Think about that. Did you get a vote on that? And he just said at his State of the Union address, which he knocked out of the park, that he's going to continue to fund this. Have you guys not forgotten? Have you guys not forgotten that he said that he would fund this as long as it took? As long as it took? So he's not going to stop funding this. He made that. So, we're not going to send bodies over there, but we're going to keep sending your tax dollars. We're going to keep sending your money. So you don't get a vote on that, did you? What I said, was it 7 million? What did I get whatever? You guys know what I'm talking about. Whatever. That's a whole generation. The average fighting age in Ukraine right now is 40 years old. 40 years old. Because they've already unalived everybody, or they've already left the country that's between the ages of 18 and 40. So whatever, if I was at 70 or 7, I don't remember what it was, but it's a whole generation and you paid for it. So whatever, you paid for it. The blood is on your hands. If you filled out a W-2, you paid for it. So good. So what? It's still a whole generation gone. You want to split hairs? Go for it. So how's that blood feel on your hands? You want to stop doing that? Stop funding the system. Yeah, but Trump is a Satanist, Sonia. So tell your family that he's a Satanist. He is a Satanist. His whole house is decorated with Satan. He is not a Christian. He has no Christian values. He is an absolute tyrant. He said he can't sin, Sonia. He said he can't sin. He said he's the chosen one. So he is not the Antichrist, but he is signaling the coming of the Antichrist. So he spent $8.8 trillion. $8.8 trillion. He spent more than Obama spent. Obama spent $10 trillion. He spent $8.8 trillion in 4. So he spent more money than Obama did. So he spent all the future generations. Yeah, but he's not. He is a Satanist. His whole house is decorated with Satan, guys. Are you serious? Don't whatever. Are you serious? Oh, okay. Yeah, don't look into nothing. This is something that's been out for decades now. I've known that the dude is a Satanist for and he's a Jesuit. He's a felon. Yeah, no, he's a criminal, guys. He's an absolute criminal, and he's been mocking with his tennis shoes. That is a mocking of Christ. That's a mocking of Christ. When I come back, I will crush the heel or the head of the serpent that was bruised by his heel, right? He bruised the heel of Christ. The serpent bruised the heel, right? Remember his stupid tennis shoes he just put out? The red, white, and blue ones with the gold. The gold. The golden calf, Daniel, the golden calf, the worshiping. He's so blasphemous. He's so blasphemous. He says, remember, I will be seated at the right hand of the Father. When I stand up, I will come back and I will crush the head of the serpent. I will make your enemies your footstool. Your enemy will be ashes under your feet. Yeah, he's mocking Jesus Christ, guys. And I don't know one other man of God that has told you that. Did you hear what I'm saying? He knows Christ is, nigh, not the day or the hour, but he's mocking Christ. That's what his tennis shoes are all about. So you don't have to probably even understand that because you don't know the enemy footstool sign, do you? You don't know that Christ's heel was bruised, right? By the serpent. And he said there was this promise that he'd come back and crush the serpent, his head with that heel that was bruised by the serpent. Have you ever heard anybody say that about his stupid tennis shoes? Red, blue. You mix those two together, what do you get? Blood related to the purple. They're adopted. No, the one's getting awful tall, isn't he? Mr. Barron. The story of Barron there. He's getting awful tall, isn't he? Really fast. Really tall. So you don't call yourself a Christian, which he claims to be, and then say you're the king of Israel. Jesse Smith, his house is decorated with Mithra or Apollyon, which is Satan. It says in the book of Revelation, they have an angel that's locked in the abyss. The angel to the abyss. His name is Apollyon, Satan. That is what Donald Trump's house is decorated with. Apollyon, the sun god, Satan. I was okay. I've been on the Alex Jones show for quite some time. So you guys are trolling me now. I can see what you guys are doing. So, yeah. Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them, the angelos, the messenger. Their king, the Antichrist that's locked up in the pit. What Donald Trump's house is revealing, the coming of the Antichrist. That's why he lives on the 58-story tower. Nimrod's tower was 58 stories. Satan's tower was 58 stories. So is Trump's tower. Gee, is that by chance? No. It's a 58-story tower with 66 floors. Yeah, he lives on the 66th floor penthouse that's decorated with Satan, the sun god, Mithra, Apollyon. That's what his house is decorated. Revelation 9:11 says they have a messenger, a king over them, the angel of the abyss. In Greek and Hebrew, he has Apollyon or Abaddon, John Trump. No, just kidding. He's not the Antichrist, but he's signaling the coming of the Antichrist. That's what his house is decorated with. Mithra, Apollyon, is the bringer of the disease in warp speed and the cure of the disease. The bringer of the disease. His house is decorated with the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. Yep. Thanks, nobody, for coming in. Appreciate it. Hey, I can't change it, man, but I hope you can find God pulls whoever he wants to him, nobody. But the only way to the Father is through the Son, man. I hope he pulls you that way, man. You're an intelligent person. You're smart, obviously wise. So cool, from India. All right, not on. Andrew's coming from India. Only 1.5% of people in India are Christian, guys. They're all of the Hindu, Reiki. You know, Mr. Operation Warp Speed, his whole Mr. Warp Speed, they had the Reiki symbol on the front of his Warp Speed logo, guys. Yes, he did. Oh, Indiana. Whoops. Indiana. Uh-oh, well, you're from the same place. Oh, I got to go to his house, huh? Dude, have you been to his house? It's been on movies, Brenda. It's been on more than just the internet. There's hundreds of blogs that have been done about it. It's been in movies too. So better do some of your homework. So when do you see the mark of the beast coming? And I see that coming not long after April 8th. Unleash the beast, va, va, va. And the only one that's put this blog out in this fashion, which is showing the coming of the Antichrist. Va, monster, va, va, va. Unleash the beast. There it is. X, 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 X. To be 7, the number of completion. The Aleph, the abyss, it negates. That's, yeah. So that is what the unleash the beast means. Unleash the beast system. Get it? So I don't know when, but it's here already in a sense. You know what I'm saying? The system is already being released. This digital Antichrist, it will be revealed, though. And I believe what they're revealing here is the destruction of America. Bye-bye, America. I hope you like being an American. I don't think you'll be an American after 2024. Yeah, I think before even this election, you won't even be an American anymore. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe you'll still be an American. So the mark is not a physical mark. You can't be chipped. You can't be, there's nothing they can stick in you to get. The mark is not a literal mark. It's not a literal mark. It's a spiritual. Christ come back and he has his angels. He says, seal them with my mark. Remember? Seal them with. Remember? Christ marks his people as well, correct? He has his angels mark his bride. So it's not a literal mark, brothers and sisters. So even if they jabbed you and held you down and all that or whatever, you have to willingly take this mark. And the mark is literally 25. I'll be back to tell you how great America and how well Trump is doing as president. Hey, American, you're such an ignoramus living in an idiocracy world that you haven't even paid attention to the nose on your face to even realize that you're pretending that standing down. He let Joe Biden have a 4-cannon inauguration, which was shot off at 10 second. Only 3 of them actually, because this one's on standby. I encourage you to stop being such an ignoramus and supporting this guy. Oh, it's going to be so great. He can't even run for president in 2025 because he's standing down right now. He's standing down. If you don't believe me, do some homework. I'm a prior police officer and a reconstructionist, an investigator. Go do some investigation and go look at every single inauguration that's ever happened, including your drain the swamp candidate. You are the swamp, by the way. Okay. Go look at every inauguration, every inauguration that's ever been in the history of America. You'll see they use 5 cannons, not 4. They have this one here in case this one jams. Okay, but just listen, American. Stop being such a thumpster, slamming your hopium, drinking your Kool-Aid. I'm trying to help you out so that you don't get set up for failure. Because in America, when you become married, 2 become 1, you become a union. You become 1. Your property, all that becomes 1. You can only run for 2 terms. Listen to what I'm telling you. Look at every other inauguration. Look at every other inauguration. You'll always see they use 5. I'm a police officer, prior veteran, military police officer. So I'm trying to help you out because you're going to get set up for failure. So every inauguration to include the 2020 selection, right? No, the 2016 selection. Look, it's a very special ceremony that they use. It's called a 5-cannon salute. And they only use it very rarely for incoming dignitaries, very seldom, and an inauguration. It's a very special ceremony. I encourage you to look at this. You don't have to be political. You don't have to stop slamming your hopium and stop being in this idiocracy you're living in. And hear me out. Don't be political. No, I don't like Joe Biden. Joe Biden is Donald Trump. But hear me out. When he was inaugurated, if a miracle happens and he's president, will you admit it? Americans, so now you're expecting a miracle, right? Look at how much hopium you're on. Hope. You guys look at what he just said. Did you see what this guy just said? Well, when this miracle happens, will you admit? Sure, I'll admit it if I'm wrong, but just hear me out for a minute and stop with your hopium. Just stand there like an adult. Stop being political. Just be an American for a second. Stop picking red team or blue team. Just listen for a second. I'm trying to help you out. You're an American. I'm a veteran. I fought so you could be free. So shut up for a minute, please. Stand down for a second. Be quiet. Let me tell you, I want to help you. If you'll shut up, I'll tell you. And I normally get salty like this, but you're acting like an idiocracy, this world that we live in. I'm trying to help you out. Not only this, there's 200 people in here. They're getting educated on the same thing. If they're in there slamming that hopium and drinking the Kool-Aid. In order to inaugurate a president, They used what is called a 5-cannon salute. So go look at everyone that's ever been and see if I'm wrong. See if there's some kind of miracle that's going to happen. So every president before, you'll see they used 5 cannons, and they shoot that off because this one's on standby if one of these jam. Every 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That is inauguration. When Mr. Bidenstein, oh wait, he isn't an actor, huh? He knocked it out of the park because nothing's wrong with him. When they inaugurated, now I'm a military veteran. I'm a military veteran. And when an officer passes by me as an enlisted officer, I'm required under the Uniform Code of Military Justice to salute that officer if I'm an enlisted. Are you hearing me? I have to salute that officer. It's required under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. That is, I can be Article 15 for disrespecting an enlisted officer as a non-commissioned officer or as an enlisted soldier. So as that incoming commander-in-chief passes, then I drop my salute. Did you notice that half the person had their back turned to him? Yeah, they didn't even have their back facing him. Facing him. Okay, so you should know this then, but you weren't a military police, were you? How many times have you been in a drill and ceremony? How many different, ceremonies have you participated? Did you raise the flag every morning at whatever base you were at? No, you didn't. So be quiet again. I don't care. Semper Fi. Stand down, soldier. Hoorah. Head up your, your fork point of contact. At ease, soldier. Move, lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. So stand by. At ease. Parade rest. Yeah, just stand there. So your supposed candidate, right? He's not even said anything that Mr. Bidenstein only had 4 and they only shot off 3 every 10 seconds. He was never inaugurated. So why aren't all you thumpers talking about this? Why aren't all you thumpers talking about, wait a minute, he's still the pretendant. They didn't inaugurate Joe Biden. That wasn't an inauguration. Half the procession was turned around. They didn't salute him. They didn't use 5. They only used 4, and they didn't shoot him off at a 3-second interval. They only used 3, and they shot him off at 10. So he cannot be selected the president in 2024. You cannot run for any more than 2 terms. So that's how much a criminal he is, because they're going by what it says in Scripture. If you had any bit of spirituality in you, American, you would know that this is going by the king and Joseph, and this is in Scripture. Yeah, they're going by what it says in the Bible. Oh. No, how many times have you heard somebody say that? So now you can get the hell out of my room. You know what? I was going to become a jarhead, but I couldn't fit my head in the jar. Just a little bit of military, you guys, between military members. Okay, we have a little bit of thing between Army. I'm Army and they're Marines. I was stationed and trained at Fort McClellan, Alabama, and we have Marines there at the. You guys can't even. How do you guys your cadence? What are you guys doing? You sound like you're gargling goo. So, American, if you think that Donald Trump is going to be your president in 2024, keep slamming that hopium and drinking that Kool-Aid. But are you hearing what I'm telling you? He's standing down. He's standing down. And if you supported your commander-in-chief, you would be saying something about that right now, huh? So he's standing down. I don't think the American politics are in the Bible talking about I stand present with Israel. Oh, so you're supporting all that genocide in Israel. Okay. Well, American, I hate America. I hate veterans just like you. You probably got just as much blood on your hand as every other one. You're a trained killer. Good for you. And how many women and children have you unalived? Are you proud of that? Are you one of those proud veterans? We are an absolute tyrant, and you're a part of that just as much as me. So stand down, soldier. Stop advocating your pretendant who loves to be an actor. He should be, if he was a commander in chief, he would be standing up right now. The facts I just gave you are facts. You can take those facts and you can do whatever you want with them, but you cannot change history. That is historical record. So do with it what you will. But don't ever come back in this room, because I can't stand proud Americans. I can't stand that we still have 800 military bases around the world, and we slaughter women and children by the millions in other countries. So good for you, proud Marine. You're a tyrant. No, they're both genociding each other there, Babylon. Because I don't have to. Remember, I have an honorable discharge there, American. You can't make me leave. You can't make me leave. I still defend the people here that are not such idiocracies to believe the lies coming from this current president. Yeah, the current president, Donald Trump, the one that's standing down. He's a lying thief. So I have the right to still protect the people that are here. So there's good people here. See, just because my DD 214 says honorable discharge doesn't mean my tour of service ends there, soldier. Remember that. I have to remind veterans like yourself that I served. Now, I didn't serve as a Marine, but I served as an Army soldier, and remind that we defended these people's rights of freedom of speech. So, yeah, you don't have to shut up like you're trying to tell me to shut up and leave, right? No, I was told to defend this country against all foreign enemies and domestic. And there were domestic enemies on the homeland just like you, because you won't speak up about this current pretendant, and you should be smart enough, soldier, to pay attention to what it takes to inaugurate a president. And if this is not the fact, you should be standing for the freedoms, not politics, soldier. We're not supposed to stand for politics. We're supposed to stand for the people, correct? Move out and draw fire. Yeah, you're 8 up. You are 8 up, soldier, supporting this genocide. Stand down and stop supporting a man who won't even speak up and tell the American public that he's letting Joe Biden act like the president, because it's biblical. If you don't know where to find it in scripture, that's your problem. He says, my people will perish for lack of knowledge. And you seem to be lacking quite a bit of that. Because if you had knowledge, I think you'd be speaking up about your president and go, why is he not in there right now? Mr. Biden wasn't even, do you believe anything I said to you? Will you look up anything? No, you'll just continue to slam the hopium and drink your Kool-Aid because you're one-sided. Do you remember the country that I defended, the country that I fought for? Maybe, I don't know how old you are. I'm probably maybe a considerably amount older, but when I defended this country, in a neighborhood, suburban American, it didn't matter if you were red or blue. Maybe you didn't agree with 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 or even 10% of the things. But you still barbecued, you hung out, you drank a beer, you smoked a bowl, whatever you did. You hung out with the kids. They played in the pool. You didn't talk about the things that you didn't agree on. But red and blue could still hang out with each other. It wasn't a deal breaker for the kids. They didn't have to suffer because the adults acted like idiots. But now you're that side. I can just see you. You're so thumpster that you probably think if I say I don't like Thump, that you think I like Biden, right? Yeah, if we don't even agree with one thing with each other anymore, they won't even talk to each other, and you are part of that problem with your whole, thump, thump, thump. So remember what I just said. That's the country we defend and kill women and children in other countries by the millions for. Okay? By the millions. Is so that people could talk to each other and not just disagree on one thing. And that's that kind of side, because you would talk with people, like I'm saying, this discussion. This would be a discussion. Hey, how come this pretendant has not been elected, but you won't talk to the other side? You won't talk to the other side. He doesn't agree with one thing you say, you will not talk to him. Do you disagree with that? I think so. I'm tired of this, guys. I'm tired of these veterans that come in here and are so proud of the things they've done and are so proud of this president, but they don't even have the intestinal fortitude to stand up and say, hey, wait a minute, what's going on here? This is not right. I know. They look as this is why I don't want anybody who supports any of this nonsense. It all supports genocide. It doesn't matter if you support red or you support blue, you still support genocide. You support this war machine. You support the war machine. Stop supporting this death, guys. We have been at war since only but like 2 years. 2 years since our inception. Hey, bro, I just got here, but you're homophobic. Huh, interesting. You just got here and I was talking about Donald Trump for how long? Look at these trolls, guys. We're knocking it out of the park. We're feeding the trolls here tonight. So, I'm loving it. No, just kidding. I don't eat that crap. Let's take a break, guys. Let's take a break. I said I had to water a bush about an hour ago. I just looked up. I was like, holy crap, I've been on here for... Yes, he was involved in wars. You guys believe anything. Do me a favor. Hey, look. American Freedom News. Do me a favor. Don't be political. Do you believe the CPI numbers? Do you believe the numbers about unemployment? Look at how many ordinances he dropped during his administration. Yes, he was involved in several military operations. Yes, he was. Look at how many ordinances he dropped during his administration. You guys don't pay attention to anything. You sound like you just read this script, but see, you can the Fed wasn't having quantitative easing 4 either, were they? Were they? They weren't having but all you had to do is go look at their balance sheet to see they were still funding this system. They're liars and thieves, and they manipulate the numbers, and you guys speak these manipulated numbers. A lot of you come in here and you speak these numbers. You're not doing any homework. Like you would have to go back and see, is this guy crazy? Did you hear what he just said? Did you hear what he just said? He said that Joe Biden isn't the president. He said that he had a 4-gun salute. That I'm going to go back and look at what this guy's saying. That sounds crazy. How could that even be possible? Do a little investigation yourself. You know what I'm saying? Is that, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me look up 5-gun salute. Oh, wait, that's an incoming. Oh, that's a rarity. Okay. Oh, I see that is used during inaugurations. And okay, so I'm going to go back and look at what he said in 2016. Okay, I'll go look at, let's go look at, see when Bush was in there. Let's go see when Carter. Oh, wow, he's right. All of these are 5. Wait a minute. How come he didn't get a 5? Because he's not the president. He was never inaugurated. The military doesn't even accept him as the president. He's supposedly the commander-in-chief. That shows you how criminal Donald Trump is. That shows you how criminal Donald Trump is. He's an absolute liar and a thief and a MAGA murderer. Yes, he is. Look at how many ordinances he dropped. See, you can look, oh, no, they weren't doing quantitative easing. So he's responsible for a massive amount of death, brothers and sisters, a massive amount of death. When he was in office, he dropped tons and tons of ordinances, right? And so everything that Joe Biden is funding now, you don't think he's not signing off on that behind closed doors? Yes, he is. He's still the pretendant, guys, and he will not come into office in 2024 unless there's some kind of miracle, miracle like Americans said. So that doesn't change the fact, guys. You don't have to believe it, but I encourage you to go challenge what I said. Actually, you can do that. I'm going to take a break, a 5-minute break or something. Go look at what I said. If I'm lying, come back. Come back and prove me wrong. Hey, I actually went in there. I saw it. You're not going to find anybody that's ever been inaugurated with the 4 cannon, because that's not how that works. That's called a wreath ceremony, guys. It's a wreath ceremony. 4 cannons. They only shoot off 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a wreath ceremony, not an inauguration, guys. That's all you have to do. You don't have to be political, right? You don't have to be political. Oh, hey, that's pretty crazy. Oh, I guess that wouldn't make Joe Biden the president then, right? Because they didn't select him. Deal breaker for you, guys. Under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, if you are an enlisted or a non-commissioned, you're not a commissioned officer, like a lieutenant, a corporal, a captain, a major, a general, that they have the stars or the shiny. An enlisted normally has they got the rockers or the chevrons, right? Chevron, right? Rocker, like a rocker on a 3-piece patch on a bike suit, that rocker and the chevron, like the chevron emblem, right? Enlisted. If you are an enlisted officer, you're non-commissioned. And a officer, this is anywhere you go. This is where if you see them, you're walking down the street, you're, in military fatigues, they're in fatigues. When the officer passes you, especially the commander-in-chief of all the militaries, if you disrespect an officer and you do not salute them, they don't actually have to salute you. So they can sit there and you go away. But then when they pass you, you have to drop your salute. Look at the military members as the procession drives by. Many of them have their back turned and they're not saluting. You could be court-martialed for that. You understand? You could be court-martialed as an enlisted officer or as a non-commissioned. So if you don't salute an officer, especially the incoming commander-in-chief of all the militaries, that's not a thing. I encourage you to look at all the other inaugurations and see if you see somebody dressed in military fatigues, not salute as that incoming commander-in-chief passes by them. Never happened. So there's enough proof right there. You should be able to take, a 5-minute break and go double check me and see if I'm a liar like Mr. Trump, because he's a liar and a thief. And he never put Hillary Clinton in jail. He never built the wall. Instead of getting the greatest wall ever, you got the greatest jab ever, didn't you? Oh, that was a good trade-off, wasn't it? Hey, wait a minute. If that criminal would have done the thing that he would have said and built that wall, we wouldn't even be having this immigration problem, would we, right now, that we should really be talking about? This immigration issue that we're having right now. Newcomers, $2,000, $2,300 a month that they're paying them in Maine for 2 years for housing. And Mr. Trump waited how long to give you a $1,200 check? You still support that criminal? Sickening, guys. Sickening that people support these. Poly meaning many. Tick meaning bloodsucker. Titian. Politics. Many bloodsuckers. Keep supporting these mass murders. Because that's what they are. If there was ever any one man that wanted to take your Second Amendment right away, that would be Mr. Abba Donald John. No, the jab isn't. It'll never be literal, Sonia. It won't be literal. There will be no literal chip. There will be no literal mark. None. Not physical. That's not under the New Testament. This is a spiritual. What was written on tables of stone is now sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb on fleshy tables of our hearts. No, there's a massive immigration issue. There's probably 50 million plus people that have made it into this country in the last 15 years. There's a massive immigration issue. The problem is there's women and children dying on the streets of America that have citizenship, and they're paying these people that have come in there. I'm not trying to treat people with inhumanity. We brought most of these people into this country and displaced them, but we still don't have room for them. We don't have the means to pay for them, is all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? We don't have, guys, we're supposed to act like human beings. Remember, I told you for the last 15 years, these people came across our border and assimilated just fine. They assimilated just fine. They came here the day they got here. Many of them had a job. They were called illegal aliens when I came into this country, or when I was older. Do you understand? I'm older. When I was younger, they were illegals. But most of them came here, and because they were here illegally, they came and got a job, kept their mouth shut, went and got the day they got here. And a lot of them got a cell phone and paid for fuel and food, and they pay taxes more than most lazy Americans on food stamps. Yes, most Hispanic people, most people coming across our border in the last 15 years didn't cause no. Yes, there was still a small percentage MS-13 game, but most of them are good, hard-working Americans now. I don't care what do you mean you can't call them an American? They've been working here longer. Guys, none of these people who came here over the last 15 years were given the benefits that these people are coming across the border now. Something's different is happening now. But I'm asking you to act with some humanity. Now, there are so many people that have come across this border in the last decade and a half that even if a tiny amount of them are nefarious, we have a huge problem. We have a huge problem, guys. They used to come across with strollers and women and children and diaper bags and all. They're just coming in fighting age men now, guys. Fighting age men, 18 to 30. So something different is happening. But I'm trying to get you to remember that maybe not all these people are nefarious. Maybe we just displaced their countries and now we've got them coming here, which is rather confusing. So yeah, it's happening. Okay, it's happening. So there's a lot going on in this country, guys. Now, this isn't that safe America that it once was. These people are in all the major cities, and a lot of them been paid to be here. And the minute they take those benefits from people, guys, and it's already causing division between the people in America, go now, hey, wait a minute. We got people sleeping on the streets, veterans, children dying, and these people are getting $1,800 to $2,300 a month. In Maine, the newcomer, because they're not calling them immigrants, they're not calling them migrants, they're not calling them illegals, they're not calling them aliens, they're calling them newcomers. You could get between $1,800 to $2,300 a month as a rent credit for 2 years in Maine. They just made a grant where they can get 2 years rent between $1,800 to $2,300 a month. And after that, their rent goes to 30%. So something different is going on. You know what I'm saying? But please remember, there were a lot of good people who came into this town or came into this country, and all they wanted was a better life, guys. All they wanted was a better life. So I'm sure there will be a bunch of those coming across this time too, because there's so many numbers, guys. A lot of them just want to get out of these countries that we displaced and ruin their countries, guys, with these 800 military bases. Yes, we have a huge part of why people are coming into this country. It's very confusing to think that, you displaced them and they came to the country by the country that displaced them. But this is supposed to be the best, the melting pot of the world, guys. The other thing, brothers, sisters, please pay attention to Haiti right now. Please pay attention to Haiti. Haiti has collapsed, guys. The president has left the country, and it's now being overthrown by all the gangs and stuff. They're literally moving into all these stuff, guys. That is only less than 600 miles from us. Haiti is less than 600 miles from the United States of America. You can get in a boat and be here in a couple days. That is going to become an issue. I'm getting you ahead of this before this happens, along with what you see already. Do you understand? So the one last thing that I would encourage you, if you guys would do me a favor, while I take this break, get on the internet and look up this interview that the Salvadorian president gave here in America. Look, Salvadorian president comes to America, and look up this speech and look what he said, what happened in his country with Carter, with them shipping migrants in and shipping them in and out and training them. It caused a lot of problem in his country. And now he's saying the same thing is happening in America, guys. That's pretty bold. See, there it's already here. Okay, thank you, Case. And some of them are already here, guys. A lot of the Haitians are already here. Okay, they're already here. But now that this is progressed, yeah, no one's going to care until they come banging on your door with the blue helmet, huh? No one cares, but you're going to be the problem. So, yeah, check that out, guys. If you guys want to take a break, I'm going to take a break. Much love, guys. Give me back here in 10, 15 minutes, okay? Yeah, I'm old, but I'm wise. Wise enough to know that I can prepare for people like you guys, because the number one killer will be population density. It's time to get out of the cities, guys. Get out of the cities. Okay? I'll be back here. I'm not shutting this stream down. Let's make a poll here. Let's do a poll. This will draw some. What do you guys want to do for a poll? Give me a poll question, guys. Let's get a good poll question. How about do you own any silver? Do you own any silver? That's a good one, right? Not just precious metals. Do you own silver? Do you own any precious metals? Let's see. Because nobody has to admit how much they have, but let's see if they let's just start this poll. Hey, wait a minute, where's it going? Start a poll. Do you, Blue Moon, do you own, we'll say own gold or silver. Do you own any gold or silver bullion? And then I'll change it up because I got another question to ask here. We need to start. You guys need to remind me to do more polls because it does help quite a few people come into the stream. People see this on the shorts and stuff. I was thinking, guys, that that's how they see it. So, can make the goal property that we can, but never taking the time to pan for anything out there. Cool. Okay, cool. All right, we're filling up the votes already. Nope. Yeah, most people don't. That's cool. Awesome. All right, let me get this. We got. I made tostadas for dinner. You guys missed out. I had steak tacos yesterday and tostadas today. Whoa, what is this thing doing? Oh, camera's going crazy. I can't seem to get all this stuff off the screen. I got 50 things going on the screen now. Let's see where we go here. That's live chat. There's the poll. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. I think I'm gonna go make me another couple tostadas, guys, and go water the sagebrush out here. What is this thing doing? This screen just keeps popping up. I'm not sure why this keeps doing this. Okay, there we go. What are you doing? Whoa. Boy, I'm having some issues here. What is it doing? Sorry, my screen is going haywire. I think this thing's still plugged in. I'm not sure what's going on. This thing is being weird, guys. Tostadas. Tostadas. Yeah. I'm whipping me up some tostadas real quick, bro. I like these little tostada shells. These things are pretty darn good. I want to eat Hispanic food the rest of my life, every day. Maybe it's just where I grew up, huh? Maybe. Why do I love Hispanic food so much? So much. Oh, too much. Uh-oh. Somebody just changed their vote. Uno más. Uno más. Put your favorite food in the chat. What's your favorite food? What's your favorite food in the chat? I like Hispanic food. Any kind of Hispanic food. Don't have to just be Mexican food. Vietnamese, yeah. Thai is good too. Thai food rocks. Are doing all right. Our kitties just went outside. Puppies are in here with dad, hanging out with the dad. A little chilly out here. What do you guys don't eat or something? We guys just a bunch of androids in here? I want to know what you eat, you trolls. Then, I'll come back and feed you. Then, if you tell me what you eat. Fried cod. I don't eat fish anymore. It's been a long time since I've eaten fish. I didn't eat fish for like 11 years. After Fukushima, I quit eating fish. So I was making my stand against the thanks for coming in there, Nicholas. Pork chops. Oh boy. I haven't had a pork chop in probably 10 years. I don't eat pork personally. You can eat all the pork you want. Not under that covenant. So eat all the pork you want, boys. Ladies and gentlemen. It's not what goes in a man or a woman that defiles a man. It's what comes out of them. So we're not under that law. And we weren't under that law for over 2,600 plus years ago. It didn't even apply. It only applied to 2 houses anyway. So some people think because I don't eat pork, they think it's religious or something like that. It's not we're not under that law. You can eat pork, you know. It is an unclean meat, but it doesn't mean that you can't eat it. Look at that big guy. Look at that big kitty boy. What are you doing, titty boy? What are you doing, titty boy? What are you doing, my titty boy? What are you doing, my titty boy? What are you doing, titty boy? Big kitty boy. What are you doing, big kitty boy? Oh, I got a bite in the dad. You don't rub me back. Don't touch my back. All right. I don't know, man. Should I make another cup of coffee? I'm almost feeling like some more coffee. You guys want to call it a night? You just want to keep going here? You know me, I keep going. I don't stop. I mean, I only got 2 hours of sleep, but I'm not tired or anything. I don't know what time is it, about 11:30? Whoa, 9:45. I got another hour in me. He's a good boy. That's Yasher Pants. He's a Yasher Pantser. He's a good boy. He's a Russian. And my big kitten boy. He's the big kitten boy. He's the big one. He's like a lion. Oh, I'm like a lion. I'm the lion, huh? I'm the dad. Was the dad too. He's my boy. He's the oldest cat that I have out here. I love this boy. I love him, Guy. I love him, Guy. He's my guy. You do such a good job out here, boy. He's an awesome mouser. Oh, I love you too, big Toby. I love you, biggest guy. Oh, Dad's not paying attention to Dad. Oh, no. Oh, no. We got the puppies in our lap. I think he's about 3 years old now. I think Yasher's about 3, going on 3. He does a bang-up job out here. We're out here in the high desert. There's a lot of rodents out here. I don't have them in around here anywhere. Rabbits, sage rats, mice, all that. Thank you so much, Dispersing Wade. I cannot thank you enough for all your support of this channel, the ministry. I hope we hear from, do you hear anything else from Brother Jim? What's going on with his health before, he just not feeling well, or I saw that he wasn't there today, so I'm hoping he's better. I know a lot of people are worried about him right now, so yeah, cool. Okay, good. Let him take as much time as he needs. Okay, good. You know, I know I've seen a lot of people asking in the chat and stuff today too, so all right, thank you, brother. Appreciate all your contributions to the chat, always putting in the scripture. It's obviously written on your heart, brother. I cannot thank you enough for always putting it down here. It's good to have you in here. 2 is 2, almost 3 now. Cool. No, it's just me, just myself. I live alone. I've lived alone for a long time. Oh, like 10 years or something now. Long time. All right. I think I'm going to make another cup of coffee. So give me a minute, guys. I'm going to make a cup of coffee. Here, let's end this poll. Let's 60% of people said they don't own any precious metals. 40% said they did. Interesting. No. 151. Okay, cool. So let's start one more poll here. Let's start. What do you think? You guys got any poll questions? Any poll questions? All right, we go back to the nursing home. Okay. I'll listen to you, Rad. I'll just do what you tell me. I'll just say, oh, man, I got to leave my property here. I got to leave and go to the nursing home because somebody said I had to go. So I got to just leave what I'm doing. Random video said I got to go, guys. Hey, I got to go because random video said I got to go to the nursing home. I got to listen to what this guy said. You know, the influence. How did you show up here at the nursing home? Well, I was doing a live stream and this person came on and said, go to the nursing home. Grandpa, so I'm here. It all started over a YouTube live. I would have never ever thought that I would have ever showed up here, but I'm telling you, these people are so powerful with their words. I just dropped everything I was doing to listen to this person, and that's why I'm here in this nursing home right now. It's pretty. People are so nuts, man. Crazy. So, all right, let's start into the poll. Here, start a poll. I didn't get any questions, so I'll make it my own. I asked, you guys got a chance, but you're too slow. Is silver money? Oh, that's a great question, huh? Excellent question. Boom. Boom. All right, let's see what we get there. Okay, you guys take the poll. I'm gonna go get some coffee going. I'm gonna do another cup of coffee here. I'm doing a second coffee here. So, he's gonna be. You guys got me on a second cup of coffee. I am going to be flying off the handle here. I'll probably go to sleep. Coffee makes me tired at night. Can you hear me now? I don't know what's going on with this thing. What's going on with the stream? Oh, cool. All right, yeah. All right, discussion here is silver money. I had to heat that back up, guys. I like it piping hot. So, obviously, since 1971, after you can't go to the bank, get your paper currency and trade it for money, right? And I don't know where that silver dollar went, but so they've done a really good job at taking people's eye off of silver and driving the price of it down. Right now, it's sitting at half of the price of it was back in 2012, and in 1980, it did hit. I don't know what I did with that Silver Eagle, but the Silver Eagles hit $50 during the whole scamdemic. So they showed their value. They did well. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. I remember going and buying silver with my son at the coin shops and getting them just right at bullion. You know, if that little scuff in them or something like that, look like that, that's not going to carry that premium. So you could find them in the melt business. I guess you could even find them in there too sometimes if they were wore down. So people do not think that silver is money, and it's always historically it is. This is it. Put a 1 in the chat if this is money. Is this money? Is this money? Is that money? Or is that currency? Is there a difference between currency and money? So that's what's been lost, guys. It's been so long since people have actually used money, they don't even know what money is anymore. Some of the people are old, they might remember, but in 1971, you used to be able to go into the bank. Yeah, there's no difference, huh? Yeah, there is. So in order to technically and legally be money, it has to be tangible, dividable, right? It has to be able to break it and make change with it. And then it has to be a store of value or a store of wealth. It has to be able to store value. And this doesn't store value. This just loses value. So this isn't money. That's not money. That's a debt note. That's an IOU. And that is a piece of currency. This is a U.S. silver dollar, Silver Eagle, a walking liberty. My pocket piece of silver that I've been harassing the general public for at least since 2020 for 4 years with this coin. So Silver Eagle is the most widely recognized piece of silver on the planet. And in some countries, they call silver money. Call it money. They actually call silver, they call it money. They call it the yellow and the white metal. So most people have lost they've lost the understanding of what money is and what currency is. So that's changing though very quickly. People are starting to figure it out, and it won't take long. If you go outside of America, if you're not in America, there's quite a buzz going on right now in the gold. Money is paper you get out of the app. No, that's currency. This is currency. This isn't money. It's not legally money. It has to be a store of value. A store of value. It has to store value. And that's lost 98% of its value. I'm thinking about mine. Muscle Car Garage is hey, Muscle, is there any chance right now you might consider buying silver? I don't want to give any economic advice, but you can buy 89 pieces of silver right now. 89 pieces of silver. Yeah, it's flipping over. So you can buy like 90. It's actually 89. You can buy 90 pieces of silver right now. Gold, you're buying gold at an all-time high, which I still think is a good price right now. I still think it's a good price. Gold is at an all-time high. You don't buy something when it's an all-time high. I think gold is a good buy at $21.89 right now. I still think it's a good buy. No, currency is not the same as money. You guys are showing your face, so you guys are a bunch of trolls, or you're just children, and you've been spending toilet paper your whole life. There's been 4,000 of these made since the 12th century, and every one of them's gone to zero. This has never gone to zero. So they're not the same. And they're not legally. This is not legally money. In order to be money, it has to store value. This has lost 98% of its purchasing power since its inception in 1913. So, nope, you're incorrect. Will be the same as an ounce of gold. Will be the same as an ounce of gold. So you may be able to buy into like a 5 ounce bars, or should I wait until gold drops? No, I wouldn't, Muscle. I don't see gold pulling back anymore. You'll be spending okay, cool. You're out of here, Ray. You're a troll. Bye. And the other one you want to troll again, say whatever that other person. Yep, there's the other one who had to show face. Thanks for showing your face there. Showing your fruit. So, I don't think anybody's going to know you, or you're not Muscle, because because the central banks have bought more of it last year than they ever have in the history of the central banks. China is a net importer and doesn't export metal. All the money's moving. Obviously, Muscle Car, you must not know much about silver, and that's okay. I have taken this piece of silver right here and put it in the hands of millionaires. Millionaires have held this coin in their hand. Millionaires have held this coin in their hand and asked me where I got this from. So people who have money don't necessarily mean they have this. A lot of people live on credit. So, Muscle Car Garage, I assume you don't own any precious metals. I assume you don't own any precious metals. Never have, maybe have or so, but you want to indulge that information here? I'm not giving economic advice, but maybe I can help you out. It doesn't sound like you've ever owned a piece of precious metals in your life, because I just said I have set this particular coin right here in the hands of a millionaire. Okay, cool. Cool. And that's no problem, Muscle, because a lot of money has been made. Way more money has been made a lot in the stock market. So, Bitcoin has made more. I understand. So no problem. Thank you for your lot of your if you're in the investments. I'm just trying to think stocks. I haven't paid attention. Gold has outpaced the S&P. Gold has actually outpaced the S&P if you look at gold over the last 10, 15 years. So better. but I'm not saying that there hasn't been a lot of money made in stock. So I'm not one of these people that likes throw shade on the stock market. Look how long it was. The stock market went up forever. Yeah, we've had some dips, but for a long time, you know, a lot of people that, you know, have been in the stock market for a long time because it's just gone up for a long time. And so there's been a lot of money made in it. And so I'm not for struggling all the time, and I'm not for getting rich either, though, you know. So there's that fine line where you can have good quality life. And so if you can make your money in the stock market, great. If you can make it in Bitcoin, great. If you can make it, you know, we're just kind of free thinking here, but Muscle, this might be a good time to take, and let me give you a little good piece of advice here, Muscle. Yeah, there we go. It's for later. How much of the possibility, you guys listen, this is really good, not advice. This is just, we'll just call this economic theory. How much do you think that the stock market's going to crash, Muscle? How much do you think, what percentage, listen up, you guys, this is pretty awesome. And I'm taking this from somebody else. This isn't a lot of things about silver and stuff. I've been in the precious metal markets for decades now. It's hodl. It's hold on for dear life. Some of you guys just getting into it. But what percentage? No. Right now, what percentage do you think that the stock market will crash? Not now, how often? I'm telling you, how much do you think the percentage of right now do you think the stock market will crash? Donald Trump is a Satan worshiper and has his house decorated with Satan, and he can't run for a third term. Get out of here, Yoshi. We don't do politics in here. I don't do none of these. They're all war criminals, and they support war, and I don't support death, and I'm a veteran myself, so please leave. Just peacefully leave. I don't support death and destruction. So take these away from these criminals that support the war, and they can't keep feeding their war machine, brothers and sisters. Don't ask me what I know. Go do your own research. Please leave. I don't support anybody who supports these war criminals. Yeah, whoa, what's going on? Somebody's telling some truth in here, huh? No, I'm not going to stand down. I'm an Army veteran. I chose to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And just because I ended my tour of service, it says honorable discharge on my DD 214, does not mean that I don't like this country. I don't like this military, but yet I still serve this country, even though I hate it. So I took an oath to this country to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And even though I don't serve this military, I serve God. I know I have to stand up for there's good people in this country. So anyways, please do have a moderator here. From this point on, ban anybody who says Trump or Biden. Please, I don't want to have any political talks at this point. Just kick them out of the room for 24 hours and we'll come talk about history tomorrow. Joe Biden knocked it out of the park on his speech. I told you he was an actor. He's not tripping upstairs. Joe Biden, history's watching. Damn pedo. So let's not talk about, we're talking about precious metals right now. So Muscle, I don't know which percentage you think that the market will crash. Okay. But I would take whatever percentage that you think. If you think that the stock market is going to crash, do we have any, there are two Bidens, and I don't care what their opinion is, just get them out of here if they mention any political name at this point. Because they're going to, and we'll be able to get a whole bunch of these trolls out of here. Because obviously I went away for a minute and the room probably filled up with some trolls. So I want to talk to people who are doing something about it and maybe want to do something about it. Maybe they want to stop death. They don't want to keep, this is how we stop death. We take this away from these banksters, and this way they can't bring robots on us. No Terminator. You know, none of this nonsense, none of this stuff, satellites in the sky. You know, this will help slow this agenda, this tech agenda that they're using against us, guys, down. If we get this stuff out of their hands, there's 500 ounces in a monster box worth of metal, silver, in every Patriot missile. Every Patriot missile. No, I can't afford to own gold, Garage, but I can give you the understanding. So gold is wealth. That's right. Silver and gold are wealth. You have enough of this, then yes, you are wealthy. So it doesn't matter if it's gold or silver, but yes, gold is wealth. So garage, hear what I was saying, okay? I don't know which percentage you think that the stock market will crash. Well, so obviously you understand their cycle. So, and you've been in the market, so you understand that the markets have about a 6 to 8 year cycle where the market will give back about 10 to 15, 20% of its gains. That's an ebb and a flow, and it's a natural flow of the cycle in a free market. Obviously, we've seen a lot of manipulation. But what I'm telling you, garage, is that I would take whatever percentage that you think that the stock market is going to crash. Okay. Give me just a second here. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I don't mess with those markets, and I wouldn't. They're not bad markets, but they're kind of limited because some of the stuff that's limited to like cats and things like that. And so they are precious metals, but I wouldn't mess with anything that's outside of gold and silver, personally. Again, not economic advice here, guys. This is just a little economic theory. So again, did you hear what I said, garage? Whatever percentage that you think that the stock market might crash, okay, I would take in percent, put that amount of percentage into precious metals. So if you think the stock market's going to crash, you got a 10%, then put 10%, then that won't be lost. That'll be there. You understand stocks, obviously, no diversity. I probably don't need to tell you, garage, if you've been, you don't buy one kind of stock, right? You diversify your portfolio, right? So that's all I'm telling you here is the diversity. Is this will save you no matter what, because it's not going to go to zero. So what I'm saying, if you think the stock market's going to crash by 50%, then put 50% of your earnings into, everybody has a different way of doing this, guys. And this is just theory. Do what you want, muscle. I'm just trying to give you, somebody said, right. And hey, thank you. Thanks. Some of you guys, thank you. Actually, I got some people in here. See, that's the people I want to talk to and have good comments, guys. Good comments. So keep them coming. So garage, that's what I'm saying. If you've never invested in precious metals, you might see you weren't able to hold this before, remember, in your portfolio, because all the way they made the stock market work. Invest in vodka. That's a good, that's a good, excellent advice there. Thank you, NFX. And don't be drinking it, but have a little shot here and there, but it's an investment. Yes, excellent advice. Alcohol is always money during down times. So the money's made when there's blood in the streets. Isn't that what, who said that? Hold on, I gotta let this dog out. He's giving me a hard time. I think might have been George Soros. Was that Soros? No, that wasn't Soros who said that. One of those rich dudes. You got to follow the money. So that's what I would say to you, is that whatever percentage that you feel, because you obviously understand diversity, if you think that the market's going to crash by 25%, I would put 25% into either gold or silver. At this point, the nice thing, just real simply, is that you can buy 90 ounces of silver. There is more money to be made right now in the silver market as this ratio between the two corrects. It corrects, okay? The ratio is what I pay attention to, and in monetary metal, I don't know if I have a quarter in here. Like, if you have a 1964 or older quarter, that it's 90% silver, right? So this quarter right here, if you look, it doesn't have that copper band, right? See how that doesn't have the copper in it? So that's a 90% silver. This is constitutional silver, right? See how it doesn't have the copper ring in that side? This, when the ratio was this, it was 15-1 when they put the silver in the money. That was the ratio between gold and silver. I went to buy gold and platinum, but I'm thinking that gold will drop in price, and that will be the right time to buy. Listen, garage, if you buy this, if you buy silver, remember, if you listen, this is catching up. You're trying to make there's more money to be made in silver right now. Gold is at an all-time high. It's an all-time high. You can buy 90 ounces of silver between the two. The ratios will close up. It used to be 15-1 when it was in the money. Ratio is what you need to pay attention to, not the price. The price is not, that's a tool of manipulation. I'm trying to get you to pay attention to, historically, metals have a ratio between the two. At the time of Christ, they valued a piece of silver and a piece of gold. I don't have gold, but a piece of, maybe it's because I didn't say that I didn't have any gold. You don't trust what I'm saying. But I'll stop talking if you want, talking and answer a question. So, so they were valued. I don't have a piece of gold. I don't have that kind of wealth, but that's okay. I know these markets better than most people in the market. Have been doing this stuff for 30 years. So, silver and gold at the time of price were valued 1-1. The ratio was 1-1. Am I selling silver? No, I'm not selling anything. So they valued silver and gold at the same ratio. Focus. Silver and gold, same ratio at the time of Christ was 1-1. One didn't have more value than the other. Since that time, it's had a historic value of 15-1. It comes out of the ground at the time of Christ at about 16-1. Pay attention. 16-1 was the ratio in like a quarter. That's a silver quarter worth, and will always buy a gallon of gas. Yes, a silver quarter will always buy a gallon of gas. I don't care if gas goes to $10, that quarter will be worth $10. I don't care if gas goes to $15, that quarter will be worth $15. It will always buy a gallon of gas, like an ounce of gold, not silver, will always buy a toga at the time of Christ, a nice steak, big fat steak and a bottle of wine. 1800s hand-tailored suit, $20 for an ounce of gold, nice steak dinner, taking the lady out for a bottle of wine, dinner, and have a nice suit to be hand-tailored, okay? In this time, gold is at an all-time high, $21.83. That will buy you an Armani suit, a steak dinner, and you can listen. You've been distracted. You've been making too much money in these other markets. And yes, there's money to be made, but you want to play this market. This is God's money that you're playing with. They sold Christ for 30 pieces of this. This is money. You can't tell me this is not money. They sold Christ for 30 pieces of this. I don't even like having any of it. But we have to be wise, and this is God's money. So the ratios between the metal is what you want to pay attention to. If you have money, well, great. You can get into these markets. There's way more money to be made in the silver market right now because you can get 90 pieces of this for 1 ounce of silver. The nice thing about gold, or 90 pieces of silver, 1 ounce of gold, is that gold is super compact. You can put a lot of value in a small space. I still think gold is a good value. At the price it is, at the all-time high, I think it's a good rate. Well, what about the ratio, Tracy? It is going to go up to 10,000. I think gold could, if they can make a Bitcoin that's a 0 and a 1, a digit on a computer, $69,000. How can a tangible asset that passes the ping test, obviously, right? Oh, yep, that's silver. The ratios will close between the two. Even if this goes up to 10,000, that's going to trail up with it and catch up to it. My son just checked earlier in the stream. He said it was 89. I don't know. It could be somewhere. It's still an insane. The average is 15 to 1. 15 to 1 when it was in the metal. 15 to 1. A silver will always buy a gallon of gas. 21.83. You can buy a nice Armani suit. Take your lady to a nice steak dinner and buy a bottle of wine today with gold at an all-time high. See, gold, it doesn't matter the price. It's just, it keeps, no matter what it is, no matter how much money that it will do what it's supposed to do. If chaos gets crazy, gold is an indicator of that. The more crazy it gets, trust me, watch. This is a safe haven metal. People always rush to gold and silver when times of crazy. So you want to know what the indicator of chaos is? Watch the price. That tells you how things are progressing right now, guys. Yep, you're probably right. I hate your name, Barack Obama, but you're speaking truth. I saw lightning fall from heaven. So the ratio, okay, is what you want to watch, because now, as gold always keeps its value and will always buy the suit, the toga, the steak dinner, and the bottle of wine, no matter what they do, the price and the pit, the paper, because this is a currency and this is money, and those are digits on a screen, and so is a Bitcoin. And so, but if a Bitcoin can be 69,000, you can't tell me that can't. So back again to the ratio. If gold hit 69,000 because it was following Bitcoin, because people like to compare those two, and they're not even anything. One's a digit on a screen with some code that you got to know all this, paragraph to get into, and one is a tangible asset. Okay, and it's always been money. Anything paper, anything that's not gold or silver is just credit. It's just credit. It's just credit. Gold and silver have no third-party risk. No third-party risk whatsoever. So, hear me out. If gold goes up, silver is going to follow it. Historically, silver has higher highs and lower lows. Gold, nice, does what it's supposed to do. Silver thrashes around like crazy behind it. This is how this markets always work. Look at the Kundalini cycles. Look at the that's not it. What is it? It's the what do I call it? That's the up in the heaven there. But there's Fibonacci cycles, guys. There's a lot of different cycles that they watch. These things have tops, bottoms, just like the Bitcoin halving that's happening now. There's a cycle of all these things. They hit highs and lows. So gold is at an all-time high. And I think at the rate that it is, it's still a good buy. But silver has a lot more chance to make a lot more in your investment, because it's going to have to play catch up, and it will have higher highs. But you can't sit there and freak out when it does now listen, every market, because the way people are foolish, not people who have money, they can diversify and buy things when nobody wants them and fill their portfolios and coffers full of them, and then wait until the markets go up, because they know how to do this. That in a market, there's something that is called a blow off top or a melt up. And this is caused by a term that's called the FOMO. And it's the fear of missing out, like happened with Bitcoin. Every time it does what it does, you'll start seeing it all the time on your feed, every other, kind of like they did with the Vidco. You'll be seeing it all. When nobody wants it is when you're supposed to be buying it. When everybody wants it is when you're supposed to be selling it. But most people don't do it that way. They wait until everybody wants it before they buy into it. thinking they're going to get rich quick. And if you diversify and you buy a bunch and 8 of them fail and 2 of them come up, it doesn't matter if you lose these. That's the nice thing about having wealth. I don't have that, so I don't have that luxury, but I see what they do. Follow the money. So the guys, 80% of the gains are made in the last 20% of the market. That's everybody piling in at the last moment, and it goes. So are you smart enough to pick a top? No, even some of the best investors in the world cannot pick a top. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, yeah, and then we got market manipulation on top of the whole thing. Cool, Katie. Thank you. Just trying to share. You know me. I don't have money, but I try to help and do what I can. I got a little bit invested in this, guys, is all I got pretty much left going for me. So, but anyways, thanks for joining us, guys. So really, guys, that is called the FOMO, and that's the fear of missing out because people want to buy it when it's really expensive. And it's going to happen with Bitcoin, guys, because they're going to try to distract these markets. Okay. But this is money. This is wealth. If you have enough of this or you have enough of gold, you can be wealthy. You don't buy this with a piece of paper and ever sell it back for a piece of paper. God forbid. I just recently had both my credit cards drained, and I got the second appeal today that says I'm not getting my money back, even though I filed a police report, even though they caught the guy with my credit cards, both cards that he drained all my money out of. I filed the police report, and again today, after 12 hours on the phone, I still am not going to get my money. Wah, wah, wah. I'm glad that I did something, guys, because I bought this to try to help pay off my land. I was hoping that those ratios and stuff before I'd have to sell it, but it is liquid. And if I have to go to the coin shop, I did buy it to pay my land with. Hey, landowner, do you like silver? Oh, you got some silver, Tracy? Yeah. Now's the time that I'm going to offload my silver, but I don't, we'll see. So I'll let you know if anybody can help me out right now. I did. Both my credit cards got dumped, all the money on them, and now I filed the police reports and everything. I still didn't get my money back. Oh, my son's going to buy it from before he goes to shop. Well, I don't know. I'm running out of days, son. I only got 3 days. 3 days, dude. And I got what? $325 or something to come up with. And so we talked about it. That's why I'm in here and I'm doing my work in here. I've been putting in full time, 12 hours a day, trying to grip the crap out of everybody. It just is what it is. Somebody can help out. There's CashApp link in the description. There's a PayPal. So I have some money, guys. But the thing is I was hoping to take this 5-ounce bar and trade it for 25 loads of gravel. I'll get back to this where I'm at. You guys, I make markers. I get it. 25 ounces of gravel because now it's $150 or something worth of silver. So, that 125 for 25 loads of gravel. Yeah, the local guy, I'm sure. Remember I told you I put this piece in all these millionaires' hands around here, and they were asking me where to get this. Where did you get that? This has been in the hands of millionaires, guys. And they were asking me, where do you get that at? Because they don't own any. They own tractors and land, but they don't. This market is so tiny. The market cap is $900 billion, guys. $900 billion of the whole silver market cap. It's a low. If all that big money tries to pile in to these little tiny markets, guys, this is off to the ratio. Okay. Just all the money in the derivatives and all that paper and all that. Guys, money doesn't go away. It's going to have to find another market to make money in. So if any of you guys can help me out, I'm just letting you know my Cash App got taken. All my money out of my Cash App card, all my bill money got taken, and I've spent a ton of time. So I've been spending a lot of time here because I have 37 things listed on the internet. I'm not just sitting in here doing nothing. I have things on the market, but I'm having some struggles electronically. So obviously, if you have the means to help, they're there. Their links are there. If not, I'll get back on trying to help you, because I'll try to put my treasure up in heaven and do what I can do. I can't change anything now, guys. Like just what just happened to me. I dropped my wallet. It happens, right? I dropped it. Somebody picked it up immediately and spent all my money. And I filed, they caught him. Police reports were filed and everything, and I still didn't get my money back. So never happened before. The guy's like, I've never seen this. You'll be fine. You'll get you. And then, today, wah, wah, wah. So I'm trying to lift my spirits and come in here and hang out with the family and do something productive instead of just being frustrated with my life. So again, if I have to take this in, I will. My son said because he collects silver too. And, so anyways, I was hoping to trade this for about 20 loads of gravel, because I'm sure the gravel guy doesn't have any silver. Maybe he might, but there's multiple people who do gravel in this town. So I live in a big muddy mess out here and have for years, guys. I fought my driveway for 7 years because I don't have that kind of diversified. I buy other people's stuff. I have extra charger controllers, and I have extras for everybody else. I don't take care of myself. I try for everybody else. And 10 years I've been trying to grow a homestead out here with other people. And I did the homestead. I've done the off-grid thing for 5 years. I've had a full farm out here, but I just can't seem to find anybody to come do it with me. So, anyways, if I'm forced to sell this, I will. But it is absolutely the last thing that I want to do, because I want to hopefully pay my land with it to come full circle, because you don't buy it for the paper and trade it back for paper. But God, if you need it, guys, it is liquid, and I can drive into Bend a couple hours to get to the local coin shop, and I'll get my probably close to what I paid for it back, because I bought it a little bit cheaper. Some of this I haven't bought in silver in a couple years, guys. Look at the price of silver a couple years ago. So obviously I paid a premium. So it's right about the price I paid for it. I wouldn't really lose anything, but I'm losing the fact that I might lose those. I can't buy 1 load of gravel with this right now. I might be able to get 20 loads. I don't want to trade this back for paper. I want to trade it for land or gravel or a sawmill or a tractor that I don't have. Ontario over there, Ontario over off of and blue farmhouse down there on the right hand side, before Jack in the Box. Back up on the highway. I'm trying to think that's at. So yeah, I'm in Christmas Valley. Used to be out there in Ontario for a while. Lived out there. But anyways, good coin shop out there. But anyways, so again, guys, I have it there. See what I'm saying? That's kind of the neat thing. It's there and it's liquid if I need it. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, these markets are moving right now. Gold is at an all-time high. Silver seems to be lagging a little bit, but it'll do what it's supposed to do, guys. Gold always leads out in these markets in front of silver. So somebody asked about Bitcoin. Okay. I've been following the Bitcoin market. I've never invested in Bitcoin. I don't want to make my money in Bitcoin. And my son could have already made me a millionaire in Bitcoin, but I chose not to. He came to me many years ago and said, "Hey, Dad, buy these. I just sold a motorhome. And how much is a piece of land by you? Josh, you can buy it on payments for like a land sale contract out here for like probably less than $200 for a 10-acre parcel, maybe a 5 or 10. I pay $150 a month and have now for almost 5 years on my 5-acre parcel, and my land taxes on that are like $50. on that 5 acres for the year on a piece of property that's got some grade and stuff. That's right on the highway. Now that's going to be more expensive now than it was back then, but you could probably still find something like that. You can find 20-acre parcels of land out here over by the dunes. I live by the mountains. There are some stuff out there. This valley's got a lot of, slope and grade. It used to be like 500 feet under the ocean where I live here. So, remember, some of my driveway's a little nutty, but I get some gravel. I'll get it taken care of someday. Oh, come on, man. Come on, somebody help me out, guys. I've been giving out some pretty good advice. Anybody got an extra, somebody make some money on the stock market or something, can help a brother out, hit that Cash App up for me, guys, if you can. Appreciate all those likes too, okay? Man's got to do what a good man's got to do. I've been on here 5 hours and 34 minutes, so check this out, guys. The Bitcoin market, all the big money's moving into this halving of Bitcoin. If you pay attention to the cycles, before Bitcoin halved last time, remember the price of it, and then it did its drop, and then it shot back up, right? It shot way up last time. That's where it, does its thing. So if it follows what it did last time, 90,000, 100,000 Bitcoin is easy in this cycle. A lot higher than that. I could see it going to, like I told you earlier, I said quarter million per one coin. But what are you doing there, Beth? What's your advice? All my Aussies over there. I'll take a break from my Aussie. I'll go back where I'm at. If I ever leave the country, that's the first place I'm going is Australia. You got more Aussie followers than anywhere else. Maybe it's because I live in the high desert Oregon outback. But what do you got for me? What's happened over there in the outback over there? Bitcoin's not having. Cool. No, I would if I had the money. Vomit. I would. I enjoy the markets. Obviously, I don't have money. I invest in land and property. I've been trying to build a homestead. I've been trying to get away from the tech and all that. But again, markets are made. Millionaires are made. All that, and I like to see people not struggle, and I don't want you to get. Remember, he said it'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man through the gates of heaven. So I'm not trying to make anybody rich, but I don't want to see anybody struggle. So again, my son came to me. I was going to buy some silver, and I had $3,000 I was selling a motorhome, and he wanted me to buy Bitcoin, 10 of them at 300 a coin instead of buying the silver. And I didn't spend all my money on the silver, but I bought some silver and those went up to what, 69,000. So, yeah, there you go. That's all I'm saying. Exactly, Beth. People have, where you can live a lifestyle and quality of life and, I got enough money to get some, some long-term food storage. And I got these just basic things, I could put gravel on my roads instead of driving around in the mud, just the basic stuffs, and have enjoy life and not sit around and stress all day about bills when you could have made it in Bitcoin. Maybe I could have done that when my son said that to me, but I've always known where it stems from, and I want to pay off my silver. I'm eternal, and everything I do is very important to me. I don't care about nothing in this world. I care about what happens after I leave this world. Way more important to me than anything so much in this world. So I put my treasure up in heaven, brothers and sisters. My treasure's not on this earth. I've never fit in here. I don't mesh with anybody here. I guess that's why I live way away from people, alone, don't have neighbors, don't have no friends, don't have no family. I just have my brother, mother, son, and that's it. And you guys now on this platform. So No, Matt, we don't want any politicians. We don't fund people who we don't fund people who fund war. Trump loves war. So does Biden. So does Obama. So does Nancy Pelosi. So does Bill Clinton. So does George Bush. We don't support death and war. Stop voting for these war hawks. Listen, guys, we're going to do something real quick. We're going to change it up real quick. Every time, you guys know that there's 500 of these in a monster box, right? There's 500 ounces of silver in a monster box. There's a monster box of silver in the end of every Patriot missile, guys. Every Patriot missile, there's a monster box of these. And they drop these on women and children and countries all over the world. Monster boxes of silver get blown up all over the world every day. Let's take this back. Let's take our nations back by taking this back, because they know they're buying it up already. But brothers, sisters, they're buying the gold. Listen to me. Silver is the bank killer. Silver's the bank killer. Become your own bank. I'm not saying you can't own gold, but this is more use. They don't put this gold in smart. They couldn't put 500 of those at the tip of a missile. This is how we get this robots off our back. This is how we get the robots off our back. The Terminator things that can come. These little stupid police robots that drive around. Anything that's got a switch, brothers and sisters, takes this. This is the most conductive, most reflective metal on the planet. They use it in those smart bombs because it needs to guide itself. So listen, this is how you become your own bank. And this is how we can take our nations back. This is God's money, and this has always been God's money. He was sold for 30 pieces of this as Shiloh when he was here on this earth. In the flesh was sold. You can't tell me that's not money. Christ was sold for 30 pieces of this. This was the first money in the scripture, was the silver dinar. This is money. We need to get this off of these war hawks. Every piece that you can take away from them and put in your cash, you have now taken that piece away from a smart missile, and now you have saved somebody from losing their life potentially. Let's get it back, guys. This has never been done before. Hashtag buy the silver back. Let's get it back. Let's put it back and get it away from these people so they'll quit dropping it on us and our children and going out there and making they sit behind desks and sign these things and send our children out with this. This is how they have fed the lifeblood of the military industrial complex. Yeah, Daniel, you give a man a gun and he'll rob a bank. You give a man a bank and he'll rob the world. Exactly. Banksters' wars is what they are. Thank you. You guys, this is how we take our money back. They keep inflating all these currencies, guys. They keep inflating. All the nation's central banks were inflating the currencies, guys, and they're buying gold. The central banks, the one that are inflating your currencies, have bought more gold last year than they have since the history of the central banks. So if you're good enough to afford gold, great, but they're not buying silver right now, guys, because they're too wealthy and they're too rich and they're too greedy. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Gold is a good store of value. It is a good tangible asset. It is a good dividable. It's a good store of wealth. It is money. It is value. It is wealth. But this is something I just don't know if they're too proud right now. But guys, this is what they drop on us. So who cares about gold? I don't care about gold. I don't want gold. I'd like to own a gold buffalo just because I think it's art. I think that's a neat coin, but I'm not fascinated by gold. I'm not a gold bug. Obviously, I'm a silver bug. So get this out of their hands. Yeah, you're 14. How are you getting in here, Eli? We're supposed to be an adult stream. My son had silver at 14. So yeah, you can buy it in. I used to give this to my son as a reward. He'd work for silver. He'd do good in school. He'd do something good. I'd give him a piece of silver, just like my dad did for me. So, well, I believe we're going to lose our digital system there, Josh. I think this whole American, war machine is about coming to an end with this petrodollar and this. There's a lot of things being formed right now. The BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, all that. United Arab Emirates, that's the 7th largest nation in oil producer in the world. They just joined the BRICS. They're not taking the U.S. dollar for oil anymore. Iraq said they flushed all as of January 1st this year. There are no more U.S. dollars in Iraq. Everybody's bailing out of the dollar, guys. The central banks, the one that are printing up all your money around the world, are buying precious metals. If you go outside of the United States, America right now, around a lot of nations, especially some of the Asian nations and stuff, they're very heavily invested in silver and gold, more so gold, but they are buying this shot right now, guys. This little pieces, they're called like a bean. There's a name for them. I forget what it is. And they're even the gram, they're buying it by the gram, and they are ecstatic out there, guys, because gold's at an all-time high. But people in the West don't think gold and silver are money. But they call this money in some countries, guys. They call silver money because it is money, remember? So they know. You guys, the West is going to be the last to know. So if you're in America, you're probably out of luck. You need to probably find a way to, it's available right now, but you're probably going to wait until it's too expensive, just like everybody else. You're not going to listen to me. And this ain't economic advice, but I told you that 80% of the gains are made in the last 20% of the market. The FOMO, the fear of missing out. Oh, I got to have that right now when everybody else is, and the big money's left the market and they're already into something that's lower. And then you guys just spend, and then the market crashes on and like, and they kind of laugh at you, because this always happens, guys. This is how it happens in cycles. So this is just a cycle that's happening right now. Some of it's been a long, haul for people who had been in the precious metals markets. Again, 30 plus years I've been in this market, and it's just starting to move around. So, oh yeah, I feel like I'm a pyramid scheme when I'm telling you about something and I'm not selling anything, and I'm telling you about this has been produced 4,000 times since the 12th century pyramid scheme. 4,000 times that they've tried. The Chinese were the first to try the paper currency. Everyone's got you can wipe your tail with it. Zero. This has never gone. Gold and silver's never gone to zero in the last 6,000 years. Pound sand, you foolish ignoramus. Get out of here. A pyramid scheme. The reverse pyramid. You just wait until all those derivatives pile into that little teeny $900,000 market cap. Yeah, leave, please, peacefully. I'll give you one chance. If you say anything else again, I'll ban you here for at least 24 hours, hide you from the channel. You ain't coming back. I'll remember your name. Crow. Eat crow. Trying to help people in here. Nobody's trying to take anything from anybody. Is there a pyramid? Yeah, pyramids of fractional reserve. Yeah, the old banksters that love to print your money into infinity. They just they're printing $1 trillion every 100 days. How about that for a scheme? I'm trying to get people into something. As they print $1 trillion every 100, do you guys realize that if I paid you $1 million a day, that would take me 360,000 years to pay you back? Yeah. I could go back and forth. We could stack dollars from end to end and go back and forth to the moon 4 times. $1 trillion. Trying to get you to understand that this has always been money. It's never gone to zero. Do whatever you want. You're gonna use the word math and hella in the same thing. Bye, Walker. Ha ha ha. Let's laugh. Let's laugh. Ha ha. There's one of those ones I was telling you about earlier. They love the pleasure of, I got to fire it up. Oh, trolls. So let's check our vote here, guys. What does our vote say? Silver's money. Cool. 70% of the people that's good stuff, guys. Let's end that poll. Thanks for voting on that poll, guys. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Some of you guys understand this. Please understand that the East understands this, guys. The East understands this. Most of these Eastern nations, like I'm telling you right now, if you don't live outside of the American borders right now, hold on, Josh. I'm doing monetary talk right now. So I will do it again. Just not right. I'm trying to sit down. I don't want to stand up right this second, but hang with me, Josh. I appreciate it. I think I asked you to bug me, so I don't know if I get it in me tonight. We'll see. I don't know what time is it. 11 o'clock. So I don't know. We'll see. Appreciate you asking, though. I do appreciate your interest in it. I haven't erased it yet. Okay, I haven't erased it yet. So, thoughts on digital. I mean, look, guys. I don't like crypto. But remember, all vessels rise. All vessels rise, in a rising tide. You know what I'm saying? All vessels rise in a rising tide, right? So all these cryptos are going to go up. All this digital will go up. I'm not against people making money in any market, guys, so to speak, as long as it's legal and it's not, anything illicit or anything like that. But cool. Well, I'm glad. Hope you guys can just glean some information. Maybe write this down. I know get moving around on stuff, but cool. I'm glad you like the channel. All glory to God. I'm not a religious man. I teach, but God's money, on the back of the dollar says, "In God we trust." Right. So, one nation under. Right. What's happened to all that? But anyways, this is God's money, guys. And as they print $1 trillion every 100 days, this is a good way to protect your wealth. Okay? Yeah, me neither. I'm not doing digital, but Michelle, people are going to be able to change their life. Michelle, I'm not going to. Doesn't sound like you want to make your way that I want to do mine with God's money, but I hear you. No, I don't want to do digital either. But thanks for a comment, because again, people will be able to change their life and not struggle, and then get out of that space while because there's going to be a massive run up in the ETF market in the Bitcoin space right now. And, I see the digital going, that's God's money and their legal tender, and they've never gone to zero again. 4,000 paper currencies invented. Chinese. The Chinese were the first people to try this in the 12th century. And there's been 4,000 of these guys, 4,000 paper currencies, and everyone's gone to zero. And gold and silver have never gone to zero in the last, and it kills vampires. Yeah. So what do you think will happen to Bitcoin? I'm not an economic, I'll give you, I see 250,000 Bitcoin. No, silver and gold are money. This is currency. Gold is at an all-time high, 2183. The last time I looked, silver's at $25. Silver's been $50 before, 2 times in history. This coin hit. Actually, I found this. This is why I pulled this out. A really cool coin. Somebody asked me if I had a 50-cent piece earlier, like a Kennedy half. But this silver coin here, it's been in millionaires' hands. Outstanding, Josh. Well, looking forward after 8. Dude, you guys are a blessing to me, man. You guys are really making me feel like this channel is really worth my time. So, there's difference between currency and money. A currency, in order to be money, it has to be tangible. It has to be dividable so you can break it down and make change, right? And then it has to be a store of value. legally and technically to be money, it has to be a store of value. And this has lost 98% of its value since 1913. Since 1913. So it's only worth 2 cents for what it would buy from 1913. So it doesn't retain value. That's not money, that's currency. There's a difference. This is currency. This is money. This retains its value. I talked about that earlier, about an ounce of gold who will always buy you a suit, a toga, a steak dinner for your lady, and a bottle of wine. No matter in history, it'll always buy that. Since a quarter, since 1964, it'll always buy a gallon of gas. The best place would be your local coin shop. Try to find your local coin shop, not a pawn shop, your local coin shop, so that you can make a relationship. Like, I might have to sell this silver. I don't want to, but I might have to because my money got robbed and I didn't get reimbursed, even though the cops caught him and he was charged with credit card fraud and da-da-da. I still just get my money back. I have the worst luck in the entire world sometimes. But anyways, if I have to sell this, I will, because I bought it to pay my land off with, hoping that the ratios would close and I would get a lot more out of it than what I'd be able to get. But I can go to my local coin shop and it's liquid, and get my money out of it. I don't want to, but if I have to, I'm going to. So, so currency is paper money, gold. So currency is paper money. No, it's not paper money. It's currency. So currency is paper. It's not money. It's currency. You can't lump paper with money because it doesn't. I see what you're trying to say, but that's not cool. Cool. So again, just quick mention, anybody help me out, man. I'm trying to, that's why I'm on here, and I'm not just trying to grift you. I'm trying to give you information. So anybody can help you. If this is helping you and you can help me out, I've got a link in the description. There's ways that you can contribute to what I'm doing here. So I'm trying to help you guys retain. Jewelry is a good way. Wearing your wealth, magic. You can wear your wealth. The Indians, they wear their wealth. So, currency is currency. Silver is money. There you go. There you go. This is money because it holds value. You guys, they used to keep this, kingdoms and stuff would keep this and give it to their, thank you, son. There's a Cash App link if any of you guys can help me out, man. $5, $10, anything helps, just trying to, like I said, somebody took I can't sell anything on the internet because I do a lot of provocative stuff on the internet too. So check out my overlay maps, guys. I do am putting something out that I don't believe anybody else has put out too. So, where the wealth, there you go. Cool. So Indians, they do. That's part of their kingdoms. Always kept this for their family members and pass this down. You know what I'm saying? They would pass this down to their sons and to their their generations, and this would always hold its value. So this is why they always held on to it. Kingdoms always stacked this. Remember, this is wealth. If I had a big stack of this, then I would be wealthy, right? So I want to teach you something else, guys, that a lot of people can't. I think I have a couple people in here, a few people that might be able to wrap their brain around this. As we see the price of gold go up, right? Is the price of gold going up? No. The price of gold always stays the same, or as far as its purchasing power. So as gold gets more expensive, no, it's not. The gold just because there's more dollars, they keep printing more dollars. You know what I'm saying? They keep printing more and more dollars. No, not just buy Bitcoin. Don't pump anything right now. I'm not pumping anything. I'm explaining people. I talked about buying Bitcoin too. Don't come in here and say, oh, I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican. I don't want to hear it. So as we see gold go up, right? It's just a barometer of what's going on in the world. And as it goes up, it's taking up for all this extra money that's being printed. So I don't care if gold gets to $10,000. It's not. Everything is going to be that expensive, and gold will always be able to buy it. Gold doesn't go up in price. Even if it is 10,000, that's not how gold works. Do any of you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't. That's not how gold works. Gold stays the same. Its purchasing power stays the same. The currency inflates. Okay? It's hard for people to wrap their brain around that. Like, no, because it's $10,000 an ounce. Yeah, but the price of a suit right now. Cool. So I'm not giving any economic advice, guys. This is just a little monetary theory. We'll call that to help cover the algorithms, and it's how gold works. That's right. You guys, some of you guys totally understand it. If you don't get it the first time, guys, it's okay. Just hold on, and you want to give me a subscription. I don't always go over, metals and stuff, but I like talking about it. I don't have a ton of it or anything, but might save my butt here. I don't want to drive to town, guys. I hate driving to town. I just can't stand driving to town. So, but anyways, I was saying earlier that I had a. I think I just dropped something there. I did it. This is a silver bar, just like a bar. I don't really like this because it has this stupid flag on the front of it. But let's fly it the right way. So, what am I watching? Holy crap! Yep, upside down. Fly those things. Don't fly them right side up. You can't tell me this nation's not in distress right now. If you're flying your flag like this, you are doing this country a disservice. I burn all my flags. I don't do none of that crap anymore. I don't give my allegiance to none of that. But there's a 1 ounce bar. What am I watching? People like bars. Some people like rounds. Those are both 1 ounce. But somebody had asked earlier if I had a I could show you that one. If I had a 50-cent piece, and this is probably one of the neatest things I've ever seen. No, I'm not patriotic. This country is a horrible, disgusting, filthy, nasty war machine that's killed millions and disgusting 800 military bases. I'm a veteran, I know. 800 military bases in 180 countries, the war machine. And it takes silver to do it. Take this silver away from this war machine. Every time you buy one of these, you potentially save a life. We dropped 500 of these in a Patriot missile. It says they'll throw their gold and silver in the streets, and you're thinking they're talking about when this money's worth nothing. They're talking about we're already doing it. We dropped 500 of these things on women and children and fighting age men and buildings and streets all over the world. It's already happening. They'll throw their gold and the silver in the streets. It's already happening. So take it away from them. Stop funding these wars. Stop funding this war machine. Every time you can put these one in your coffer, you've taken one off the end, the tip of a. Yes, there's 500 of these. That's a monster box of silver in this tip of every Patriot missile. Let's take them back away from them. Stop killing people with this stuff, guys. This was never meant to kill people. You think Christ wanted us to kill people with this? For real, I'm asking you a serious question. You think Christ meant for us to kill people with this? Oh, that's dumb. Well, don't ever come back, dozy. Pound sand. You want to fund death? Good for you. And you think that's dumb? I think you're an ignoramus. Goodbye. 500 ounces of silver in the tip of every Patriot missile gets dropped and completely disappears. Gone. Just like Dolzy. See ya. So let's get these back from them and put them in the people's hands. Because I don't think God ever meant for this to go in the tip of a smart missile and kill women and children. Please, guys, I know that's a crazy idea, but this is something that just came to me. That's right, see? But not only that, did you hear what I'm saying, Michelle? Not only that, because we need it. It is money and all that. But think about what I just said. If we take this back, guys, every time we take one back, maybe you need 500, and now if you only had 499, that takes down that Patriot. That takes down that satellite. That takes down that tank that needs it for its switches and all the war machine. This fuels the military-industrial complex. This fuels the military-industrial complex. And they want to go tech. They want to go AI. They want to go robotic. Take it from them. How many do you think that's in these electric cars, guys? There's some massive amount of this in this new. We've seen those electric cars don't work. Stuck at the stations. Stuck at the charging stations in the cold. That don't work. Let's get it back. We don't want to drive electric cars. Well, we can if we want, but the battery, that's not green. Think about all the energy that this takes in the switches to dig out that lithium to get it. It still takes this. This is in every switch. So this is a wild idea, guys, but this is a way for you to get a stack for yourself. So you got something. As they're printing $1 trillion every 100 days in America, that means your money is just being dwindled away. Your paper is just wah, wah, wah. This is going to hold its value. I didn't say you're going to get rich. I know. Look at how much water it takes to put one of those out, too, Magic. That stuff is not good. There's, you guys are not saying that we can't use electric cars and stuff, but they got the whole world pushing towards something that's not. Anyways, I really want to think about this. This is a reason. Get some beans, get some rice, buy a water filter, $10, guys. This is like $30 right now. Thank you. Exactly. That's not green. That's not green. So this is like maybe $25, $30 right now, guys. $25, $30. And mine was flavor. Good. You guys are an excellent crowd here, and I appreciate it, man. Good comments here. Life straw. You could probably buy 3 of these right now for one of these, guys. 3 of these for one of these. I had somebody told me they would trade their wife for these in a live stream on TikTok that I was doing. I'm like, hey, now hold on. No, not that. He's like, hey, man, if it was between me and my wife for life or death, man, I'll tell you what, you can have my wife. Dude, come on now. But somebody told me they'd trade a tractor for one of these, a horse, a car, a truck. So this might be, that's true though. I'm just like, dude, come on, man. No. That's not where I meant. You're not trading wives for water filters, dude. That's brutal. I'm trying to be reasonable here. So, but I had people tell me, honestly, guys, that I'd trade you my house, man. If I didn't have a way to, and I didn't have, and you had that filtered 1,000 gallons. Good day. I think so. Look, listen, guys, I don't want to give economic advice, but I think these might be a better investment in some ways than this. Diversify. I think, you tell me, what would you trade this for? What would be more liquid? Yes, that too. There's lots of ways. Alcohol. Somebody said vodka. We can go off and do a lot of things, but water is important more than anything. Please actually have one of these before you ever buy one of these. Because you got to keep drinking to buy more of these, so you can keep buying more of these, so we can take them out of the end of smart missiles. No, we don't celebrate birthdays in here. He tells us to be better to celebrate our death than our birth. We're not supposed to celebrate birthdays. That's pagan, and that's new age stuff, and I don't do any of that new age hocus pocus. So No, we don't celebrate birth dates in here. Christ tells us it'd be better to celebrate our death than our birth. So, nope, no birth dates. There were 2 birth dates in all the scripture. One was King Herod's, and the other, well, remember, King Herod was trying to kill Christ. So, the other one wasn't Christ's birthday. The only, well, remember the birth date of the sun god, Mithra, the orgy sex king god, Polyon. His birthday's on December 25th. What in the hell are you do celebrating Christ's birthday? He was born when the sheep were in the pasture. Do you do any research? Any kind of homework? I'm a farmer. Sheep go put up in Israel. I'm living in a similar climate during the months October, November, December. There ain't no sheep in the pasture in those months. There is no way Christ was born in December, November, October. So blasphemy. Moving on. We just got to do a little teaching there. Don't celebrate birthdays, guys. Do not let people celebrate birthdays with these kids. We need to stop this too. Stop teaching these kids these vain traditions that God said that were worthless. Don't teach these kids birth dates anymore. So, he was the lion from the tribe of Judah. Wah, wah. Oh, SPV got it wrong. Came out of the tribe from the house of David, declared the Lamb of God, Aries the ram. Oops, stepped into the wrong chat, didn't you? That works in most, doesn't it? From the house of David, born of Bethlehem, as David declared, the star of David, the star of Bethlehem. All right, guys. Some people, they're nonsense, man. They just listen to anything and fall for the that's why it says begotten, you silly rabbit. Tricks for kids. Don't fall for that stupid. You believe anything, right? Fake news, drain the swamp, all that. They're doing the same stuff today, guys. So thank you, Father, for the blessings, the understanding, tree of knowledge. There's a reason why it says begotten, guys. Remember, he says you have to study to prove yourself knowledge. So, yeah. I'm not a grandpa. My son doesn't want any kids. My son doesn't want kids. Just like me, I had him, and I'm like, oh, no more. So, hey, Maddie, stop spelling Christ's name with vowels in it. The Hebrew, you want me to get the books here? The Hebrew doesn't have vowels in it. Stop spelling his name with a Y with vowels. You can't come in and say something like that about his name and say his Hebrew name and with a Y in it and then put vowels in it. There's no letters, no A, E, I, O's or U's in Hebrew. You want me to get the Hebrew? I have it right here. I have the canonized versions. You want to see what it looks like, his name, So don't do the whole Oh, that was just a question. My bad. Maddie, don't worry about it. My bad. I'll throw in a little salt around. Maddie, Jesus is his modern name. Jesus is his modern name. You know what I'm saying? It's just a translation of I am, Jehovah, Shiloh, Yahushua, right? We'll put the vowels in there for you. Yahuwah, Yeshua, right? So he has names. Shiloh, that's what I call him. He said his name is I am, though. I am the Aleph, and I am the Omega. I am the Hados, I am the Hati, and I am the Horizo. Right? Before Abraham was comforted, I am. The I am, what I am. Yeah, that one. So, they haven't worshipped you in 400 years. They're asking what your name is. So what would you tell? They know your God. What should we tell them your name is? They're asking. You tell them I am. So, the Jesus thing doesn't kind of. He says, when I return, no one will know my name. I'll make a new name. So don't play the name game in here. Just like Mr. Coming in here trying to cuss. Don't cast shade in this room, please, guys. the aletheia will always set you free. Remember, he said, I am the hados, the aletheia, and the horizo, the way, the truth, and the light. So the way, the truth, and the light. Yep. So let me show you something else that I got here, guys. I want to show you here. Somebody asked me earlier if I had a 50-cent, and I remember because I don't have any 50-cent pieces that are, I have a couple older ones, and that's it. So, but when I was, I went to this silver dealer, and I just talked to him one time. He's a guy with a thing in his house. He had a little small, and he was selling, and I don't normally buy silver like that, but he had this sitting on his, I seen it sitting on his desk, and I'd never seen this before. And I've been in the market, and I've seen others of this now. I just never saw it, but this might be one of the neatest pieces of silver that I've ever seen. And I'm not into this, but this is a 50-cent piece, 1964 JFK silver 50-cent piece that has been, it's a piece of art. That's why I thought it was just the neatest thing that I think I've ever seen as far as other pieces, but it's really quite an impressive piece of art. So what do you think of that? And it's a 64, so it is silver. Isn't that pretty neat? And that's sweet, man. That thing is, I look like he's looking right at you. I look like he was smiling there for a minute. Yeah, no, I paid too much for it when I bought it. But anyways, it doesn't matter because it is silver. It's 64, 1964. So it's obviously worth more because it's, but yeah, it's like they must have done some kind of, I just never seen one before. And I'd collected silver for a long time, and I'd never seen one in a coin shop. And I've looked online now. You can locate it. I've seen others. This one's a really nice one, though. There's versions of this. If you want it now, the age we live in, you can find one. I just never seen one. Pretty neat, though, huh? Pretty interesting. You keep saying grandpa, but my son is not having kids. I'm only 50 years old. I'm not that darn old, am I? Do I look that old? I look that old? Just so you know, you guys keep calling me grandpa, but this is me last year. That's me. You keep calling me grandpa, but I'll bet you couldn't come out here in the last day on my farm. You keep calling me grandpa, but that's me. Grandpa right there. You keep calling me grandpa just because I have a gray beard. You think I'm an old man or something? What do you mean, grandpa? I don't have any. I wish I could. I wish I had grandchildren. If my son would have a grandchild, I might have a reason to stay in this world. Red Dead. Never go with Red Dead, but that's me last year. I'm not going to shave the beard, but I normally only ever shaved my face 2 times in my whole life. But that's me last year at 49 years old. So yeah, I guess you'd call me grandpa. Yeah, I am old. Yeah, I'm old. You got it. I am. And the gray makes me look a lot older. I know. So that's why what do I look 70 or something? You guys are brutal. Grandpa. Everybody come in here and call me grandpa. Grandpa. No. I wish my son would have a child, but I don't think his lady wants to have children, and they're pretty young. Still, I didn't have my son until, well, right about his age. So, oh, cool. I appreciate that. So I ain't trying to, but I have a very good physique, and I'm in the middle of the winter, and I still have a 6-pack at 50 though. Maybe my goal is to be 60. I ain't gonna make it to 60, guys, but it would be 60 to be 60 and have a 6-pack. He's 25, so he's about half my age, and that's when I had him. So he's 25 now. So maybe I'll be 60 and have a 6-pack. But I try to take care of myself, and I can't help the great. Well, I could if I took colloidal copper. Copper is a grain in your beard or facial hair, or is a copper deficiency. I could probably deadlift you over my head there, Kill Smart. You want to come out here and dig holes? How about how much I can't deadlift, Kill Smart? How about holes? You want to come out here and dig holes with me in the ground? I got a lot of more fencing I need to put up, like with the post hole, not like a machine, like, dig it out of the ground. Like I have hundreds of poles out here that I've all dug by hand. I bet you I can dig 3 holes to your 1. 3 holes to your 1. You probably are pretty young. How old are you? I'll even tell you where I live. If you want to nobody's ever taken me up on this. I've had people threaten me, and I tell them right where I live. And I said, let's not do that. Let's actually well, come on down here. I still bet you I can dig more holes than you, even if your dad makes you dig holes. I still can dig more holes than you, and I'm 50. So how old are you? You don't have to tell me, but how old are you? Because I bet you I can still dig more holes than you. You'll tire out and you'll want to go home. Because I've actually hired people to come out here, and they can't. I tried a couple times. People are like, dude, I can't keep. There's 2 hard pans out here. Well, I'm just trying to be friendly, like with you too. I was going to offer you to come out and barbecue with me if you could dig more holes, and if you could or whatever, you can. I always try to get people around, try to get people to work with me. I need people to come out here. I wasn't trying to be confrontational. I'm trying to get people to dig holes. Cook you dinner. Remember, I was actually talking to my son about this, sir. I don't want no violence. Hear me out, guys, because I want to talk about this too. It's a pretty cool subject. We could talk more about investment. I don't believe in violence, guys, not at all. Roast off with the ground. So, but we live in a very different time where people can't, generally people, you're really not supposed to be violent. And I don't condone violence, but I remember in a time where you weren't trying to beat the brakes off somebody if you got in a fight with them in school, you maybe had a whatever, and you weren't curb stomping somebody and trying to beat the brakes off of them. It was good to see you in here. Thank you for coming in. I haven't seen you in a while, so nice seeing you here. So thanks for coming in. But again, I'm not condoning any violence, guys, but I used to let my son and his friends, they would just beat the living snot out of themselves, but they weren't. My people are like, oh my God, they're going to beat the living. I'm like, they're boys. They're boys. Let them do their thing. They're young men. They're like, and they wouldn't tear up anything. They're in the room rolling, and they're thinking, I'm going to have holes in the wall. But they were always very respectful, and there was 3 or 4 of them, and I let it happen because that's the way I grew up. Because, see, my dad told me, if you let somebody beat you up, I'll beat you up 3 times as hard. I'll beat the brakes off of you if you come home and let yourself get beat up. Don't, again, I'm 50, so things are a little different. I'm just trying to go back. I'm not condoning violence, but just hear me out for a second, because it's just so crazy the world we live in today. And I think that's what's, I'm not condoning violence, but remember, if you got in a fight with somebody and you weren't trying to send them to the hospital, you were just trying to get the title. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I would say is like, sometimes I warn people about, because not everybody was like that. You know, some people just wouldn't give up. And I'd always warn people because I had to grow up fighting all the time. But I'm like, careful who you fight, because a lot of the times some people, they want the title back, right? If you, because that's how I consider it, more like the title, you know, like we used to all go meet different towns. You know, I lived in Crestwell. There was Cottage Grove here in Oregon, and that's a lake town. And we used to all go out by the lake. You know, these were high school and out of high school. We were all about 5 to 10 years from each other. And the way it worked, guys, is basically is when you knock somebody down. Remember, when you used to knock somebody down, you didn't kick them. You know what I'm saying? They were down, and if they got up and wanted to fight you again or something, then you'd let them get up. But there wasn't any of this. It wasn't like that back then, actually, because somebody you had a beef with, you know what I'm saying? You might have a beef with for a quarter of the school year, but then you end up fighting with each other. Remember, not trying to beat each other up and put each other in the hospital. Get the title, so to speak, right? You know, and then you'd be friends for the rest of the year. You know, and because me and my son were talking about the UFC. And I think it's that it's a really professional, it's a sport, and I'm not condoning violence. And again, but I think, you know, Dana White's done a good job because he's still got to sell tickets and do his thing. And it's, you know, there's a little bit of drama there, but I do think it's very neat how they pin a good guy and a bad guy. And it's almost, you know, kind of reminiscent of what we used to do in school. They kind of make a good guy and a bad guy. And then if after you notice the fight, what I was telling them is that after those guys, because many of them are friends, they go through the houses and they know each other, and you find pictures of them together older than they are now. And they're always, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, come on down, Bob Barker. So again, as I was saying, you know, these guys have, many of them have friendships. Many of them have long-standing, you know, friendships, and you don't see those pictures till later, and you don't know that these guys know each other pretty well. Remember, a lot of them grow up through this tradition. I mean, it's been around for a while now, decades. You know, this type of fighting, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, all this is not new. You know, even before Hoist Gracie and stuff, I took, you know, I was in karate and stuff myself, you know, before I joined the military and all that good stuff. But anyways, because my son was talking about that too. He's like, Dad, I'm so glad that I got to wrestle. You know, I got some basic skills and, you know, some of the other, you know, other than just doing his stuff with his buddies and them, you know. But I think it's pretty neat to see how these gentlemen, because I think they're very professional, and I don't think it's vengeance that they seek in the ring, that they're professionals. It's not violence. It is a sport, and I don't condone violence, but a lot of them, after they fight each other, you can feel the love almost like you used to get between somebody. It reminds me of 20 or 30 years ago when you had somebody you had a beef with, and then you finally would hash it out, and then you guys were always hanging out in the woods and doing things for the rest of the year. There's your friend for the rest of your life because you got it out of the way. And it wasn't such a violent thing. And so I think it's pretty neat because there's a lot of times that I see that on those fights. Those two people fight each other, and the way they hug each other afterwards, not in that way, you trolls. Hunt, there's some more. I swear there's more of that on YouTube than there is of anything else with these, whatever, that whole, but there's a moment there where it's like they're bonded for life. They had it out, and now so I think it was pretty neat. You know, I was sharing with my son earlier. I was like, kind of sucks we don't live in that world anymore. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They're like, They don't have anything like that in the UFC. I believe it's all an act to sell tickets, and that's what I think that's so cool, that Dana White is a really professional, and he's done a good job at keeping the fighting clean and keeping the filth out of there. Because come on, guys, guys get a little bit of an ego. Remember, I said not everybody, you beat the brakes off of him. No, you take the title from him, you knock him down, and then he wants to come back and get that title back. And then something itches with you. You're like, no, wait a minute. He's got the title and I want to go. It can go back and forth a few times, guys. Even in the streets, I was trying to remind my friends and stuff growing up, and that don't just fight anybody, because you got to be careful. You want to research a little bit before you fight somebody if you can, and learn out if they're kind of the person that just is going to come back and fight you 3 or 4 times. You know what I'm saying? I would just walk away from that. I would just walk away from that. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even try it, even if I knew I could, take the title from him. He'd come back and he'd keep trying to take it from me, and I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? There you go. So, and it's not, remember, it wasn't, but what a different day we live in, guys, now, where people can't even settle scores and everybody's quick to, pull something out, or, so I don't condone any violence, guys. I'm not trying. I actually promote the complete opposite. I'm a pacifist now. So I let God fight all my battles. If you make me fight you, oh no, man, please don't turn me into the old me. I don't want to go back to that. I want to be a pacifist. I want to get away from, I don't want to ever throw hands. I don't want to do nothing. I want to have a good time and hang out and barbecue and eat tacos and steak and grow organic vegetables and eat food. I was actually talking to my son today, man. He's like, I wasn't feeling hungry. I didn't want to eat this morning. I said, man, nothing sounds good. I said, but you know what? I bet you if I had some of because I'm not raising any of my own food out here anymore either, guys. I don't get the fresh eggs. I sold all the farm off, all the livestock. But I'm like, man, if I had my own vegetables and my own meat out here, I bet you I'd eat whatever I had. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Jaden, another tough day because they just denied my charges, so I'm not getting any of the money back. So even though the police reports were filed and they caught the guy and it was theft on his part, credit card fraud, they still denied my charges, which is insane, the membrane. So yeah, but trying to enjoy myself. There's some good group of people we got in here right now, answer some good questions here. And we're just talking about kind of that the UFC is a sport, and kind of miss the old days where guys weren't, so it wasn't about violence, and it wasn't about, it was actually, there was camaraderie. They do that, guys. That's kind of, and I'm not saying that that's why they kind of jump somebody into a gang. You got to be jumped into a gang and jumped out of a gang. It's brotherhood. Let's not lie. We know what this is. So we're just randomly, it was just, I already came up because I was talking to my son about the UFC. Just kind of a bummer that people cannot settle things without such massive amount of violence. And like I said, now everybody's so in fear for their life. They're going to beat the brakes off of everybody. And, there's no more. I'm not about violence. It just, people weren't so violent back then. And not saying it wasn't a violent world, but it just seems that we don't get to bond like that anymore with people we might have had an issue with. Like I was saying earlier, guys, the way that society has been so polarized. I'm a little bit older, and I remember a time in America that somebody could be a Democrat and somebody could be a Republican, and they might not agree with, a few things, or 10% or 12% or something like the things that they didn't, but they would still go hang out with the kids, in neighborhoods and stuff. Kind of old when most people owned it. There wasn't so many rentals and stuff. There was a lot of homeowners and subdivision. You know what I'm saying? And if somebody was a Democrat or Republican, they generally didn't fly it in front of their yard like we do now and make such a big statement about it. But if they were of a different political affiliation, they would just leave the 10 or 15%, even if it was something like that, and let the kids hang out. and the wife and the kids are over there talking, and you're talking about the 90% of the things you do. And I'm not saying keep company with vipers or hang out with people that are but maybe you didn't agree with everything back then because they were a Democrat and you were a Republican. It wasn't a deal breaker. That wasn't a deal breaker, just the color of the flag or the color of the party or the donkey or the elephant or, and you would still hang out and maybe drink a beer or have a glass of wine with your wife there. The kids are over there playing in the pool and you'd enjoy yourself. You know what I'm saying? And you'd leave the things that you necessarily didn't agree with behind. And the children didn't have to suffer for that back then, right? The kids are still playing in the pool. They're having a good time. Now kids don't even get to play together because he supports Trump. Oh, you like Biden? Oh, you like Biden? He likes Trump. They don't agree with one thing. They won't even talk to that other political affiliate, that party. If somebody likes Biden, they don't want, oh, well, do you like Trump? They're triggered. They're so triggered, they won't even hang out and barbecue, and the kids suffer now too. So a lot of things like that have happened, guys. It's kind of a bummer, because that's because of things like this. You know what I'm saying? So isn't that amazing? We went from a country where a man and his wife and, can hang out with another couple or something like that. And now it's a deal breaker. You don't agree with one thing. They won't talk to you at all. They don't want anything to do with you. So that's incredible how fast things can change, guys. Remember you used to, hey, get back in that closet, Oops, did that come out? Sure did. Well, I'm selling the house and it had a walk-in closet, right? So I was just putting it on the listing. So how about that? There's a whole nother thing that changed really quick, didn't it? You gentlemen are to blame for that too, so you know. Oh yeah, honey, how about you cut some scissors with your paper there? And she's like, scissor? Oh, honey, no. Well, I'll tell you what, if you'll, honey, you want to try some of this sausage over here? You're like, no way. We did it, guys. Listen to me. We did it. I'm one of the only people who brought this up. When we think about them reading at school to these kids, listen to me, brothers and sisters, listen, I'm going to try to speak around the algorithm without saying too much. We told these ladies, hey, ladies, come on, get your friends, and it's okay, and it's okay, and it's okay, and it's okay. But the minute she's like, well, do you want kielbasa? Or you're like, no, I don't like pork sausage. I don't eat pork. Right? I don't eat pork. I don't eat pork. And she's like, well, I don't like cutting paper. It's going to, no, honey, it's okay. Right? Am I wrong? How that started? Because we went from kind of being, it was not ever supposed to be seen, although it's gone on since the time of Rome and it's always gone on, but it wasn't supposed to be seen until they were 18 and can make their own decision, correct? Because I think I've discovered something that most people, I'm a people person, guys. I pay attention to the long cycle. I wonder where this vocabulary comes from. I think it's a troll thing, but anybody tracking with me? Do you get what I'm saying? Even if you just get it, Michelle, even if you just get it, I want one person to understand what I'm saying here, because this is epic. What I'm saying, I think the men are to blame, and a little bit of you ladies for like going along with it. You should have never said, hell no, what are you talking about? I ain't cutting no paper. No, thank you. Hey, if you don't like that, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Okay, and I'm saying, and then it was loosened, and then it was loosened. So, yeah, okay, cool. And I'm not, you guys, we're both to blame, but I think that's kind of how it started. I know that sounds crazy, but the guys kind of made it a thing, guys. Cool. So then you guys get it, because it's so crazy. We went from that to them reading to our kids in school. You know what I'm saying? where I don't think that was ever supposed to be seen. That wasn't supposed to be seen. So what? Do whatever you want. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? But not until you get to make that on your own, but should never be. See, because remember, that was the thing. That's why nobody was able to do that. Because if you were, as long as nobody went to the emergency room, hey, this is a bash, guys, right? There wasn't a deal. Nobody got in trouble, right? Remember how that worked? And I'm not condoning that again, remember? But it's the way I think it should still be. If you know, it shouldn't be seen. And if it's seen, then it should be some kind of a, you know what I mean? So what people want to do behind closed doors? That's their own business. That's adult business, correct? Well, that's adult business, not kids' business, right? Now they're reading to our kids in school, sewing body parts, asking them, are you Jack or you Jill, right? Oh, I gotta let my puppies in here. You wanting to get out? You wanting to get in? Do we have any other kittens out here? Kittens? Any kittens coming in? So, have you ever heard such nonsense? Have you heard such nonsense that I said? Can you not? I'm a people person, guys. Can you tell that? I can't live with people, obviously, but I do enjoy God's creation, and I know that we're very complex people, and sometimes things can logarithmically decay, you know, around us, and we don't realize the things that happen and how we contribute to them. You know, how things come. How did you come up with that analogy, Gracie? I think about the kids. The kids is what I'm thinking about. That's my main focus, is the kids, right? So that's what led me to that, guys. And I think I might be right. I think maybe I should write an article on that. What do you guys think? Does that? Everybody always asks me to write. Man, you should write a book, dude. How do you know? And where do you get this information from? You know, you could put some links and stuff, you know. I don't know. I think that might be something worth writing down so that doesn't go away. Was that a gunshot? Uh-oh. It's a way to make yourself different today. Like how smoking. Cool. Okay, good, Kat. I like your analogy there. Your name is strange, but holy roly jolly. So, but I don't know. I could be wrong. But I do actually. I think we had a lot to do with it, though. Okay, cool. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm basically saying, is that still to this day, you guys live in a state now. I live in a state. Oh, there's a mercury dime. There's a 50, a Benjamin Franklin silver 50-cent piece. Yeah, when you're an adult, you can make that choice. That's it. You got it. You see exactly what I'm saying. So I don't like that they're being subject to this stuff. You want to come give me a sponge bath there, Lo? What are you talking about, man? I don't think you need to worry about whether I've taken a bath or not. I mean, how do you go in somebody's thing and say that? What a troll. Ha 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 ha. LOL. They're such the same. They'll just do the same thing over and over, guys. Same thing over and over. Oh, hey, actually, I wanted to show you. I had this one more piece here. I was going to show you. This is a pretty neat piece of silver. I was looking for this. There it is. I normally don't buy anything like this, but when silver got pretty low years ago, I bought this. This piece was different piece. Oh, I love it. Oh, what do we got here? Oh, it's in a little baggie. Little covering, obviously, here. So I really thought this is a neat. I think this is a 2.5 ounces of silver. And it's a spinner. You put it on the ground or on the table, and it's a UFO because it's got a little thing on the bottom of it, and it spins around. I don't have anything to spin it on, but you can see it's a UFO. It looks like the UFO that I built out here in the desert. Yeah, I built a UFO out here. If you ain't never followed my channel, sometimes you'll see it in the background. It lights up at night. It's all lit up and stuff at night. But look at that little cool little piece of silver there. And it's called a spinner. You can spin it on the ground. Yeah, 6 hours and 45 minutes. So I streamed for 12 hours yesterday. It's a job. It's a job. I'm working for the Lord. So are you keeping count? You don't pay my wages here on this earth and help a brother out? Are you keeping track? Are you the timekeeper? Good to see you back, man. Somebody's keeping tabs on me. Thanks. I feel like I always feel like somebody's watching me. No, cool. I got it right now, Peter. I got to do something else, man. I've got all my stuff sitting online for sale, trying to wait for the winter to break out here, and thought I might be able to add some value to somebody's day, and help somebody out, man. I hope somebody can benefit from what I've done here in the last, I've put in 4 hours of overtime the last couple of days. Worked 12-hour shifts. So I sell everything, I have to horse trade to make my way. I've bought and sold. I fix up cars, and I've raised dogs and livestock, and I sell animals, and I'm a jack of all trades. So, but I make my way by horse trading. Like I need the weather to break out here, because I've bought some, like a plate compactor and a jumping jack that I fixed up that was sitting in storage for a couple years. I got them running real good, and a line trimmer the trigger was having some issues. That's like brand new. So I buy things and I fix them and I sell them for a small profit and make my way. I don't like to spend money on W-2s to fund and kill women and children in other countries and fight men, because I'm a veteran, so I know what our dollars go to, and I try to live off of that system as much as I can. So I build everything from scratch. The whole cabin's built out of nothing but repurposed material. Everything looks like I live in an old Western town from the 1800s. Like a movie set out here. So, but don't like to live around the society, and so I'm on here because I got robbed. Somebody stole all my money off my credit cards, and I just don't have any other means to make any income right now. So I thought maybe I could provide some income, some worth to somebody else. And if somebody else wants to make a contribution, well, it's in the link or something. And so I've had a couple of people make a contribution so far, and I'll be on here for 12 hours and maybe ask for 20 or 30 minutes of if somebody can help me out or something like that. So not on here all day grifting people. Hey, pay my bills, pay my bill. I mean, if somebody can help me, great. But I filed police reports. I did everything I can do. So 12, 13 hours into phone calls trying to recover my money with police reports, and still this morning got another denial. nope, you're denied. You're not getting your money back, even though you filed a police report. And even though the guy got charged with stealing your credit cards and credit card theft, we're not going to give you your money. I have the worst luck in the world, man. So I can sit here all day and be upset about it and be frustrated, or I come in here and take my mind off of it, which helps. And there's some good people. This platform's grown quite a bit in the last month. So hoping somebody can take some value from this. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate everybody who's helped, man. I've had some people, like I said, I've been able to get that land payment that's up on the highway, the 5-acre parcel. And that was, that was a pretty big worry, because if I miss one land payment on that, that goes straight back to the bank. And I've paid on it for almost 5 years now, and it will be paid off in 5 years. This property that I'm on here is a 20-acre parcel that I paid on for over about 10 years, and I've never made a late payment on it. So normally don't have any problems with my bills, but when somebody robs all your money and you don't get it back, it's a shortfall for me. So here I am. Been trying to pass my time, do some of the Lord's work on here, try to put my treasure up in heaven, as I was saying earlier. So, yeah, I've been on here a while, but what else am I going to do? Sit out here by myself alone and be upset that I can't sell anything because I put out my overlay video on the map, and whatever. I don't regret it. I've been on the internet, guys, for, more than a decade on this platform, and so they have my IP address, and I've been pushing against, if you look, all you have to do is stalk my channel to figure out what's happening in my life, what's going on. So should be quite obvious, but most people don't want to stalk anything like that and go do any kind of research. They like to come in and cast shade and say things, and they don't even know anything about me or make a bunch of assumptions. And when there's a whole channel of, information on multiple platforms and stuff, hey, that's what this guy's about. So, yep, he's putting out things that nobody else is putting out right now. There's some things I'm putting out on the internet here in the last month that nobody else has covered anywhere on the internet. So you're getting some one-off stuff, man. Just like me, I'm a one-off dude. They can't clone this guy. Sorry. There's nobody who can act like me. You couldn't even probably program some of the stuff how strange of a dude that I am. So, yeah, I think it'd be pretty tough to clone me. Honestly do. I don't think anybody can go around and do what I do. People would know something wasn't right. You can't duplicate me, I just don't think so. Definitely one apart. So that's probably why I live so far away from people and live alone. And my animals are my best friends, and that's all I got. But I got you guys on here, so I do enjoy coming in here, guys, and I appreciate everybody's helped me out over this tough past. I had a pretty good physical injury that I've been working through, and I'm feeling much better now. God, it's nice not to take 30 minutes to put my boots on, but I always power through the physical stuff. I'm a veteran, so pain is just weakness trying to leave your body, soldier. So I'm feeling better. I really wish this spring would get here, and I'm ready to do the work that needs done for the weather. I know 98% of what I'm doing here on the surface isn't going to even be here. It's all going to get blown away or pounded by the sun. So we got to get underneath the surface of the earth. I was talking to my son about this the other day. He says, be in the world, but be not of it. What do you mean in it? Like a cache? Yeah, like a cache. Be in it, but be not of it. So I hope you're finding a safe place from the weather, guys, because that's what's driven me a little bit bonkers too, is I want to get to the storm, to get this storm out of the way. And it's already very stormy anyways, but I need to get to I need to get the arc finished. Something I've been working on for 10 years, 5 years out here, 10 years ago about the property to do it. Now I'm doing it, and it's in the ground, and now I need to finish it so I can bury the books. He says, heaven and earth shall perish, but my word will never die. So I'm burying the books. I'm putting them in an archive, and I have to get away from dueling tornadoes or 3 100-mile-an-hour winds, I'll have a place to stay temporarily, not live away from it like a tornado. Most times, just a couple minutes, blows over your house, you get out, and I'm glad I had that space away from the weather. So that's what I'm preparing, trying not to go crazy in this winter months until that gets here, because that's what's most important for me. Like I said, is to do God's work that he's told me. Come out here to this high desert, potentially the oldest place on the planet, definitely the oldest place in the Northern Hemisphere. This place is the oldest place in the Northern Hemisphere. And so I'm a very, very special place. And he has me doing a pretty unique thing out here, and kind of like myself. So nobody else is out here doing what I'm doing that I know of, not in the fashion that I do. So I'm glad that I have this ability, and I feel blessed, and maybe someday God will give me the ability to share what I have with other people, and my dream will finally come true, that I can do what it is that I want to do, and that's bless and help and share others. And because what I know is coming, that, we're all here because Noah got in the boat and he didn't listen to the world. He built it, and he got in it, and he did everything God told him to do. And he didn't listen to anybody what the world told him. So I get my Noah moments a lot, guys. So it's not like you don't get but the big Noah moments coming, and we all know that, so to speak. Not the end of the world, but the big changes, and hopefully all this hard work that I put in will pay off someday here. And that's been kind of my focus, is just try to get myself to that point. So thought I had myself pretty comfortable, not like that, where I thought spring would break and I would be able to get some of these spring items sold, and next month I should be able to push through this. So thinking that I already had all the the bills paid this month and was going to make it, but that's just the way the Lord works in my life. He just loves to pull the rug out from underneath my feet every time I get to where I think I can get and breathe, or get anywhere close to breathing, or see the water at the top of he just shoves my head right back down, to where I can just barely see the light again, and I keep swimming back to the top. So you're a racist, Toast. You're a racist. We're going to report you as a racist. You're a racist, Toast. I didn't know that, but I fell for that because I never even looked at it. But I asked earlier, and then I kind of felt silly. So you're a racist, and God only created one race, and you're causing the division. So you're filthy. You're disgusting. You do the works of your father, the devil. He tells me to be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness, yet expose them. So I'm shining a light on your evil. God didn't create races. God created one race, the human race. So, yeah, stop with your disgusting, filthy devil filth in here. Go find some other place to troll where people love your defiance. Man and woman, one race, the human race, guys. Let's act with some humanity. Stop letting these principalities, power, spiritual wickedness, the rulers of the darkness of this world rule us. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot serve Mammon and God, guys. This is very important. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. So we need to call out this evil. Stop accepting it, that it's okay. It's not. Call it out. If you see it, call it out. We don't need to call the trolls out. We just, So sometimes, guys, I feed the trolls because we need to call them out. So yeah, guys, I've been doing YouTube for quite some time, obviously told you. And then I had a pretty large following over there, and I've seen people put that. I just never answered it. And today I said it. I said it out loud. And after I said it, I was like, oh, my son's like, oh. So I just never fell for it. I just didn't look at it. A lot of times there's things I see because I've seen it hundreds of times. But now that I know what it is, I probably will call it out every single time. I cannot believe what it is, when I fell for it. Because, again, I'm a veteran, and I hate the fact that, what we've done. But there is some unity in being a veteran. There's some camaraderie, some brotherhood. And if you're in a foxhole and you've got, somebody trying to take your head off, and you've got somebody that's got your six or you got your back, you don't care what color their skin is, and you don't care about the shape of their eyes, how much melanin. They're making sure that somebody doesn't shoot you in the back. Do you understand? So you don't care. You don't think about what color their skin is or the shape of their eyes. That's insanity. So I really wish people, maybe they need to join and I'm not saying this, I wish you could be put in that position so that you can understand that there is no such thing as race. It's taught to us. Racism is a thing that's taught. As a child, we're innocent. And, we got 4 children again. I use this as an example. They're under the age of 4 years old, one from maybe the United Arab Emirates, one from Africa, one from America, maybe someone from Jamaica, and they're all playing in a park with each other. They don't see race. They don't see color. They don't see that. We teach that to them. They lose that innocence because of us, because we teach them that they're different, but they're not. God didn't create any races. God gave us more melanin in our skin or the shape of our eyes, because where he planted us, according to where we landed on the closer to the equator, closer to this, there's a purpose, but it was never for race. So I rebuke all racism. I cannot stand the fact that we label ourselves. We are one race, and that is the human race. And I will never, ever let anybody convince me of anything else. There are vessels of wrath and vessels of mercy, but God created all these things. He said, I create all things. I am the Alpha. I am the Aleph and the Alethi. I am the truth. I am the Hados. I am the way. I am the Horizo. I am the light. I create everything that ever was, everything ever written. I create good. I create everything that ever will be and everything that ever was written, right? Everything that ever will be, and I create good. I am the Omega, and I create evil. I do all these things after my own counsel, and I do them for my own pleasure. God creates all things. We're not doing any of it. He says, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. He draws whoever he chooses to him. So we're not doing it. He is doing it. If we love him, if we agape him, we walk and follow in his commandments. The channel is called Predestined for Light. Ask me if I believe in predestination. Interesting question. So God creates all things. One race, the human race. He creates all things. So this division and dividing us and putting us in all these different ethnicities, and it's disgusting and it's filthy. So it's just, I don't like it. It's not righteous, and God doesn't want us to look at people like that. I'm sure of it. Yeah, we came from here and you might have some culture and stuff, but we shouldn't be putting labels on each other. Remember what I told you earlier? You're red, I'm blue. You don't agree with one thing, and so I won't even talk to you. You know what I'm saying? And if we all acted like this, then guys, that's kind of a pipe dream, but righteous people see that way. Unrighteous people don't. They see races. They see division. They want division. They want to come in. They want to see people hurt, pain. So it's all, they just love it. So, no, he didn't die for all of us, Michelle. He only died for his bride. He died for the sins of his bride, the sins of the world, the sins of his elect chosen, his bride. But he didn't die for the sins of people he's sending to hell. And that's most people. So he doesn't love everybody, and he's actually sending most people to hell according to his word. So love is the word agape. And That's 2 John and 6 in the book of John, and it's to walk and follow in the commandments of God. And most people don't walk and follow in his commandments because he doesn't make them do that. So, but I understand, I mean, it's so, but a lot of people think that I knew what you meant. So, but it is a blessing that he covers our sins. If we are chosen, if we are one of his elect, if we are one of those people that none of us are deserving of his kingdom. But he does all things, again, after his own counsel and for his own pleasure. He does create evil, and he does create vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. And he'll use those vessels of wrath against people he loves to do horrible things to them, to test them. That's the word orge in the Greek, and that means that he puts jealousy and rage and, hey, come on, both of you guys are trying to get behind me. Stop. I got one puppy behind my back, one puppy trying to lean behind me. So he puts this stuff on us to see how we will act. When he says, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord, sometimes he's just testing you. You should look up the word orge, and it allows us to be tested by him. This is the way he beats us with evil. I don't believe that, but yeah, cool. Yeah, remember. Yeah, because he doesn't do color. Remember, he comes back to save all flesh this time. One black, one white, one brown, one red, and one yellow. There's 12 eggs to a dozen, correct? One whole dozen. He only saved the house of Aaron and Levite, brothers and sisters. The Aleph God, the one that said, get your wife, Lot. I've seen enough of this hokey pokey, turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Get your wife. I'm bringing the fire. Remember the Aleph God, the God of wrath? God said, hey, if some man comes in and kills your sister, you can go over and kill his sister. It's an eye for an eye, right? That Aleph God, the God of wrath, the one that's created the orge, he came back in the flesh, brothers and sisters, to save all flesh. Because remember, it used just to be the house of Aaron and the Levites. That were the only two houses that were entered into that 613 law, statutes, commandments. The law, the Torah, the Jewish law that they were under, the Levitical, remember, the house of Aaron and the Levites. Otherwise, you weren't entering into the temple. You were a Gentile, and you were not saved by grace. You were not saved by salvation yet. He didn't pay the price at that point in blood. He already knew and chose you from the foundation of the world, but he ain't come and paid the price for you in blood to cover all the sins that you did in this world. So he used to only allow his house of Aaron begotten the Levites. But brothers and sisters, the good news and the gospel that I teach and pastor to this body, his body, brothers and sisters and your mother are those that do the will of the Father. That is the body of Christ. Those are the ones he's going to call out at those wedding feast of the lambs. The one he chose, he came back to pay that bride price for. That little tiny flock that he calls out in the book of Luke. Fear not, oligos flock, the ones that enter through that straight gate and enter through that narrow path. The ones that he chose from the foundation of the world. He creates them as vessels of mercy, and he will call their name out in the book of life. And then he calls out that vessels of wrath. Vessels of wrath. That doesn't make sense to you because it's falling on deaf ears, and you do not have the scales removed from your eyes because you do not love the gospel. You probably worship the other easy peasy, cotton candy, cucumber, lollipop, dum-dum, sucker. It's all sweet. Don't ask any questions. Jeezy. One-stop shop, I believe, 316, put it on a shelf. I bought it 20 years ago. See, I believe. Believe is a verb. Faith is a noun. You've just never heard this before because you probably never actually heard a man preach the gospel, the true gospel of Christ, that Christ came back to save all flesh, but only those that he loves and only those that love him. Those that he chooses to love him. If I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, what part do you not understand? He creates all things. Vessels of wrath, vessels of mercy. Goats and sheep. You can't change a goat into a sheep. You can't change a sheep into a goat. It was already chosen from the foundation of the world. Remember, The house of Aaron, the Levites. Let's get back to the good news of the coming of the King, brothers and sisters. The gospel, the true gospel of Christ Jesus, that he says that those that walk and follow in his commandments love him, right? That is the word agape. And those are the ones he are going to call out in the Lamb's book of life. The others do self-will. That's God's will. Agape. Self-will is idolatry. He gives us self-will, not free will, self-will. That is the term porneia in the Greek. Latrio is to serve, ito is to see. You serve yourself, like the whore that rode the beast, who he cheated on his law. That's right. Remember the 613 statutes, commandments, the law? The house of Aaron and the Levites? See, God didn't let everybody into his kingdom, did he? If you were not from the house of Aaron and the Levite, you were considered a Gentile. You couldn't even enter into the temple. As a woman, you couldn't even speak in the church at that time. So God didn't love everybody way back then. All the Gentiles were going to hell. The law didn't even apply to them. The sabbatical laws, keeping the Sabbath, letting the land lie fallow, rest on the seventh year, right? The dietary laws, choose the cud, split the hoof, don't, all the dietary laws, the Levitical laws, the house of Aaron and the Levite, the high priest, begotten, one begotten, Prince Henry and the first cousin. Well, that's the opposite end of the spectrum, but the house of Aaron and the Levite. Brothers, sisters, you understand what I'm telling you? God didn't love everybody back then. All the Gentiles were going to hell. The law didn't apply to them. They were vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. This is before Christ came back to save all flesh, brothers and sisters. So the good news in the coming of the King is he did come back to make an amendment, a testament in blood for his bride, those that he chose from the foundation of the world, so that he come back and pay the bride price in blood and fulfill the contract and fulfill the law, not abolish the law. Because remember, it used to be, hey, you killed my sister, I'm going to go kill yours. And that was the law, and that was according to the law. But he came to make a new testament in blood, to make amendments, as he said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. It's not an eye for an eye. See, he came to fulfill the law, brothers and sisters, and he paid the price in blood to save all flesh. Because before, it was just only the house of Aaron and the Levites. Now, one white, one black, one brown, one red, one yellow, 12 eggs to a dozen, all flesh, brothers and sisters. All flesh. All flesh will be saved, but not everybody. One tax collector, one mass murder of Christians. You don't even know what 666 means. You think you're putting something down. Let's 666 is the number of what? 666 is the number of what? I'll keep a marker. Hey, Lo, 666 is the number of what? I'll let you spam the chat. Don't get him out here. Go let him spam the chat. He thinks he's being, I'm in a Christian chat. 666 is the number of what? Come on, say it. If you think you know what you're talking about, 666 is the number of what? You're showing yourself there, Gage. It's not what you think. It's not what you think, guys. It's not what you think either. All 100 of you. That's right. Somebody knows. So Gage, man. Just put man. You're just putting man. 666 is the number of man, Lo. I don't normally cast my pearls before swine. And I'll keep company with vipers, but 666 is the number of man. See how ignorant you look? Lo, you're an ignoramus. You're a brute beast. You know that? 666 is the number of man. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. 666 is the number of man. You just keep putting man. What happened? Where'd you go? It didn't have the effect you thought, huh? We're not a bunch of Christians in here. Christians are pagans. Muslims are pagans. You keep asking, they're pagans. They worship lunar worship. Look at their flag. Do some homework. the moon and the star, that's Ashtar worship. That's Semiramis. Moon, Moloch, grove, tree, owl, throw your kids in the fire, eat them. Woo, woo. Yep. The dark months, 923 to 323. Muslims are pagans. They don't believe in the Hamashiach. They don't believe in Christ. They don't believe he's the anointed one. Because you don't, I'm not insulting you. You're going to go to the abyss. The only way to the Father is through the Son. You believe in infidels and 13 virgins and a pedophile Muhammad who raped children and did horrible, disgusting things to them. And you don't believe, even though in your Quran, it does speak of Jesus Christ. Yes, it does, but he's only a prophet. You don't give him the Hamashiach, the anointed, the Christ. You recognize him just as a prophet. So I was told to judge with righteous judgment, but not condemn. I'm not condemning you. You're going to go to hell. You do not go through Christ. You don't believe in the New Testament. You're like the Pharisees. You do your works of your father, the devil, the same thing that Christ said to the Pharisees. You're under that Old Testament. You don't recognize the Hamashiach. You don't recognize the price he paid in blood. So you will pay that price and you'll be thrown into the place of no knowledge. So it's not up to me. I didn't do that. You keep asking like a troll. You got your answer just because you don't like your answer and you don't like the historical record. You probably don't even know what you worship. Just like 98% of the pagans that are Christians, Protestant, Presbyterian, Baptist, Southern Baptist, Church of Christ, Mormon, they're all pagans. They all bring this vain customs and traditions of men into their houses and churches, which God divorced his bride, Israel, for celebrating these same holidays, which was the Feast of Yule, the Sacrament of the Mass. This was the Saturnalia. This is the modern day Christmas under a different name. The Samhain, the All Hallows Eve, the Lupercalia, all the Ishtar, all this is lunar worship. All this is paganism. So whether you realize what you're worshiping because you're some Muslim, you don't go through the Hamashiach. You're going to hell. So, no, Lucifer didn't write the Abraham religion. Lucifer's only written one time in Scripture. That's blasphemous. How many times is Lucifer written in Scripture? Was it ever written in the original text? No. I have the original text right there. Not written in the text, but one time, just one time. You guys so pervert the word Lucifer. You've created your own authority, your own Shem, and your own law. Just like Babylon, the whore that rode the beast, that cheated on God's law. That's why she was a whore, because she cheated on him, the mother of all idolatry. The whore that rode the beast. So, all these houses made by hands that bring in this vain customs and traditions of men. No, Jacob, you don't even know. Okay, how many times? Let's see. How many times? We'll do a poll. There's 123 of you. How many times was the word Lucifer written in Scripture? How many times is the word Lucifer written in Scripture? How many times do we find that word Lucifer written in Scripture? Because we're going to prove you don't know your tail end, that hole in your backside, from a hole in the ground. One time. Was it ever written in the original text? Was it in the original text? It's as real as the Easter Bunny. You have just made up something completely. It's written one time. One time. And it wasn't even written in the original text. So, Jacob, you're just printing a bunch of nonsense. You have no biblical anything. You are a blasphemous, an apostasy to the word of God. It's written, it was never even in the original text. It's as real as the Tooth Fairy or the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus. Do you understand what I'm telling you? You've taken a word and you've just given it this whole other spin. I encourage you to find out where that one word is written and then define it behind the word that laid behind it that they replaced it with. It doesn't match the definition to begin with. And it wasn't Satan. So what you're referring to is, and you're wrong. You're 100% wrong, and you're an apostasy, and you're a blasphemous, and you're a heresy. So stop spreading your heresy. Listen to what I'm telling you. I normally don't cast my pearls before swine or keep company with vipers, but you're doing your works of the father, the devil, spreading lies. Lies. It's written one time in Scripture. And it was never even there. It's just a made-up word that you're spinning and pulling out and attaching to a bunch of other things. I encourage you to look into what I'm asking you. One time, and it wasn't even there. So you just made up a bunch of stuff, like the whole world is just made up. It's written one time. It's not even that hard. You don't even have to do, you don't have to do any homework. Now you're going to accept the truth, sinner. How about the word is aletheia. He said, I am the aletheia. Do you have any understanding what you're saying there, Jacob? No, you don't. You don't even deserve your name, Jacob. You know that? You probably didn't even know who Jacob is in Scripture. Okay, Bradford, look, Lucifer is the Scripture. It's written. It was never there. It wasn't even written in the original text. So what are you talking about? You are ignorant too. And now both of you, Christ would call out is a brutish beast. If Christ was here in this earth right now, he would say, you are a brute beast. You're brutish in nature. You have an unwillingness to learn because I told you it's written one time. You don't want to listen to me. Yes, my God created evil. Yes, he did. It's written one time. One time. And it wasn't in the original text. It wasn't written in the original text. So it wasn't there. So it was added later. And you've made up a whole thing about it. You've got all these other, I asked you to go to the definition of the word. Remember I said get behind it and define what's behind it, and you've done nothing. So Christ would call you out as a brute beast. You're stubborn and you have an unwillingness to learn. You're stubborn like a mule or like a donkey. You're an ass. You're acting like an ass. Yes, you are. You're a brute beast. So be gone. I don't keep company with vipers. I don't cast my pearls before swine. You're a demon because you distribute lies. That is the definition of a demon, just so you know. One who distributes fortunes. Not, ooh, you're going to call Ghostbusters. Do some biblical and historical research before you come into a chat like this and somebody's teaching and understands the biblical and historical record. I don't do religion. I expose religion. So use the definition to find out if the word Lucifer matches the one behind it. I ain't going to even give it to you. Find out where it's written, and then that wasn't there, and find out what that word means, and then see if that word matches. Oh, wait, it doesn't. It's not even real. It's made up. Made up. It's hocus pocus. So look it up. I'm teaching you too. You can all do this for yourself, guys. Look at this one word. Look at the one word. Not even ever there in the original text. I encourage you, if you study with me, I teach you how to define, correct? Use your lexicon. That's a dictionary. Use your lexicon. Take it back and find the original word that it was replaced with, and see if that definition matches the word that replaced it, and you'll find there's discrepancies. And then the one that's behind it is describing a man here on this earth, not Satan. There's nothing that these people are talking about that has, it's all lies. Like people think the word like demon is, a demon was a compliment. A demon was a compliment. A demon was a compliment in history. Before you think, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters. See, you don't understand biblical history and you don't understand definition. So you keep putting that in here, Bradford. You're out of here. You keep spamming the chat. And I haven't even read it one time. I don't care what you have to say. I can just tell it's nonsense just from your vibe there. So a dog. I'm not your dog, West. I'm not your dog. Dog worship, that's Lupercalia. Dog. Dog worship. Remember Apollyon? He had the wolf next to him, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. Learn some biblical history, you trolls. You guys are a bunch of... He says, my people will perish for lack of knowledge. It's obviously that's the abyss. Hell, what's Revelation 9:11 says they have a messenger over him, a king, the angelos. Angel and messenger have the same exact meaning. That messenger, that king that's locked up in the abyss, yeah, that word abyss means no knowledge. Hell is alpha privative, the first letter in the English alphabet, like the first letter in the Greek, alpha. It negates any word that follows. So abyss is the word bathos or busos. Both of those words mean knowledge. Hell is the place of no knowledge. See, you don't have that, do you? You don't have any of that studies. You don't define the definition of anything. You leave the definition. You've left the aletheia, which is the truth in the Greek. He said, I am the hados, which is the way. That's the same narrow way as Christ. I am the aletheia, which is the truth, and I am the horizo, which is the light. It's not in you. This vernacular, this tongue, this glossa, this dialectus, it's not in you. You speak this modern day translation and you don't take anything back to the original text. You don't speak any Hebrew. You can't define anything in the Hebrew. You can't define anything in the Greek. You speak in translation. I speak in definition. I tell you where it's at. I told you how to do it. Go back, find the word, find the definition, see if you don't want to listen. You're a brute beast. You do your works of the father of the devil. So you can't troll me, can you? No weapons formed against me, no weapons formed against you will prosper. Put on the salvation of armor, right? Salvation. Breastplate. Armor of God. No weapon formed against you will prosper. So, let's see, using. Yeah, what did I run into? Boy, I don't see this in no churches, huh? Whoa. Yeah, they don't teach this nowhere else. So let's go back to the gospel, guys. We'll feed the trolls for just a second. Got to just, he says, guys, it's in his commandments. He tells me in the book of Ephesians 5, be not partakers of their unfruitful works of darkness, yet expose them. So I'm only doing what my commander tells me to do. I know it gets a little frustrating from you guys here because you're here to just hear the truth. Just appreciate it. Much love, brother, sister. I appreciate it. But I'm doing what my commander tells me to do. Yeah, there's a little bit of trolling in here. I have the thing on where it's supposed to be just for an adult chat. So we'll go back to the gospel. The beautiful thing about the gospel is that Christ came back to save all flesh. Okay. I am Shiloh, whatever his name is. It doesn't matter what his name is. He came back to save all flesh. He only used to let the house of Aaron and Levite into his kingdom. Okay. But now he's going, remember, if he can take, remember Paul, he was a mass murderer. Do you guys know the Apostle Paul was a mass murderer? Did you know that Paul was a mass murderer and he killed Christians for a living? The Apostle Paul. And God rebuked the Apostle Paul's heart. He was a Pharisee, guys. He was a Pharisee. The one Christ was calling out when he was here. He was a Pharisee and a mass murderer of Christians. Right, and they called him Saul. Bless you, brothers and sisters. I'm done with them. Okay, so if God can rebuke Paul's heart on the road to Damascus, Matthew the tax collector, remember when he went into the church and whipped the doves, the people were selling the doves, the money changers, he got physical over taxes, basically, right? Matthew was a tax collector. So God chooses who he wants, brothers and sisters. The channel name is Predestined for Light, okay? And that is prohorizo, predestination, and that means to be predetermined for the horizon. I called it predestined for light because most people wouldn't understand if I said predestined for the horizon. They'd be like, what does he mean? Well, they called the horizon, that's where the sun came up in the morning, and that's where the light came from. So it was predetermined for the horizon, meaning to be imprisoned. He'd already chosen the division of day and night, dark and light. He predetermined those that he chose to pull from that darkness into the horizon, into his light. So that's the word predestination, prohorizo, to be predetermined for the light, to be pulled from darkness into the light. Yeah, I don't know what times it better get done off here, huh? Yeah, all right, you guys got about 20 more minutes. I'm gonna finish up here. So, where is it? My coffee. So, but God chooses who he wants, and he came back, brothers and sisters, to save all flesh, right? Because it isn't just the house of Aaron and the Levites. It's everybody, but only a small. He says, fear not, oligos, O-L-I-G-O-S. Fear not, oligos, flock. Little teeny tiny, that's the number of the Greek word to mean a puny number. A puny number. Fear not, puny, little flock. God's flock is not big. He didn't come back to save everybody. He came back to save all flesh. Not just the house of Aaron and the Levites, brothers and sisters. You couldn't enter into his kingdom back then. The 613 laws, statutes, commandments was the first 5 books in Scripture. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, correct? The Torah, the Jewish law, and that applied to the house of Aaron and the Levites. Okay? You understand? So when Christ came back, he came back to save all flesh, brothers and sisters. That's the good news. Remember, he pulled the Apostle Paul, right? He was a mass murderer, a Pharisee, and rebuked his heart on the road to Damascus. Matthew, the tax collector. Remember, you guys, he hung out with a prostitute. He ate weed on the Sabbath. I don't think people even understand who Jesus Christ is. Many pastors and preachers, deacons and reverends, they don't know who Christ is. They don't know what the price he paid. They don't have any understanding the testament that he made. He was the testor of that will as he hung himself on that tree, crucified himself, had himself crucified. He knew they would crucify him. He knew they would stick him. He knew exactly what they would do to him, as he knew that when they came to break his legs, that he would already have been passed. And he fulfilled the law, brothers and sisters, and he upheld it, because in order to make that testament, that new living will and testament, a contract paid in blood, he paid the bride price for all flesh with his own flesh, brothers and sisters. He paid that price to fulfill the law. It's so beautiful, the testament that he put us under. He ate wheat on the Sabbath. He healed on the Sabbath. He did the things that were against their law that they had perverted. And they hung him for that. They hated him, and they stuck him and killed him, crucified him, hung him to a tree, put a crown of thorns, shoved that crown of thorns into his skull, ripped his beard out of his face, nailed his feet top and bottom, stuck him back and strapped him back to a yoke and strapped him so far back his lungs, the only way he can get his breath of air was to reach up, lift up on the balls of his feet to get air into his lungs. That's how the Romans crucified a man. This is what they did to Christ. I can talk to 95% of priests and pastors and deacons and reverends. They have no idea what happened to Christ. They think he carried a cross. ignorant priests and pastors, deacons and reverends, I rebuke you. You guys all do the works of your father, the devil. You don't even know what they did to the Hamashiach, the Messiah, the price he paid. Stuck him like a pig till he bled out, blood and water, spilled it out all over onto the land, right? Fulfilling the law. 2 witnesses, nailed top and bottom, the contract he made, the bride price he paid in blood to save all flesh, brothers and sisters, but not everybody. Oh, no, no, no. Far cry from everybody. From everybody, right? But not everybody. So beautiful. It's so beautiful to know the price he paid, because he used to only let his house of Aaron and Levite into the into the church. And now he's saving all flesh, brothers and sisters, but just a little bit of everybody. Most people are going to hell because God made them vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. Yeah. He only saves a little bit of everybody. Just a little bit. Remember, he only saved the house of Aaron and the Levites. They were under the Jewish law. 613 laws, statutes, commandments, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. The law, the Torah, 613 laws, statutes, commandments. The Jewish law applied to Aaron and the Levites, the high priest. You were not coming to the church. You can pound sand, STFU, get out of here. You're not, leave. You're a Gentile. Get out of here. You ain't coming in. You want me to be a little more animated for you? That was the old God, the Old Testament. The law did not apply to the Gentiles. One begotten. That's it. You ain't coming in. That is the old God. That was the old law. The New Testament that we are under, God came back to pay the bride price for one white, one black, one brown, one red, and one yellow, meant all flesh. Like there's 12 eggs in 1 dozen, right? One whole. He saved all flesh, but not everybody. Just a little bit of everybody this time from all flesh. Most people he's going to send to hell. God doesn't love everybody. He only loves his bride. God so loved Jacob, who he gave the kingdom and the inheritance and called Israel, his bride, Israel, that he divorced. And he hated Esau, who he did not give the inheritance and hate him before either were born or ever done anything on this earth. So God knows what he's doing before any of this was ever written. I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside. I also did foreknow who I did predestine. The word is in the Greek. That is the word prognosko. It means to have foreknowledge of. I had foreknowledge of who I chose from the foundation of the world, those that would conform to the image of Christ, to his apostle Paul, Romans 8:29. Predestination, those he chose from the darkness, pulled them from their imprisonment, from their sin, and rebuked their hearts. I call out to their hearts to seek after me, and if that not one of them would, he calls us to him. It's so beautiful what he did, brothers and sisters. He didn't carry no cross. You are supposed to be carrying the cross. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up their cross daily, and follow after me. You are supposed to be carrying the cross and never set it down. He said, pick up your cross daily. Who shall ever be my disciple? Take up your cross, follow after me. What part of you are you taking up your cross? This is the testament that he made in blood, brothers and sisters. For those that love him will take their cross up every day and they will not set it down. Does this world hate you? He said, if you're loved by this world, you'll be hated by my Father. If you deny me in front of your friends and your family in the world, I'll deny you in front of my Father. Are you going out there taking your cross up every single day, brothers and sisters, as he commands through his apostle Matthew? Who shall ever come after me? I am Shiloh, the only begotten Son of the Lamb, Jesus Christ. Deny yourself. Deny yourself and take up your cross. Are you taking up your cross? This is his commandment. You can't be his disciple if you're not following his commandments. You ever heard this in no church? They don't teach you this. They worship the other Jesus. Do you know there's two Jesuses in Scripture? Two Jesuses in the Bible? Two Jesuses in the Bible. Which one do you worship? Which one do you follow after? Who's your agape? Who's your commander? Who's your Shem? Who's your love? Who's your authority? There's two Jesuses in Scripture, guys. You were warned. Two Jesus. Which one you falling after? The John 3:16, I believe Jesus? Who you falling after? Ooh, actually, we're going to do another 20 minutes here because I'm making an 8-hour day. No, the Trinity is Catholicism, and I rebuke Catholics. They're pagans. One Godhead, three separate bodies, not all one. Well, Reese, in the beginning, sure. You were allowed to lie with your sister in the beginning. Remember all that? Sure. In the beginning, God said, be fruitful and multiply. You need to be reading the interlinear. You don't know what I'm talking about, huh? No, I don't know nothing. Don't know nothing. Yes, I teach out of the interlinear KJV, interlinear Texas Receptus, the one that has both the Greek and the Hebrew, or the Greek and the English and the Hebrew and the English. You need to make sure it's coded with the Strong's or Young's Concordance so you can pull each word out and take it to your concordance to see everywhere it's written. Take it to your lexicon and define it first. If you leave the definition, your lexicon, you've left the truth. You need to define it in the original text it was written. So get an interlinear Texas Receptus, meaning it's written in both languages. The Old Testament was written in Hebrew, so you can find an interlinear, which means it's the dual language, and study it in both the Hebrew and the English. Pull out one word at a time and define the word. This is how you study. Tell me I don't know. I'm still learning. That's right. I'm always in study mode. Always got room to reprove and prove. So good for you. Your channel angers me. Oh, well, sorry. Don't try to anger, don't try to anger anybody. The word of God does it all on its own, huh? People hate the word of God. They love their easy peasy cotton candy sucker. Here you go. Put this in your mouth. They're taste sweet. Don't ask any questions. And don't worry, dumb. I got another one for when that runs out. They're, yep. Lollipop Christians. Is that upsetting you? So, are you worshiping the other Jesus? Are you worshiping the other Jesus? Did you know there were thoughts on tattoos? The Most High does not dwell in temples or masons by hands. Tattoos. Be in the world, but be not of the world. There'll be signs in the stars and in the sun and the moon. Be wise, like the wise men. Look for the stars, the star of Bethlehem, the star of David. They were watching for the sign in the heavens. The Jupiter, the one that conjuncted. Remember the passing back into the new. It's not what goes in a man or a woman that defiles a man or a woman. It's what comes out of them. So. Shouldn't mark or cut your body, guys. So we don't judge a man by their outer appearance. We judge them by their fruit. So all this nonsense lollipops. He who has the Son has the life. He who does not have the Son does not have the life. That's right. Hallelujah. Good end. And then condemnation that light has come. Yes. Thank you for putting that in the chat there, Tack. That's such beautiful So much love, guys. Much love. This word is awesome. I love it. What's this life about? Well, we're talking about the true gospel of Christ Jesus. He says, enter through the straight gate. This is in his book of Matthew. Enter through the straight gate. For wide is the path, and broad is the way. And broad is the way. Broadway, like New York City, you know, this big city light, right? The easy is the path, broad is the path, wide is the path that leads to hell. The abyss, the lake of fire, eternal damnation, the wide gate, and there are many who enter by that gate. And he tells us to enter through the narrow gate, the straight gate. For wide is the path and broad is the way that leads to eternal destruction, and there are many who enter by that gate. For narrow is the path, narrow, hados, to be in the same narrow way as Christ. He said, I am the way. The way is through the narrow path and through the straight gate. For narrow is the path, difficult is the path, easy is the path that leads, easy peasy, other Jeezy is the path that leads to hell. Difficult is the path and narrow is the path that leads through the straight gate. You can't fit through a straight gate unless you've been narrowed down, brothers and sisters. That is the Greek word theolobo. Theolobo, to be pushed down. Remember, are you carrying your cross? Are you carrying your cross? Does the world hate you because you won't celebrate Christmas? Does your co-workers, what's wrong with you, man? Why don't you come to the elephant party? What do you mean we don't celebrate birthdays? What are you, a Jehovah's Witness? Welcome to getting your cross. When your friends and your family hate you, that's exactly the word of God says. If this world loves you, you will be hated by my Father. You're not supposed to be loved by the world, brothers and sisters. You're supposed to be condemned by this world, just as he was condemned. I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to the image of Christ through his apostle Paul in the Romans 8:29. Those he chose. The ones I predestined. Remember, I pulled them from their darkness. I rebuked them. Then I pulled them to my light. His word is infallible, brothers and sisters. This is the true gospel of Jesus Christ. He says, let no man steal your crown. We must go through tribulation to be with the Father. This is what the apostle Paul told us. We must go through much thlipsis after they'd stoned him. Threw him off a big, huge cliff, a precipice. Threw big old 20-kilogram boulders down, broke all his bones in his body, stood up and told us we must go through tribulation to be with the Father. There's no other way to get to the Father except through the Son, and the only way is to be pushed down and be hated by the world. He said, if you are loved by this world, you be hated by the Father, and if you deny me in front of your friends and your family in the world, I will deny you in front of my Father. That's right. Don't fall for this easy peasy cotton candy other Jesus. There are two Jesus in Scripture. He warned you himself, saying, many will come in my name. Many will come in my name. They'll have a house made by hands, and they'll have salvation, and they'll have saved, and it'll look just like Christ. Many will come in my name, saying they are Christ, and they'll be deceived. This is the apostle Paul told us. Many will come preaching another gospel that I did not preach. Once again, it'll look just like Christ. And preaching another Jesus. There's that second Jesus. There's that second Jesus. Yeah, are you worshiping the other Jesus? You know, he said, who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves. Self is idolatry. Self is idolatry. That is the word porneia in the Greek. Porneia means to latrio, to serve, ido, to idol, to see, to serve what you see, to distribute fortunes to self, lies, your own law, your own agape. You're not fault. You are the mother of all idolatry, just like Babylon. You've cheated on his law, and you are a whore, just like Babylon, the mother who created all idolatry, founded on let us make us our own idol, our own name, our own Shem, our own authority. That's right. That's right. Hey, are you a Hebrew Israelite there, Rapala? Is that what you want to say? Hey, what's up, Esau? Let's have us a little discussion. Are you a Hebrew Israelite? Is that what you're claiming? Are you one of those? I can't see your thing. Do you think that only the Edomites? Yeah, Hebrew Israelite. Well, guess what? You do the works of your father, the devil. You don't recognize the New Testament, and you're going to the abyss. because you don't have any knowledge of the New Testament. You only recognize, you just remind me of a Pharisee. You do your works of the father, the devil. Yes, you go around and you do not recognize the covenant, the price he paid in blood, and you do the works of your father, the devil. Christ came back to save all flesh. You do not recognize the New Testament. You do the works of your father, the devil. That's right, you Hebrew Israelite. You do not recognize, you don't care that Christ came back to save all flesh. One white, one black, one brown, one red, one yellow. All you care about is which house I'm from. I rebuke you. You do the works of your father, the devil. All you care about is a man's father. Christ came back to save all flesh, you apostasy, you heresy. You are a Pharisee. You do exactly what the Pharisees do. I love you. You Hebrew Israelites are so ignorant that you are going to burn in the abyss because all you care about is Edomites. Christ came back to save all flesh, you ignoramus, brutish beast. You're a brute beast. I'm going to tell you one more time. I hope he rebukes your heart. I hope he rebukes you because you're doing the same thing the Pharisees done. You're perverted and you're not recognizing him. You're like a Jew. You're the same thing. You do not recognize the price he paid in blood, do you? You don't recognize Christ is the Hamashiach, do you? You don't recognize the testament that he paid. You don't recognize that all flesh was saved, do you? You only care about the Edomites. You sound like a Pharisee. Yes. My second one, guys, just absolutely, these people, you guys, listen, they don't recognize the covenant. They only care if you're from Esau. Oh, you're white. You got the Canaan. Christ came back to save all flesh, brothers and sisters. See, he don't recognize that covenant. That's why all Hebrew Israelites are going to hell, because they don't recognize the new covenant that he paid in blood, the Hamashiach, the Christ. Yeah, one white, one black, one red, one brown, and one yellow is all flesh. You don't recognize it, do you? You don't, do you? You don't recognize the price he paid in blood, do you? You're a Hebrew Israelite. You want to know, are you from the house of Esau, Esau, Esau? Do you know that he so loved Jacob and he hated Esau before either one were born? But he came back to make a new covenant to save all flesh. See, you're going by that old Levitical law. Eye for an eye. You do the works of your father, the devil, just so you know. You do the works of your father, the devil. You don't recognize the Hamashiach. He saved all flesh. Yes, he did. He didn't come back just to save one house. You sound like a Pharisee back here. Remember his old Aleph God. You're not recognizing the new covenant. No, I'm not. You're wrong. You need to, John, you need either pound sand or leave. Are you listening to what I'm saying? You would know passion from your hole in your backside. Listen to what I'm telling you. They don't recognize Christ's covenant he made with his bride to save all flesh. They're not going by the new covenant. They're going by the Old Testament. And I rebuke these pharisaical. They are Pharisees. They don't recognize Christ came back to save brown, white, red, yellow. He only cares about white or red flesh. You see what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? For my people have hearing ears, I don't care, but he's going to go to the abyss. He doesn't recognize, he's a Muslim. He's a Muslim. He's a Jew. You know, the Jews that don't recognize the Christ, the Hamashiach, there's no different. He's the same exact thing. Yes, it is our place to judge others. Get out of here, Tactical. He says, do not condemn a man. Christ will throw him in the abyss. I'm telling you what his law said. So you can keep putting, why don't you just stop typing in capital letters? You don't have to yell in here. I'm letting you stay. I could have voted you out of here because he tells me, be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness, yet expose them. And that's all I'm doing to you. Okay. I'm exposing you because you don't recognize the Christ. You don't recognize Jesus Christ. You don't recognize Jesus Christ. All you care about is Esau, Esau, Esau. Esau, Esau, Esau. So you don't think that Christ is not, okay, I'll give you one. If you want to stay in this room, don't type in capital letters anymore. Okay. And I'll let you stay in here because I only have to tell you 2 times and I can actually rebuke you. I'm just giving you the benefit of the doubt. Actually, I shouldn't even, I should already taken you out of here because he says, be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness. And I already rebuked you because you sat there and you don't recognize the Hamashiach. No, there's no arguing. You guys are, stop it. You guys are being so soft and lollipop. This is how we do this, guys. Stop thinking everything's so soft and cushy and bubbly. That is not how this works. Christ did not sit there and walk around with all bubbly and rainbows. He called these people out, exactly as I'm doing. He does not recognize Jesus Christ's covenant he made after the Old Testament. All he cares about is that, are you from the house of Aaron? Are you Aaron? Are you Aaron? Are you Aaron? Are you Levite? He came back to save all flesh, brothers and sisters. So I rebuke every single Hebrew Israelite because they are pagans. They don't recognize the Hamashiach. And if you don't recognize the Hamashiach, you're not going to go to heaven. So they're Pharisees. They don't recognize the new covenant, the New Testament. This is how we're supposed to call these people out. This is how, if you don't recognize the price he paid in blood for all flesh, then that's what he's not recognizing. Remember Esau, you're an Esau, you're red, you're red. Remember he said, one white, one black, one brown, one red, and one yellow, the gospel, beautiful news. They don't recognize any of that. And so why would God send them to, he's going to choose them to go to heaven with him? You guys, these people think they're the only ones that are going to go to heaven. They sound like Jehovah's Witnesses, basically. Ephesians 5, be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness, yet expose them. Come on, Chet. As a Muslim, follow Jews, brothers, and God will accept you. No, that's not true. The only way through the Father is through the Son. Unless you go through the New Testament, there's no other way to the Father except through the Son. Hebrew Israelites do not recognize the new covenant. All right, bye. I said don't type in capital letters. God will take care of you. I'm not going to condemn you, but you will go to hell. I guarantee you that. And that's a place of no knowledge. You probably don't even know the word of the abyss. So that's what it is. God will deal with you. So you don't recognize the New Testament. That's your problem. So I've given it to you, and you're a brute beast, actually. So because I told you and you don't want to recognize it, you're brutish in nature. You're stubborn as a donkey or a mule or an ass. You're acting like an ass in here, stubborn. And I done told you that you cannot go to the Father unless you go through the Son. There's no other way. There's no other way to get to the Father. In Hebrew, you guys understand what I'm saying? Hebrew Israelites do not recognize the new covenant. They don't recognize the new covenant. They don't recognize the Hamashiach, that he was anointed and the price he paid. Can you imagine just taking away his crucifixion? That's what they're doing. That's what Hebrew Israelites are taking away, the crucifixion of Christ and the price he paid for all flesh. That's sickening. They're filthy, disgusting human beings because they're old Pharisees. And I'm just judging them righteously. That is filthy and disgusting. If you don't recognize the Hamashiach, then they're antichrist is what they are. Hebrew Israelites are antichrist. Jesus Christ was a Muslim. No, he wasn't. He didn't worship paganism. That's so stupid. Some people say some of the stupidest things. So, do you understand, guys, why Hebrew Israelites do not recognize the new covenant and the New Testament? And he said the only way to the Father is through the Son. The only way to the Father was through the Son. So if they don't recognize the new covenant and the New Testament that he paid, So see, there you go. Reuben, you sound like a Muslim. He wasn't the Hamashiach. He was just a man. That's what basically a Hebrew Israelite is telling you. I don't recognize the covenant he paid. I don't recognize the price he paid in blood. I only believe in the old Pharisee, the old law, the Old Testament. And that's the problem that Christ had with the Pharisees, is they had just taken and perverted his law and did whatever they want with it. And that's what these Hebrew Israelites have done. Oh, no, this is the old law. We don't recognize any of this new law, this New Testament. They don't recognize the New Testament. They don't go by it. If you listen, they're amazingly well-versed in the Old Testament, but they don't speak out of the New Testament. Go watch them read. Their Bibles are just thick because they know it like the back of their hand. But they're Pharisees. They don't recognize the Hamashiach. No, Jews don't recognize Christ. Not the fake ones. They don't anytime you don't go through the Son, you are an antichrist. You're an antichrist. You either recognize the New Testament and you're with Christ, or you are an antichrist. Oh, it was made after, even though there's words written in red. You're so ignorant, man. Some of these people are so ignorant with this blasphemies. So he spoke words and written in red. So it was written, sure, what it was written, but what? Get out of here. Such blasphemy, such perversion. Did his apostles make the New Testament? Wait, wasn't that what his apostles were doing, what they saw written down, what they all said, what they saw him do, what they said? Where do you guys get all this stuff? Where do you get this stuff? That's right, Tactical. It's a foreshadow of the Old Testament. The New Testament is a mirror of the Old Testament. That every word that you want to define out of the New Testament can be pulled out of the Old Testament for definition. If you do not find the definitions out of the Old Testament, throw it away. Talk about blasphemy. He wasn't called Jesus, you silly goose. Yeah. Oh, you're going to okay, hold on. Reuben's got the floor. Reuben's got the floor. Reuben's got the floor. Okay, Reuben, let's teach everybody. What is his name, Reuben? Don't anybody please comment. Guys, stop for a minute unless you're a troll, and then ban anybody now with my troll. Let Reuben talk. Teach the classroom, Reuben. Teach the classroom. Reuben, he didn't have the vowel. You want me, look how ignorant you are, Reuben. In Hebrew doesn't have any Hebrew. You're giving him a letter with Y. You notice that Hebrew doesn't have any vowels in it. No A, E, I's, or U. So Reuben, you don't know your tail end from a hole in the ground. There's no letters. There's no A, E, I, O's, or U's in Hebrew. So why are you spelling his name with a Y? You wouldn't put any vowels with it. You have you're not going to teach anybody anything in here. You're trying to cause division. So no A, E, I, O, U's in Hebrew. Oh, wait, you better go back and this is not the room for you, huh? Go cause division in some other lollipop Christian chat room. This is not the this is not the chat. Okay, guys, let's start doing this. Start naming Christ's name. How many different names does Christ have? Go. Go. How many different names does Christ have? I don't care if you repeat yourself a few times. His name isn't Jesus. How many? Come on. How many different names? It's called I am. There's one. He said, before Abraham was, I am. They haven't worshiped you in over 300, 400 years. What should we tell them your name is? You tell them I am. Yeshua, Yahushua, Yahuwah, Jesus, the Son of Man, Jesus Christ. The King of Kings, the man from upstairs. These are Emmanuel, Elohim, the Lamb of God. You still want to play the stupid name game in here? He said, when I return, no one will know my name, and I will make a new name. How about that, Randall? How about that, buddy? How about that? When I return, no one will know my name. The Redeemer. I'll make a new name. Boom, shaka, laka. How about that, Reuben? When I return, no one will know my name. Do you see how crushed you're getting in here? You are just being absolutely crushed with the word of God. Oh, you want me to chillax now, huh? Remember, he said, when I return, no one will know my name. So guess what? Please leave, because please learn some Hebrew. And you spelled his name. I just pulled out a Hebrew lexicon. A Hebrew lexicon showed you the Hebrew. And when I asked you his name, you spelt it with vowels. And you want me to learn Hebrew? Somebody get him out of here. That's pretty funny. And then the love of Lucifer. Look at you, Reuben. You just got schooled. You just got schooled in here, didn't you, Reuben? You just got schooled. Because look at how many people put a different name in here. And oh, I asked you to spell it. You're talking about Hebrew and you use vowels. You use vowels. There was no A-I-O, and you're going to tell me to learn Hebrew? That's pretty interesting. Nobody's angry. That's called passion there. You guys, John, that's passion. I love what I'm doing here. You get a little animated with you. I can be animated, right? Oh, you want me to be? Oh, show me be an android. Nobody's angry in here, man. This is fun. I'm enjoying myself. I'm actually staying over here a little bit overtime. So look at all those cool. Everybody knows his name in here, you guys. We're not going to play the name game, okay? Reuben, you got school. Just admit it. You don't know Hebrew. You can learn if you'll stay in here. If not, just leave. We're enjoying ourselves. Nobody's upset. But if you come in here, Reuben, and you try to sow division amongst this family, we'll put you in your place. All glory to Jesus Christ. Jesus, his translated name of I am the Hamashiach. Before Abraham was I am. His name is I am. You should have just put that and oh, wait, I thought there was no vowels in the Hebrew. Oh, are we teaching Hebrew here or what? I gave you a chance to teach the classroom and you failed. You failed. But that's okay. Hopefully you learned something. And just, hang out. I won't condemn you. Okay, I won't throw you out. You can peacefully leave now and you can say, okay, you got me. You got me. You're right. I should have come into this one here. This worked in all these other lollipop YouTube channels. I think I even been over and trolled a TikTok. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, though. I am is not a name. Check this out. They haven't worshipped him over 400 years. Look at this ignoramus that just came in this chat. And he could have even read it in scripture. He could have found this in scripture before he put an apostasy, because he's actually being a demon, which is one who distributes lies. And he's probably an idolater because he's got himself convinced of this. Okay. They hadn't worshiped Christ in over 400 years after Nebuchadnezzar had destroyed the temple. And remember, he was in the crowd. He was there with his apostles, and they knew he was Jesus. Does anybody remember? What I'm talking about? He was sitting there with his apostles, and there was a group of people out there, and they were asking him, and they knew he was the Christ. They knew he was the Alpha God. They knew he was, the God that came down into the covenant once a year, into the temple. They knew he was God, and they were asking him because they knew he was God. They said, hey, they know you're God. They want to know what your name is. They want to know what your name is. It's not his name. It's not a name. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. They said, hey, they know you're God. They want to know what your name is. What did he tell them, guys? Let's school this blasphemous apostasy that has called me out with hell, using the word hell. What didn't I use it? But whatever. Lightly. So what did he say to his apostles when he said, you tell them my name is what? What is your name? They want to know what your name is. You tell them my name is what? What did he tell them? You tell them my name is, this is exact words. Look it up. You tell them my name is, anyone? You guys remember where this is at in scripture? You've read this before, haven't you? Oh, you tell them my name is I am. I thought it was hell and that wasn't his name when he himself, the Hamashiach, Shiloh. You guys miss Shiloh. That's my favorite name for Christ. The scepter shall not depart from Judah until Shiloh returns. His name is Shiloh. But he says, hey, they haven't worshiped you in 400 years. They want to know what your name is. You tell them my name is I am. Now, wait a minute there. I don't want to go back and zoom up with that because I can't even remember. I made a little orange icon. Now, doesn't that person look blasphemer? What a heresy and a blasphemer. That came from his own mouth. You tell them I am. You tell them my name is I. And he said, that's not a name. Because actually, guys, the word name means Shem. Noah had 3 sons, Ham, Shem, which was name, or Ham, Shem, and Japheth. But name, let's not confuse you here. So, anybody else want to step up and we'll challenge anything here? I better call it a night. But don't spread your blasphemies in here. Hey, brothers and sisters, much love. This is how we do it. So I'm not going to let people keep spreading lies in here. I don't want that in front of you guys. Just don't. I mean, he has many names. A lot of people want to throw shade on the name. Remember, he says, when I return, I'll give you a short lesson, and then I got to go. He says, remember I said, he says before when I return, no one will know my name. When I return, no one will know my name. Yes, YHWH. So when I return, no one will know my name. And I will make a new name. Right? What does that mean, guys? When I return, no one will know my name. And I will make a new name. I love a new name. There's another name for Christ, the morning star. Thank you, Norris. When he says, when I return, no one will know my name. What is he telling us? I already gave you the hints in this already. I already gave you some little gems there that you could already answer this question, guys. It's kind of important. He says that when I return, no one will know my name. What's name have to do with DNA? Doesn't have anything to do with DNA. Thank you for your guess, but that's not, I guess it's a random guess, but why don't you just define what the word name means? It's law. Oh, thank you. Shem is the word law, or Shem is the word name. Name, Ham. Noah had 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. So it didn't say in the original text, brothers and sisters, didn't say, when I return, no one will know my name, even though in your KJV, Motel 6 Bible version that's what it's going to say. Your milky version, your watered down version of the text. Because it says in the original text, it says, when I return, no one will know my Shem, and I'll make a new Shem. It didn't say name. It said Shem, because Shem was what, like Babylon, the mother of all idolatry, founded on let us make us a name. It didn't say that in the original text, did it? It said, let us make us our own Shem, our own authority, our own law, our own agape. That's what the word Shem is. Law. So when he says name, he means law. But everybody gets it all. So we just took the name game into the law. Guys, don't fight about his name. That's the stupidest, ignoramus thing you could be doing right now, is fighting over, oh, his name is Jay. And come on. How many names does he have? You know, I always hear these people talk about this letter J, and it's the last letter A to the English alphabet, and that, but they never bring up Iesus. They never bring up Iesus. Oh, his name was Jesus, but it wasn't, but the Yahweh. They got nothing in between. And then do you see what the ignoramus of spelling it with the vowels? And if you went back to the 16th century, you could find a New King James Version Bible that doesn't have the letter J in it, because it was the last letter added to the English alphabet in the 16th century, and replaced the letter I. I. So if you said Jesus, yeah, nobody would know, because the letter J didn't exist. So no, his name couldn't have been Jesus at the time of Christ. That's right. The letter J didn't even exist. Why fight about this? Why don't you actually teach somebody? That's why I gave that people a chance to teach. Didn't I? I put them on and said, okay, teach. Teach. Right? You got the cheat, go ahead, teach. And then teach nothing. You can define these words if you look, instead of reading all this watered down, milky version, go back to the original text. Go back to the original text and define it, and get a lexicon and get a dictionary. That's a modern day, older version of what a dictionary was called, a lexicon. And get the Hebrew and study the Hebrew. And then don't look silly when you come in and say, well, his Hebrew name is, and then spell his name with vowels. You don't look very smart. So remember, this is how people did it in the past. They twisted and perverted and forwarded. And Hebrew word is forward. And that means to pervert or to twist. Twist, pervert. So he doesn't like when we do this. And so I'm not understanding why people come in and think they can cause this separate and cause this okay, hey, his letter name wasn't interested. It wasn't J. It was the last letter added to the English alphabet. All glory to Jesus Christ. But actually, before it was Jesus, because they replaced it with the letter I, it was Iesus. They'd at least start with something like that and try to teach somebody backwards. Maybe go from the Hebrew and bring them forward, but you don't just go from this to this. And that's all these people do. That's all these people do. Oh, his name wasn't Jesus. It was Yeshua. Well, it was Iesus before it was Jesus. They don't teach anything. And then they're trying to cause division, brothers and sisters. Yeah, their heart's in the right place. No, it's not. No, it's not. They're trying to cause division. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of people coming in. Just because you learn a little something, you can't just go around and spew it. You need to research it and take it back. That's why I gave him the chance to teach. I wanted to see if he knew anything. But I'm not going to sit there and let him teach you if has no biblical understanding of the name. That's why I asked you guys, how many names does he have? Thank you for participating in that, guys. Bless you for, this is not how we come together, guys. Oh my God, he wasn't Jesus. Stop it. Let's come together as a body. Let's teach each other. But let's not forward or pervert his word. There's a reason why we study the way we do. There's a reason why he told us to study a certain way. And that's the way I have shown you if you follow me in the past. And that's why we learn out of this interlinear Texorceptus canonized version of the text. Look into it. His name is Joshua. I love it. Hey, appreciate your comment. We just went over the name thing. I hope you're speaking with somebody else. So. Christ isn't only available title, it's an act. Thank you. The anointed Christos means another. That's where you go. The anointer. Thank you. Christos, he's the Christos, he's the Hamashiach. You guys, there's meaning in Yahushua, Yeshua, Yahuwah. There's meaning in all of it, guys. But if you ain't willing to absolutely study it and be able to teach it, then why would you come in here and spew an incomplete version? Learn about it a lot. Get it completely, and then come in and teach. There's nothing wrong with that. Help each other. Okay, we got it. We're a cult, JC. We are a cult. We got it. We're a cult. You know, we're not religion, but we're a cult. So we're not a religion. We're not a religion. We're a cult, though. Just so you know. Not afraid to say, hey, it's a cult. So. Cool. Today. Cool. I appreciate all your comments, sir. Tactical, good comments tonight. Let me give a few thanks here, guys, to a few of you guys came in here. Learn Quran, just read, and after talk, please. Cool. Well, we know the Quran. I've read the Quran, and they don't recognize Christ as the Hamashiach. They do recognize him as an apostle, just like Matthew. So what are you asking there? I can't. I'll talk to you. Let me talk to you. You're not going to go to heaven without Jesus Christ. You have to go through the Hamashiach. In your Quran, you guys don't recognize Jesus Christ as the anointed one, as somebody just recently commented in here, that you have, the Hamashiach is the anointed, is the Christ, the Christo, the anointed. So you have to go through Christ. There's no other way to get to the Father unless you go through the Son. So I have read the Quran, and it's a great read. There's a lot of other good information in it. I try to encourage people, once they've read through the 66 books and they want to look at some others, there's another place that mentions Jesus Christ. So no, they don't go through Jesus because they do not represent him as the Hamashiach. The Quran does not recognize Jesus Christ as the anointed one. So, no, that's not true. I've read the Quran. Come on, man. They recognize him just like an apostle, like he's a Matthew or he's a Peter or a Luke. They do not recognize him as the Christus, the Hamashiach, the Messiah, the anointed one. He's just an apostle. So where would you get that they believe in Jesus? They mention him, but he's not the Hamashiach. He is not the Christus. He's not the anointed one. That is what the Quran says. Anybody want to dispute that? No, because it's not. He is the Hamashiach. He is the Messiah. The only way to the Father is through the New Testament. Don't worship him. Follow in his commandments. He made a testament in blood. Follow his testaments. Don't pervert it. We still have to go through his law. We have to go through the Hamashiach. The only way to the Father is through the Son. Yeah, we don't worship Jesus. We walk and follow in his commandments. 2 John and 6. We love him. I'm not asking you, Peter, if you phileo me, do you agape me? No, not everyone, only his bride. Jeremiah 23 is about people like me, huh? Jeremiah, the warning of the coming. of the destruction of Babylon. You can't believe Jesus was just some dude, else the Pharisees would be saved. That's a pretty good comment there, Justin. Cool. All right, excellent study, guys. Excellent study, excellent study, excellent study. Thanks for working with me, guys, here tonight. Much appreciated. I do hope we all can learn from each other. I see you guys talking to each other and stuff here. Awesome, man. Awesome, awesome, awesome. This is what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to come in, gather in his name. Where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my name, there I will be in their midst. Brothers and sisters, he was here with us tonight. He's still here with us right now. You know, he's inside of us, okay? And so take the meat and spit out the bones, okay? Take the meat and spit out the bones, brothers, sisters. I've really enjoyed myself hanging out with you guys. 8 hours and 24 minutes again, okay? So I put another full day's work in here for the Lord. Thank you, Father, for this blessing and this teaching and to be able to hang out with this body. Enormous. Thank you for coming back in. Bless you, brothers and sisters. If you know it's your first time here, we'll work through this. We don't have to agree with everything, guys. We don't have to agree with everything, okay? But this is how we edify each other. We come back and just keep working with each other and keep using the word of God. Just use the word. Remember, he said, if you add anything to this book, your name will be taken out of it, right? Right? Or you'll receive of all the plagues, right? If you add anything to it, if you take away, he'll take your name out. He'll blot your name out. That's the last thing he told us. So be careful. Don't forward it. That's the Greek word to pervert or to twist. Okay. I'm trying to do once a day right now and get up here and carry my cross every single day here with you. Okay. Nice. Yeah. Stay in the gospel, guys. Stay in this narrow way. It's a difficult path that leads to eternal life. And he tells us that we have to take our cross up every single day, guys. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. The things of the world, guys. We can't do the things of this world. Take up your cross and follow after me. So we can't set the cross down, guys. And people are going to think we're crazy for doing that. You know, oh my God, or you're always talking about Jesus. You know, and I'm on Christ daily. He says, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up their cross daily. So I'm on that cross every day. Every day, I'm always carrying it, and I'm always talking about it. Not everything is about Jesus, Tracy. Really? So, you know, and people aren't going to like you for that, guys. If you don't go to the Christmas party, they're going to hate you. You know, and if your friends and your family, nice, forbidden Indonesia. You know, if you don't celebrate the traditions, you're like, hey, guys, you know, it says love your enemy like you love your neighbor, right? So your enemy, you're like, hey, you're what you're doing is pagan, like with the whole Edomite thing, right? Hey, you're not representing the New Testament. You're not representing his law. You're not recognizing this, right? That's your enemy. Now you're going over to your neighbor's house, and he's got Christmas tree lights hanging out outside his house, right? He's got, hey neighbor, hey, let's go inside and look on the internet. Hey, you got DuckDuckGo or Yahoo or Google or something? Let's look up Christmas real quick. Let's look up Christmas. See, it's pagan. It's pagan. You know, hey, neighbor, I just wanted to show you. I'm not condemning you. He told me I'm supposed to love my enemy like I love my neighbor. So I'm bringing you to where, hey, neighbor, you can't have this Christmas tree in your house because this is what it says according to the word of God. I'm not condemning you, but this is God's law. Oh, you don't want to, hey, bye, neighbor, you're out of there. So I spent a little more time, guys, with the Hebrew Israelite. They fire me up. These people just do not understand this Esau. It's just hard to watch. So it takes everything away. You take down cross from the cross. You take Christ down from the tree, and you give none of that New Testament any validity when you don't recognize that. They're red blood. You're a red blood. Remember, he said he came back to save all flesh. One white, one black, one brown, one red, and one yellow is all flesh, brothers and sisters. Okay? All flesh. So Christ didn't come back just to save the house of Aaron and the Levite. He came back to save all flesh. A little bit from everybody. Okay? And that's the beautiful thing. He says, let no man steal your crown. Okay. So don't take that kingdom that he's going to give, that inheritance. Remember, the meek will inherit the earth. And so that inheritance is a ruling. So let no man steal your crown. Lutheranism is Catholicism, and it's Catholic, and so it's pagan. Catholicism is paganism. So my name is Tracy. Appreciate you guys coming in. I'll teach more on that. Lutheranism, Catholicism, Roman Catholicism. It's all tree worship. It's all the months from 9/23 leading up to 3/23. Always trying to get back to the spring. Get back to the spring. So they prayed to their goddesses of the underworld, and that's Christianity is a bleed off of Roman Catholicism, and we can learn more of that on the next lesson. I'll do the whole teaching up there with the wheel and the celestial wheel, the Christmas tree wreath, and the fire wheel. We can do a teaching on that on back up tomorrow, guys. If some of you guys probably got to go to work and stuff. I'm gonna end with this, guys. If I don't get, because guys, look, real quick. Come on, I've been in here for hours. I dropped this wallet a couple weeks ago. Somebody picked it up right behind me and spent every penny that I had, guys. Spent every penny that I had. Because I live way out in the middle of nowhere. I buy and I sell and I trade. I haven't been able to sell much anything in the last couple months, almost few months, because I've been putting out some very controversial information. Very controversial information, okay? I lost all my money, guys. I filed. They caught the guy. I got my wallet back. They caught him. They pulled him over and they arrested him. And so I got my wallet back, but they won't cover they caught him and filed charged him with credit card fraud because he used my cards. But my credit card company is not covering it, guys. And I spent 12, 13 hours on the phone, and I don't know how, and they don't know how. So I filed police reports. There's 6 copies of the police reports, but I've tried 2 times and I've been denied, which means I'm not going to get my money back, guys. I've got 3 days to pay my land payments out here. I've been trying to get people to come out here for 10 years, guys, to live for free. I live off the grid. I make all my own power. I do all my own, you know what I'm saying? And I've been trying to get people to come out here. Nobody's taking me up on it, so I ain't just trying to grift you here. But if anybody can help me out, if not, I'm going to have to take I have it up for sale. I have a Honda generator up for sale right now, around $600. And I don't know, I'm going to have to take it to the pawn shop or sell my silver, which I don't. So I actually think I'm going to get rid of the generator and not the silver, because I've been saying that I was thinking I might take this but I could probably hit the pawn shop. So I got a few $100 to go, guys. It's not like it's just, it's my land payment, but I apologize. If anything was any value to you guys, it's not required. But if you guys are doing okay, you got enough silver tucked away, you got enough food, and you can help I'm trying to teach you here, bring you the meat, not the watered down doctrine. There's a Cash App in the description. I'll always come in and teach. After I get through this month, I'll probably be just fine. I have PayPal. Yes, I do. Though it's Tracy Werner and it's Lanecountychoppers. It's in the description if you want to take a look. It would help me out, guys. If you're struggling in any way, shape, or form, take care of your family, get yourself and your house in order. Just somebody took my money, guys. And there really should be no reason the police department should not be covered. Well, not the police department, because I filed, they caught him. There's no reason Cash App should be not covering this, So I'm not, it was hard to wake up to this morning, because after spending, 12 hours on the phone, and the manager's like, I've never seen anybody not file a police report, you know what I mean? And get their money back. So you'll get it back. It just might take longer. He said it could take up to 45 days. I was like, oh, well, I feel better now. And I got the thing this morning. They're like, nope, we're not giving your money back. I'm like, oh, Father. Oh, no. So I was a little frustrated. I called my son this morning to kind of wean myself down a little bit. So I don't know why God is doing this, but I know he has a reason, and I'm not mad at the guy who stole my money. I was really more concerned because he had kids in his car, and I thought he was going to go to jail, and the kids go, yeah, careful with these cards, guys, with these tap cards and stuff. That guy went to US Bank, got my balance, and just drained. He bought the kids stuff, guys. So I was kind of happy that day, but actually that stuff's all sitting in evidence right now. And that's part of the reason why I can't get some of my charges back too, because they have to wait for that stuff to be released before it's really complicated, but I'm not going to see my money back, guys. As much as I filed police reports and everything, it's just not going to work for me. So if you have the means, I have the CashApp, I have the, isn't that kind of strange? Can you believe that I have police reports? Yeah, that's what I'm trying. I'm trying tactical. I apologize, guys. I don't like doing this. I wanted to live cost-free out here, grow my own food, and it still might be a possibility, guys. So if you look at it and you want to live off grid or anything like that before, if you've never looked at anything like this, guys, I've tried. I have like 5 cabins out here that I've been inviting people to come out to, man. It's not like I do this. I've been trying to get people to come here, and I didn't want no money from anybody. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want any money from it. I never asked for rent, and I said, you can come out here. We can build cabins. We can get off the grid. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't, I normally don't have to do this, guys. In 10 years, I never missed a land payment, so I've been able to cover this honestly by hard work, the sweat of my brow. So I was really trying to get these cabins done, guys, but the weather's just gotten cold out here, and I worked on them for almost 2 months with my being injured. So I started to take a break. The weather got kind of and I just been able to get back to the fleshy things of this world right now, guys. I mean, yes, I've been listing things on sale and stuff, but I really want to get work back on that cabin so that I can draw some income coming in out here. So it's due by the 14th. So I got a couple days, right? 3 or 4 days. I think it's the 11th now. So I got about 3 days to come up with $100 a day. I don't know how it's going to work out, but no matter what, guys, please don't send anything to my PayPal or my Cash App if it's going to cut into anything of your guys's. There are people who are doing okay right now. Not everybody is struggling. And some people tithe. Some people tithe to, if you find a man that you think is giving you meat and not feeding you watered down doctrine, then, you can tithe to somebody like that. Remember Malachi. So I'm trying to bring you guys meat. Okay. So court, if you don't come up with a dime, come back in and see me. I don't want anybody. I don't want to take from anybody, guys. I don't want to take from anybody. So if you got family and stuff that still might need your money, please, that you can help people around you. You just met me maybe, or you don't know me, but please go stalk my channel and you'll see I'm genuine. You can go stalk my TikTok. You can ask people who've been following me for, at least the last year, that all I've tried to do was to give away my land, the opportunity to get people to come out here and live organically. I've got seeds out here. I've got plenty of room. There's a lot here. So I want to share, guys, and I hope that someday God will bless me with this 40 acres that I have to have some other brothers and sisters in Christ out here with me to enjoy this. I mean, imagine sitting around teaching each other. I'm trying, enormous. I'm trying so hard to keep my bearing here. You've been following me for a little bit. So imagine 3 or 4 of us, kind of like we did in here. Everybody's sitting around the campfire. We got a bunch of wood. It's cold. We're bundled up or something, hanging out, roasting, marshmallows or whatever, hanging out. Get up in the morning, do the duties of the, hey, go check the chicken eggs, make sure there's no poop in the basket, go wipe off the solar panels, and spend a couple hours, and then go out and look at the petroglyphs or something in the area. Go into bed and go fish the Cascade Lakes and something, go get a part-time job up in town just to keep yourself busy. So I've been trying, guys. I've been throwing myself at the world for a couple years, pretty hardcore. Nobody's taking me up on it, but I'm not mad. People are successful. So I don't want you to think that I'm just asking you for money because I do this every day and this is what I do and I'm grifting and my money got stolen, guys. I lost it and they just didn't cover it. I thought I was going to get it back because I filed police reports. They caught the guy, criminally charged him, credit card fraud, all that. So I don't know. My life is like that all the time. So I am in Silver Lake, Oregon. If you're interested, look into this area. It's a unique place. It's got an amazing view out here of the stars. You can't even see the constellations on some nights. There's just billions and billions and billions. Sometimes that the Milky Way galaxy will go all the way from one side of the sky all the way across the other side of the horizon. So it's just absolutely amazing sky view out here. And I do hip camp out here, so that's why I'm doing these cabins. So I'm hoping by springtime, guys, too, I want to let you guys know that I will be giving away some cabin rentals out here. I should have at least 2 to 3 cabin rentals ready by, wait, is it March or is it April? Oh, it's April, isn't it? No, it's March. Maybe by the end of April, I should have 3 cabins available. And because I want to show you guys the appreciation too for helping me out during this tough time here this last month, I will be giving away 3 cabin rentals out here. 3 cabin rentals in these old style cabins that I got out here. So for appreciation, they're going to be about $100 a night. Depending, this is a big cabin. This is a 40-foot cabin and it's got a lofted bedroom. There's 2 hammocks inside the cabin. It looks like an old movie set out here. So, but for your appreciation, guys, for you helping me out. So stay with me and I will definitely, be giving away some, if you're on the West Coast or you can make it out here, I will definitely be giving away some free cabin rentals for helping me out through the tough times. So be a good opportunity if you guys wanted to come see this area. Used to live in Silver Lake. Nice. So that will be an appreciation. So look forward to that, guys. This is a unique place. And if you don't have to come out here and live with me, there's plenty of other land out here to buy at reasonable prices. You don't even have to stay on this parcel with me. I have another 20 acres up the road that I have bought, and that's why I got land payments, guys. I bought an investment property, and then I got the 5 acres that I've almost got paid off too. I got about 17 total years of paying, not total of what I've paid out here. So I got a lot of investment into this, so I'm trying to get this stuff finished and get it paid off so that I can go on with the rest of my life here and do the things out here, because there's a lot of neat things to do out here. So if you're interested, look into this area, and if you think you can make it out this way, I'd love to have you out here. If you're a spiritual believer, just get a home. I'll give you a free night's rental anyways, whatever. But I'd like to do kind of a drawing and a thank you, for everybody who has helped me out over this last couple of years. And property is not. Yeah, you don't know anything about this area, obviously. This value is spiked. You don't know what you're talking about, Tino. Yeah, it hasn't done anything, but look at what's happened in the last few years. So. So you don't know anything about this area, Tino. You have no idea what you're talking about. None. This is a very unique area, and as everything's dropping and stuff because the price, please don't try to talk about this place unless you've lived in here. Okay, so now we're going to go from this to why I'm begging. Did you not hear that I got my money taken out of my wallet and spent, and I filed a police report, and now I'm begging after just staying on it? This person's making comments about this area, brothers. Just they have no idea. So actually, you guys, this place right here is pretty unique. Obviously, if you've seen a lot of the high-end stuff in the cities is starting to come back down, okay? Because this land was been very low priced, everything around it is going down, but this land is slowly coming up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I hate veterans because I'm a veteran, but I won't turn down a veteran. I just probably say, hey, what we did was wrong. If you'll at least be one of that, then, you know, not a proud veteran, then absolutely I'd welcome veterans because I'm a veteran myself. So I'm in Silver Lake, Oregon. There should be some channel videos. I think I got some channel videos up. If you want to see the channel and see some of the cabins, I think I have. Yeah, go check my channel out. You can see the Rusty Dragon that I'm building out here right now. Okay. Cool. Then we're in the same thing, Bender. Then we'll probably be just fine. Anybody who's not proud of what we did, I mean, I don't like, I mean, yeah, we got the experience, but we didn't do good things. And as long as people can say that with me and veterans, then heck, you know, I could side by side with somebody like that, you know. 94D. Not showing up yet. Cool. So I just don't want people to keep supporting the war. We need to stop doing this, policing the world. It's getting out of hand, and it's happening anyways. We're losing our grip, guys. I'll come in next time. We'll do a little. I want to talk about the BRICS nations more next time, guys. I want to talk about the BRICS nations. So I'll give you a little homework assignment real quick, okay? A little homework for you. Oh, and I didn't know there was going to be a pop quiz. You can take this homework home with you guys and study this when you're not with me here. And it won't be scriptural or anything like that for now. But go look at David Devine on Adapt 20. Don't even worry about his name. Look up Adapt 2030. Adapt 2030 is the channel name. And go watch his last video about much love too. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate you guys. Everybody who's helped me out tonight. Is a little bit of a rough day. Thought I was going to go. Yeah, you got friends in the Ozarks, but hey, let me show you this before. I'm going to give you guys a gem. He's got friends in the Ozarks, right? He got friends in the Ozarks, but let me give you my gem. You guys want to see why I'm struggling too financially? I can't sell anything. This is why. Good luck in the Ozarks.
Government land. This is the water overlay of the cycle.
Good luck over here.
Water goes up.
Good luck over here.
400 feet.
Good luck over there.
400 feet.
You're going to get covered in water according to the cycle.
That's going to be left. You see the water washes all.
See that? Good luck in your Ozarks. Oh, throw shade on Oregon.
The Rockies and in here. So taking years to do this overlay. Watch it.
This is what's getting me banned, guys. There you go.
Land that they bought up.
Look at that.
That red is government land. What do they know? See that? Almost near perfect match.
This is the federal land on the West Coast that they've taken over.
Tell me they don't know this.
And the areas that they have in their control now.
This is what they know.
We get what's left in the white of the red.
Government land.
So this is what these people know. That's why they moved the state capital to Colorado. Why does it do that? Why does it shut off all on its own?
This line here. Go over this again. Apologize, a little bouncy. I'm trying to use the look at that edge right there. Right now. Look at all that.
Before 10/24/24.
Washington.
And I'll cover this again, guys. This is what's gotten me kicked off TikTok.
Pretty close to
shadow banned.
There are two different maps, but you can see.
But you cannot tell me they don't know of this event. Look how close that is.
What they bought. So all the rest of this ocean out here gone.
They're getting ready for this event, guys. This is an event that I believe they've been planning for thousands of years.
Look how that lines up right there.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Or by 5 of 25. I'll cover this more if you follow my channel. There's only one other person on the earth covering this right now. Nobody's showing you this map, guys. Since I have released this video of this map, I have not sold one thing in 3 months, and I've made my living for 20 years doing this. This has gotten me, my life has been zero income since this, guys. I only got paid because I did a job months ago. That's the money that got stolen. But you can't tell me.
This is what they're getting ready for.
They don't know that. Look at that line on Colorado.
This is a cycle that's happened before.
And I'll explain it. Hold on.
Colorado state capital.
No, I know he didn't promise he wouldn't flood. That's the whole earth, you priest.
Come on, guys.
Is this a whole flood? No, that's not the whole earth. That's not what's going on here.
So, Texas, all the way over. Look at that. A little bit off on the top, but it's just a difference in scale. So
can't tell me they don't know of this event, guys. How would they have all that same exact land? I'll explain this, what's going on.
They know.
I'll explain it. Give me a minute. I just want you to get a good shot of what we got here.
Keep his commandments.
So this cycle that I'm showing you is an overlay map. An overlay map of right now, off our coastlines on our continents, there are cities that are sitting underneath the water between 100 feet and 400 feet. You can go take scuba diving trips and find this. These are cities that are underwater. So in this next cycle, guys, it's not coming up higher. It's going to go down between 100 and 400 feet. But in my opinion, because it's done it before on a cycle, it's going to have to wash up onto the land in waves. I believe it's going to come up, pull back, come up, pull back, come up, pull back. Because what I want to show you too here is, if you notice, this is where they've been moving all these migrants out here to the East Coast. Most of them are over here. So they must be planning something, and that's pretty sickening if you ask me. So, before in history, I've given you a mean. The water's washed up more into the Rockies and less. The cycle last time was up. So it's covered now. Okay? It's going to go back down this next time, guys, because that's the cycle. This is where you get Tartaria, Atlantis, all these other. It's going to expose a lot of the coastline. That's why all these rich elite have been buying land near the coast. Oh, the water's going to rise and get. I'm not saying the water's going to rise up, guys, and stay up there. Now, I want to show you something. At the time of Christ, remember, Nebuchadnezzar had destroyed the temple and plowed salt into the land, correct? At the time of Christ. So what I'm showing you here is, I believe, the same thing. The water is going to wash up onto the land, soak into the valley, soak into the land, and drop back down. But I believe it'll come up in waves, like birthing pains, sorrow. It'll come up into the Carolinas. It'll flood out New York. It'll flood out Maine. It'll flood out Rhode Island. It'll pull back. It'll come all possibly up into Indiana, into the, Illinois area, towards that Nunavut Brid. It'll pull back. So if that's the case, what are they going to be doing with all these people that are sitting there on the coast? Are they going to use them as a wall or something? So what I believe is going to cause this magnetic pinch. How'd I go, guys? I'm letting this cabin get cold, darn it. I didn't keep the fire going. I'll get it going after I get off the thing here. I'm going to show you what I believe, in my opinion, is going to cause this, guys, okay? This celestial alignment right here. We were in this same celestial alignment in 79 AD. 79 AD, the celestial stars lined up exactly like they are right here. Just like this. These are the four large gas giants: Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Jupiter. We are that little blue in the middle. If you know anything about magnetism and looping magnetic fields, that would be like us getting caught in the middle of right here. So we're going to get hammered, guys. At the time, the last time this celestial alignment happened in 79 AD, Pompeii was covered in ashes. Vesuvius went off. This earth was in a mini cataclysmic event. So last time we were in this event, our Earth's magnetic protection was at 100%. And we got hammered, guys. We got rocked over 2,600 years ago when we went into this alignment. So we're going to go back into this alignment in 10-24-24. So it's not going to come up onto the land and stay there, guys. So where I see a similarity is the temple was destroyed. Nebuchadnezzar surrounded the nation, the whole thing I brought up. And then he plowed salt into the land so nothing can grow there for a lifetime. And I believe that's what's going to be happening. And that's what they're signaling with what is coming to America. The judgments will come to be 7, the Aleph, the X, the Va. X marks the spot. I am the Alpha. I am the Omega. X is the 24th letter of the alphabet. X 24. Again, they've been signaling of this coming, brothers and sisters. So they know this celestial event. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. They have known of this. And I'm going to show you this as well, because this is to show you that they've known about this event for thousands of years. I'm not sure if you know that we've entered the world's 6th extinction event. The 6th extinction, 6,000 years ago, we were back here on the Noah event, where God's promise of the rainbow, he'll never flood the whole earth. This won't be a full flood event. That's not what this is. This is a tidal event. The nations will be perpetuity of the seas and the waves are roaring. This is what I believe this is. So we are right here, right now. On December 21st of 2020, the great conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn put us on this line 6,000 years ago. The half cycle of the Noah event, we're down here into the future now. And so I want you to pay attention that every time, see this, look what this says. Potentially civilization ending events, potentially civilization ending catastrophic events of the last 180,000 years or previous great year cycles. This is on the line, okay? This is on the line. So what I'm showing you is that every time that there's a cataclysmic event on this earth, it happens on the line, on the line, on the line. They've known of this for thousands of years, guys. This is what they're hiding from you. I'm showing you stuff that's not, you're not going to find this information very easily. I've been studying for 30 plus years, guys, on the line. So we're on the line again. So we're 4 years into the world's 6th extinction event already. Yep. Remember, 12/21/2020, we came into the 12,000 year extinction cycle. Everything that's still here, guys, made it through the last 5. Extinctions don't work like you think. There's still crickets, bugs, lions, tigers, bears, oh my, potatoes, carrots, peas, chickpeas, everything that's still here, guys, made it through the last 5. Extinction events don't mean species die off. They die down, and other species will flourish, or what is called evolution. And I'm not talking about growing another thumb. So this is happening in 10/24/24. I believe before that time, because we're going to get pinned in between this magnetism, as I've shown you. I'm going to show you a little more detail about magnetism, what this would look like if we got pinned in between actual magnetism. Let me show you what some magnets look like, what I'm talking about. See that? That's magnetism. See those lines? Actually, that line in the middle, that black line, there is no magnetism. It gets canceled out. That is called what is called the block domain wall, as you can see here. the magnetism gets canceled out between those 2 points. So I believe this is what's going to lift this water up onto our earth, brothers and sisters. I believe this is what's going to do it. I'm trying to show you hard evidence. I used to be a traffic crash reconstructionist. I did this for a living. Reconstruction. See that black spot in the middle of that? There's no magnetism. It dissipates in between positive, negative. So once again, we go into this 10, 24, 24 alignment. We're going to get pinned in between those 4 large gas giants, guys, and this earth is going to get hammered. We just had 5 low latitude auroral events last year, guys, because our magnetosphere is weakened by 25%. So once again, here's a look at the magnetism that I'm talking about, all those looping fields. The firmament is part of all of this. It's all part of this. These are within the firmament. You know, this is part of this. I don't believe in space or anything like that, so I'm not falling for none of that nonsense. Imagine being stuck right there in all those interlooping magnetic fields, guys. So I believe in probably November, late November, early October, that the whole world will get a notification that something has shifted. And every continent on this earth, the water will start tidal. They'll call it a tidal shift, guys. They've already kind of started announcing king tides in the Marshall Islands. They had that wave that went over it. You know, we've seen already the water come up in San Diego. It's already, little events are already starting to happen. Right? Little events, because we're already starting to actually, I don't know if I have any, actually it's on the phone here. I have some other image of us coming into this field already. I have some information. You guys, I try to put together as much information as I can. I also want to show you one last thing, okay? Which I took a recent thing on this. Let me see if I can find piece of paper, because I don't know why I put this out more. Well, they don't want you to know this. That's why they don't want you to know what I'm about to show you as well. I always show things they don't want you to show. They don't want you to know, guys. Anything they don't want you to know, I try to find it and show it to you, and I pay the price for it. You don't have to pay the price, but I do. So, brothers and sisters, I want you to see this graph here, and I want you to look at this. This is 0 degrees. It's a little bit blurry, but this line is 0 degrees. Right there is 0 degrees. Let's look over here. See, this is the 0 degree mark. See that? That's when this earth below freezing. This is when it's above freezing. So do you see this line? Because I'm going to zoom it out. This line, that 0 line, is when this earth is below. So this is when it's cold. This is when it's above freezing. This earth is a frozen ball, guys, 98% of the time. Above freezing. These little dips. I'll get a better graphic of this. This one isn't working very good. But you see those little dips? That is our warming period. We're here now on this end. That's it. That's the warming periods. This is the cold. This is what this earth is 98% of the time, guys. Now, I flip this around to show you this is what we're in the majority of the time. Look at, guys, look at what I'm showing you. This earth is not some warm planet like they tell you. This earth 98% of the time is a frozen ball, guys. So here's our warming periods down here. Does that look like a majority of the time? Those little blips? You guys, we are in the longest warming period we've ever been in. Does that look like this earth is a warm planet? Those little dips is the warming, guys, above 0. This is the norm. 98% of the time, it's frozen and below zero. Horrible graphics. I'll get some better graphics, guys, but you can kind of see what I'm showing you here. Make sense? You live on a frozen ball. Okay? So, yep, they just fired CERN up. Are you guys feeling CERN? Because I sure can. I'm feeling weird since they fired tera electron volts. Did you guys know that we live on a frozen ball 98% of the time? They don't tell us that, do they? So it's quite the opposite of probably what you've been told. So there you go, guys. I just pumped out some more information to try to give some super valuable information. Who knows? The internet could go down today. We have an Earth-facing flare. Potentially, excuse me, I know, I'm glad I know. But we're going back into that, Nick. We're 6,000 years into a 90,000 year cycle. But there we go. We're still in an ice age. Thank you. There we go. There we go. We're don't worry about it. Follow my channel. You be good. I'm an Earth facing flare. Oh, interesting. No coronal mass ejection for you. Dave, it's like $300, you know, that I need at this point. So I'm not trying to get $300 from anybody, man. Nobody's got that kind of money this kind of day and age. So, but that's, I think it's right around $300. I think it's a little bit more than that, but, I've got some soda cans and stuff around here that I'm going to try to bring up to town the next time I go to try to make up the difference. So, it is what it is. If I don't get it paid, it's not going to be the end of the world. I just never not paid my land payments. It's just really weird to, cool. Well, I appreciate it. Much appreciated. And if you need to take care of yourself, please don't send me anything. Please don't do that. I don't want to cut into nobody else. This is a tough time for all of us right now. It's a tough time for everybody, man. They just squeezed everybody, guys, and they keep printing $1 trillion every 100 days in America. So we're all getting poorer, guys. You know what I'm saying? We're all getting poorer by the moment. You know what I'm saying? I have a CashApp and I have a PayPal. Those are the two that I use. So, and I have a PO box too. But Tracy Werner at Lanecountychoppers.com. Lanecountychoppers.com. Ooh, I might be able to get another thing in here before the work goes out. So I gotta throw some more wood on the fire, guys. My cabin's getting cold. Anybody want to take a temperature check? What do you think the cabin temperature is right now? It's an old cabin. I built it just like an old cabin out of the 16 or the 1700s. No insulation. What do you think the cabin temperature is? 68. Let's see. The cabin temperature is 52 degrees. It's 52 degrees in here right now. Yeah, 52. About 52 degrees. So I better get that. I wonder what the temperature is outside. Here's the fireplace that I'm trying to get. Spinning. Held it, didn't it? Here's normally where you see the whiteboard where I teach from. Right here. We'll go over that again. I promise I'm not erasing this yet. I want to go over this again. So here's these hammocks that I was telling you. You can string these across from the side and they go all the way over to the other side over here. You could string them on this hook over here. And this is the bathroom with the waterless nature's head composting toilet. The lofted bedroom back here. And this is the stand-up shower. There's a shower with an on-demand hot water heater that sits behind here in a stand-up shower. Little look down here. There's the kitchen down there in this area. That's where the kitchen's at. Down there, the front door and all that. So it's a 40-foot cabin. You kind of see what we got going here. So all old, repurposed out of a 40-foot cabin. So wood stoves right here. So it's got a arrow wood stove. I like having this big triple line here so I can get this thing, hot as I want. And I can touch that. I built this hearth out of pavers from the back. So here's where all the wood goes. The generator that I have for sale, guys. I'm hoping I don't have to sell this generator. I have it on sale right now online for $699. It's probably $150 cheaper than any other generator online. I work with this generator. That's how I built all of this, guys, is with these generators. But I'm hoping I don't have to sell it. But if I have to, I'm going to take it to the pawn shop in about an hour and a half from here. But I don't think they'll give me very much for it. And it is what it is. But a little look at the kitchen. I have all this beams and stuff that I put in here that was strung in here when I originally built this. All this back, I wanted pinstriping. So I brought all these big, massive beams all the way down, as you can see. So quite large, as you can see. That's a big beam. That's not a small. These are pretty large, and they do go all the way back because each one of these is a beam itself. Beam. Yeah, I don't know anybody ever made pinstriping with beams, so I'm weird. I'm a weird guy. So I built this whole beam system that I built was to run this beam right here out because I wanted to look. I need a lady to help me with some house cleaning. Look, it's dirty as crazy up here. Actually, it doesn't take but about a week. Look at that's dust, week or two. But this is what I did so I can hold all my pots and pans, my cast iron, so I could have I use my cast iron. So I cook with cast iron. So yeah, I'm a weirdo. So, but anyways, lots of strange collection, of stuff. I'm kind of a strange, but anyways, I built this whole beam system to build this. I do need a woman's touch so bad out here. It would just be nice to have somebody who liked what I was doing and like, hey, honey, I want to be a part of the team. Can I help you here a little bit? Oh, that'd be I'll do it. But hey, I do it all by myself anyways. But does somebody help me just a little bit? I don't, I'll get it done either way. I could do it by myself if I had to. But, here's a pretty cool little, like this. This is a Buck Junior stove. I don't know if you guys can see this or not, but this is a little wood stove that's got, let me see here. Maybe we get something that can actually see that. This is a pretty cool little deal here. This is a Buck's stove by Bucks. It's one of those little mini samplers. This is the one they used to bring out to your house. Like a weird little temperature gauge here. But I don't know. I just like a cannonballs and carvings and everything's a little weird. But anyway, so this is a move over easy bake oven. This is a Buck stove. A sampler stove. They used to bring this out to your house, right? And this is you could actually put wood in it. But it's a mini sampler stove. Oh, you guys probably can't see that very well, can you? But anyways, here's the old. It's the old bench that I bought. I thought it was a glider rocker when I went out and bought it, but it's an old Sinclair bench that used to sit in front of the gas station about 60 years. There's some of my study material I study with, but pretty cool old bench. And look at this. Look at the fit on this, guys. Look at the fit on. What? Get back, Pitts. Look at the fit on that. It fits right in behind that. It's like it was made to go right there. Look at that. Some of my batteries and stuff for my. But look at that fit. So, but okay, we'll go over this lesson next time, guys. So I'm not sure you can see this is one of the cabins. I'll have all my stuff out of here, guys. If you guys come out here, I'll have all my crap out of here. This place is really cute, you know. Like I said, little shelves and stuff that come off the walls and stuff. Some of the stuff that sits up here in the, you guys probably see that sometime during the old wagon wheel up there, part of the wagon. Eclectic, I guess that's what they call it. I was trying to think of the name. It wasn't coming to me, but that's what there's a name, but that's what they call me, I guess, guys. Like myself or, hey, any of you ladies in the market for a good man that knows how to make his own power and is self-sufficient, I'm that guy. So I'll make sure that your power is never shut off there, honey. Don't you worry. We are the power company. We've been in power. So, okay, guys. Appreciate it. 9 hours, 15 minutes. Much love, guys. I'll see you guys on the next live stream. I appreciate it. Everybody helped me out in the past. I appreciate all your help. If you guys can help me out again, there's a link in the description. My PayPal, it's been linked in there. I'll see you guys again. I'm not sure where the subscriber count, but I feel like we picked up a good fair amount of subscribers again. I will be giving some overnight cabin rentals out. Okay. So hang with me about another month. Start planning and make a trip out here to the West Coast. Okay. If you can, you get over here to this side. You guys, listen, if you're a person of Christ, and those maps that I showed you are concerning at all, do be not dismayed. You're more than welcome to come out here. I have property. You don't have to stay on this one. I have 65 acres out here. Okay. And you think this is a concern with what I showed you with the maps, you can come out here. We'll sign something and put it on paper if you want to stay here until after 5 of 25 or something. 5 of 25. Because I haven't shown you that celestial alignment yet. I'll show you that in the future. We swing out, guys, after 4/24 or 10/24/24, and we swing out in front of the sun, and we're the only celestial body sitting in front of the sun with the remaining 8 bodies sitting behind the sun. If you know anything about magnetism, and then we got the bolide system out there, I believe that things will progressively get a little bit worse until after 5 of 25. So you want to come and take a temporary trip out here, you know, and sign something, put it in paper. Okay, Tracy said I can stay here until after this date. And then, hey, maybe I'll be wrong. And then you could just go home. Okay. I'm trying to help any way I can, guys. I'm doing what I can. Okay. I'm trying to do what I can. So, okay. I hope that was edifying. 55 likes, guys. You guys are awesome. I feel like we had a good view count again. So see me guys on the next live stream. Okay. Great for what I'm doing. Cool. Okay. So let me just give some shout outs real quick before you guys go. Belinda, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much love, son. Thank you for coming in, Ewok. Thank you, Elijah. America, I'm doing all right. I get, you know, they denied my money. They got stolen, even with the police report. But Michelle, much love. Thank you for staying in here. You've been in here quite some time, and I appreciate all your amazing responses here. Yaya's in here. Hey, thank you for coming back in. Fishers of Men, Matthew's back in here. Thank you for coming in again, Matthew. Hope things are going well over there for you guys over there in India. Beth, thank you for staying in here. You want to rent out the basement? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't live in the basement. Justin, thank you so much. I've seen you in here for a minute. Justin Varner. I'm Tracy Werner. You must be German or Swiss. Unicorn Ninja, thank you so much for staying in here, coming back and for your return. Returning. Drunken Knight, I see you. Okay, you've been in here for a minute. Max Payne, I think I've seen Max in here before too. So, Court. Yeah, I think you were in here for a minute, right? I would love it out there. Cool. Yeah, this is a neat spot, guys. A really neat spot. So stalk my profile, check me out, check my channel out, and much love, guys. I'll see you guys on the next live stream. I'll let you guys go. There is a link in the description if you guys can make a donation. It's not required, and I'll see you guys on the next live stream. Love you guys. Excellent live stream. Always agape.